I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Dua pasukan telah pun mengucapkan selamat tinggal. Tetapi hari ini pasukan manakah yang mengikut jejak langkah mereka? Saya Sid selaku stage host dan ini MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 Playoff. Selamat datang pada pengunjung-pengunjung dekat Queen City Mall dan juga yang sedang menonton live stream ini secara langsung, di mana MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 ini dikuasakan oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, raikan bersama Nescafe dan gaming bersama Cadbury Zip yang sangat-sangat lazat. Jadi hari ini, hari kedua playoff selepas semalam kita dapat menyaksikan perlawanan yang cukup menarik. Walaupun berkesudahan dengan 2 berbalas kosong, tetapi kita disajikan dengan perlawanan persembahan yang begitu mengasyikkan, menyebabkan kita sampai tak boleh nak kelip mata. Tetapi seperti biasa, kalau ada saya dekat sini, kita akan pergi ke bilik player untuk melihat apa yang sedang mereka lakukan. Jadi saya akan mengikuti, bukan saya ikutilah, kamera yang akan ikut saya pergi ke belakang untuk kita saksikan pasukan Red terlebih dahulu, di mana game yang pertama yang melibatkan pasukan Red bertemu dengan pasukan SUHAZ. Jadi kali ini saya berkesorangan, tapi ada orang yang akan bagi saya mic untuk saya bagikan kepada pasukan mereka dan kita saksikan apa yang mereka sedang lakukan. Jadi saya akan ketuk pintu ni terlebih dahulu sebagai adab. Assalamualaikum. Oh, okey. Oh, tapi nampaknya diorang macam tengah rancang strategi. Padam. Okey boleh Okey, pasukan SUHAZ tak sempat nampak. Okey, alright. Okey, Uncle.
Ya, saya.
Selaku orang besar dekat Red. Bukan
Jangan
sebab
main personal boleh.
Okey, alright. Apa yang korang tengah buat ni?
Adalah bincang sikit pasal gameplay, pasal strategi lah.
Oh, bincang. Okey, nampak macam korang semua dah ready
Alhamdulillah, insyaAllah ready dah.
Ini jaket baru ni kan?
Ya saya, betul.
Khas untuk playoff.
Khas untuk playoff.
Jadi korang memang dah ready untuk playoff?
Dah sentiasa ready.
Dah ready ke belum? Mantap. Jadi kalau dah ready, saya ambil balik mikrofon. Saya bagi kat Fatimah. Kita akan buat cheer. Okey, alright, semua dekat sini. Wow, tingginya Zaid. Okey. Korang nak sebut apa? Red Esports? Okey, dalam kiraan 3 korang jerit Alright, 1, 2, 3. Red Esports! Woohoo! Alright. Good luck guys. Okey, itu baru pasukan Red Esports dengan jaket yang sangat-sangat bergaya. Jadi kita akan pergi melihat apakah yang sedang dilakukan oleh pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Adakah mereka sedang bersenam? Ataupun mungkin mereka juga sedang melakukan perancangan strategi untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan Red Esports, di mana ini merupakan perlawanan upper bracket untuk hari ini. Dan seperti biasa, kita akan masuk ke bilik pasukan SUHAZ. Assalamualaikum. Okey, alright. Wow! Itu satu kejutan Okey, alright. Sekarang ni kita tak boleh bising sangat sebab diorang macam tengah tak tahu buat jutsu apa. Okey, alright. Jadi ini cara macam mana mereka nak cuba relax. Dan seperti biasa saya akan ambil mic. Manakah DS kat depan? DS? Alright. Apa yang cuba korang lakukan sebentar tadi?
Tadi saya bukan. bukan. Tadi kita orang just santai-santai saja nak kita orang tak nak pressure, kita orang relax.
Tapi korang semua dah ready lah?
Yes, kita orang sentiasa ready daripada awal sampai sekarang.
DS, raya balik mana?
Raya saya rasa saya balik Melaka.
Oh, Melaka?
Dengan Ipoh maybe.
Alright, jadi perlawanan upper bracket, satu perlawanan yang cukup penting untuk korang. Walaupun kalau kalah pun masih ada lagi peluang, tapi kalau boleh terus pergi peringkat seterusnya. Alright, jadi macam biasa, kalau kita dah masuk bilik player, kita kena buat cheer. Alright, jadi semua kena ada kat sini. Alright, tangan saya dekat atas. Kau nak sebut apa? Macam biasa lah.
Macam ya.
Suhaz.
Bangkit.
Bangkit, okey. Alright. Dalam. Tak, aku kira sampai 3. Korang yang jerit
Okey.
1, 2, 3.
SUHAZ Esports! Bangkit!
Alright, terbaik. Alright. Thank you pasukan SUHAZ. Jadi kedua pasukan nampaknya telah pun bersiap sedia. Tetapi adakah mereka sudah pun memasuki ke dalam game untuk melihat apakah yang akan berlaku? Semua ini akan berlaku apabila kita beri kepada kita punya caster di mana mereka telah pun bersiap sedia. Jadi caster, please take it away.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. Team Caracal telah membuktikan kekuatan all-star power mereka dan menghentikan perjalanan Homeboys dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0.
Dirapat oleh pasukan Caracal dan Crystal akan
Sebaliknya, Orange Esports menunjukkan komposisi dan game plan yang mantap
Kuzaka seorang dengan diri
dan
sekarang ini.
menyingkirkan RSG Malaysia daripada kejohanan MPL Malaysia. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, selepas kekalahan menentang Team SMG, Roda dapat membalas dendam dan menghantar juara bertahan musim lalu ke lower bracket. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 akan bermula. Bolehkah SUHAZ Esports melakukan kejutan terhadap Red Esports? Team SMG perlu meneruskan perjalanan mereka ke puncak menentang Team Caracal di lower bracket, di mana tidak akan ada second chance. Pasukan manakah akan marah dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Day 2 is the day we are going to see teams rise and fall. One of these teams are going to be dropping down to the lower brackets for our first match of today. It is going to be Red Esports up against SUHAZ Esports, and immediately after, Caracal against Team SMG. After match number 4, as you see on the screen, whoever is going to be dropping will face Orange Esports for their elimination round. It's going to be a tough day. We're going to see another 2 teams fall, and hopefully one moving further in the upper bracket. Let's show the bracket real quick, keep you guys updated. The daily recap captured it perfectly.
Exactly, it has been an exciting day 1 coming in towards the playoffs, and now currently in day number 2, as you can see the bracket so far, SMG and Caracal going to be playing later on, where they will be risk eliminated for the running for the number 1 spot. However, Todak going to be the first in the upper bracket finals, waiting for the matchup, which is going to be happening tomorrow between either Red Esports or SUHAZ Esports, which is going to be playing right after this.
Oh boy, it's going to be tough here today. Welcome everybody to the English broadcast of the MPL-MY Season 9. My name is Getting Cute. This is Icy Baby 12 here to take care of you for this very first match. We're going to be starting off things in the upper brackets. It's not going to be easy, but a quick shout out to our sponsors. Thank you so much for making this happen. Beautiful audience, beautiful stage, all helped and provided with the official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partners in esports, TikTok Live, esports charts, EGG Network, and not to mention our co-organizers, ESI, for making this happen.
Yep, here in MPL-MY playoffs, we have seen a lot of interesting strategies, a lot of upsets, and a lot of revenge matches as well. I'm looking forward to see more exciting games. But before that, I'd like to give you guys a little bit of a special plot twist as well. There is a promotion currently being run on the McDelivery app with 50 ringgit minimum purchase. You can get yourself free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets by using the promo code right now, MPL Rewards.
It's so simple. It's so easy. For those of you who aren't fasting, you're going to need your energy up throughout today because it's going to be a long one. And for those who are going to break fast later on today, don't worry, there will be a break between games number 2 and number 3 here today during the playoffs. And in that time, maybe consider checking out McDelivery so it comes straight to your doorsteps. With that being said, don't forget about all the in-game rewards that you could be earning by farming the MPL-MY. All you gotta do is share.
Exactly. Yesterday we were able to hit amazing feats here, especially by the end of day number 1. Day number 2, same thing. All you gotta do, share, share, share. Tell your friends, tell your family, and we will be awarding you guys some exclusive rewards up to 1,200 shares in the milestone, and you will stand a chance to potentially walk away with skins on top of it all.
800, 1,000, 1,200 are the milestones. Keep that in mind as you are sharing so that you know exactly when it's going to be popping up here on your screen. Once we hit those milestones, it's going to come out straight to you, and get ready to type in that code. With that being said, how about the big brains in chat? Anybody who's been going up against each other saying, no, this team's going to win, this team's going to win. Well, how about you prove your worth and get rewarded for it with a simple hashtag MPL Predictor. You could be walking away with a Ruby LY skin. All you got to do, predict the game results. Make sure you provide your game ID as well as server ID so we know exactly who to pass these winning skins to.
So far, there has been plot twist after plot twist throughout day number 1. Most of the casters has kind of messed up their predictions so far, but if you think you've got what it takes, be sure to let us know in the comment section with your server ID and your game ID. And who knows, you'll be walking with a brand new skin for you guys. And on top of it all, today's predictions, yesterday's prediction, majority of us, except for you, of course, you got one right.
I got one right.
I got everything completely shit kebab out of the garbage bin.
It happens. It happens. So let us know whether you are part of the Cast the Curse gang or whether you're a part of the 1%, 100% prediction rate so far and have multiple Ruby LY skins to be given about. With that being said, it is time. We're going to start things off with the upper brackets. Let us introduce you to our 2 competitors coming up on stage.
Red Esports.
The same lineup as always, with Red looking super confident and relaxed with a brand new jacket on top of it all. Red is not in my blood right now, but it's pink that is in their blood right now.
Yep, Kenmal and Aaron, the side laners, continue to carry the team and advance to the upper bracket finals. This is as close as Red has ever gotten to the grand finals. Can they make this dream run come true?
And I'm looking forward to see it as well. It's been a while we've seen these boys make the dream run for multiple seasons. Can they make it happen? How about their opponents?
Esports.
SUHAZ will be without HY in the starting 5 today, but they are looking absolutely ready for the fight.
Yep, with DA's also giving a little bit of element surprise. As you can see, he is going for the Superman pose. Not exactly how it's done, but he pulls it off super clean, super chill, super relaxed.
He's got the energy, and it looks like SUHAZ is ready to play ball with Red Esports. Every moment is going to count. It's only a best of 3. We haven't even gotten to the best of 5 yet. So let's see whether it's going to be another 2-0 day here.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down, because this is going to be the match to watch. One of these teams by the end of this series is going to be heading to the upper bracket finals, while the other is going to be forced to play in the lower brackets. However, this is going to be some stats for you guys up at home coming from Red Esports. We have Mao, Mom, Zayt, Ash, and Ren QT playing, and so far the signature heroes have kind of taken a little bit of an interesting twist, especially coming to this meta.
No, absolutely. A lot of things have changed, and a lot of people, and especially for MPL-MY, it's our signature. It's our brand to be able to pull off some interesting picks, as well as bringing new adaptations from other regions, especially during the playoffs. It's all about that counterplay from what you have learned during the regular season. I think out of the biggest moving points for this team is going to be Mom, especially in this matchup here. It's going to be him who predetermines where the fights are going to be, who is going to initiate.
Yeah, we saw, I think, in day number 1 as well, Franco seems to be a hero that you do not want to underestimate. Likewise, and coming from Xavier as well, has been really, really popular coming from playoffs. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not Red Esports, are they going to adapt to the same trend or still stick to something they're very, very comfortable with, which is occasionally bringing in the Kadita by Ash.
Well, I mean, yes, that is a great combination, especially for the mid lane, but we need to talk about this matchup once more. We did it in their previous matchup during the regular season. Mao up against against Zed. Mal is a phenomenal, consistent gold laner. And yes, his hero pool is a lot bigger than what people would have expected, but I don't think they're going to mess around. I don't think they're going to go double fighters this time unless they're absolutely desperate or if the situation calls for it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they still going to bring in the surprise factor of going for a Yin gold laner coming from him. So anything can happen. It is the playoffs, and sometimes the unexpected can be the best element of surprise for your opponents. As of yet, now, this is going to be some stats for you guys for SUHAZ Esports. We have Eve, Box, the Ace, AJ, as well as Zed. Box has taken a little bit of a slow start throughout the entire regular season, but he was once upon a time known as one of the jungler kings coming in from the entire season.
I mean, it's carry-style junglers. Ling half the time doesn't even make it through the picks and bans these days, so we don't get to see Box on his signature picks, and marksmen have strayed away from the jungle. So a lot of it is going to be put, and a lot of the emphasis is going to be put on both the Ace as well as Zed. The matchups respectively going to be Mom and as well as Mal. We've seen before, Zed has a lot of capabilities and can go even against Mal in lane unless affected by the roamers. So the Ace has to be very attentive to how Mom plays.
Exactly, and on top of it all, he needs to potentially pick off heroes that are counterintuitive to Mom's education draft. Franco is something that we don't see too much from the Ace. Maybe just for this matchup, they might actually deny it away from Mom if he decides to go for it. So I'm looking forward to see whether that is going to be happening, but as you can see, discussions are on its way.
Yep. We've got the split screen here. Both coach head-to-head here. Currently, Sora Payang with his first pick rate of 78% so far for Red Esports. Red has done a phenomenal job revamping, restructuring, and becoming better than ever. But the same can be said about SUHAZ, right? With the addition of Rex Vin, their drafts are looking a lot cleaner. Yes, the starting lineups have shifted quite a bit, but every team needs a time to adjust.
Yeah, I know for a fact that now first pick rate is going to be on Red Esports side just because they have the better lead in terms of all their rankings coming from regular season, right? So based on this prediction, we saw in yesterday's game, especially from SMG and Toda, whichever team kind of loses the first game, tentatively loses their momentum or morale or get whatever that definitely catches them off guard. So I feel like if Red Esports is able to take a one-game advantage against SUHAZ Esports later, it might affect them morale.
Well, honestly, I think that's the way SUHAZ has to play. If they're going to win, they have to win all the way through. We saw in the coach stats so far, a 53% for Red Esports for Sora Payong whenever it's a 2-1. So if the score ends up 1-1, it's going to lean a little bit more towards Red Esports. With that being said, if you guys are wondering what our predictions are, it's an overwhelming sea of red here today. Only Sith being the one believing that SUHAZ can move on in the upper brackets.
Okay, it's a little bit, okay, I can see where it is going, right? Like most of us, we kind of vote on Red Esports because they have been very consistent. We saw ever since Zed's integration for Red Esports, they have been performing really, really well. Whereas SUHAZ, they have struggled to adapt to the current meta, right? We know for a fact that Box is just an amazing marksman jungler, but he hasn't been showing signs that he's adapted to the current patch ever since the regular season.
But that's the thing, right? If you don't get to play marksmen, you're forced to play tanks with fighters, and also just raw hard assassins that can carry in the later stages of the game. If you look at the current voting system for Red Esports and SUHAZ Esports, the predictions are looking very heavily towards Red's side, and I can agree, the consistency from Red has been key.
Well, I think that's Red Esports in their jersey and the previous...
Oh, yep.
During regular season, right?
I mean, they've got long-time supporters here. Red is my blood is their tagline, and it really speaks to the fans.
I'm not gonna lie, Red Esports jerseys and their merchandise looks really, really cool, and they've got a lot of multiple variations of design, and I'm looking forward to see it. However, need to remind you as well, our official sponsor here is going to be Samsung with his new flagship phone. And you can get yourself a special promotion right now, which is the Galaxy A53 5G. You can also get yourself exclusive merchandise when you play Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Be sure to buy it right now and you stand a chance to win an MLBB bundle worth up to 2,200 diamonds by scanning the QR code. And also key in the MLBB VIP code during checkout. And all purchases comes with a protective phone case, super fast charge power adapter, as well as camera filter mount worth up to 397 ringgit.
Phone case, fast charge adapter, and a camera filter mount on top of a MLBB 2,200 diamond worth bundle. Not a bad deal if you're asking me. But now, with 41 seconds on the clock here, the drafts are about to begin between Red Esports up against SUHAZ. I want to see where Red is going to take it. Are they going to go blue side? They're going to go traditional red side.
I feel like they should be on the blue side. Like first pick rate, just like based on statistics wise, they have had a very, very high win rate coming from first pick rate. So I wouldn't be surprised that they still stick to it. But due to the recent patches of all, I feel like Archive being taken on the current pool makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't exactly fit the current meta, except for Toda in particular. But so I feel like they should prioritize on Mom's hero pool, in this case the Franco, or maybe just flexing up with the Cho, which we did see during the signature. But I'm looking forward to see how the drafts go. Is the Xavier trend gonna continue? Let's see, because as of yet, Red Esports, they start things off with banning of the Eve instead of the traditional Valentina, knowing that AJ is very comfortable with the Eve.
Well, you're right about one thing. Red Esports is going to be taking the blue side this time round against SUHAZ Esports. So it's going to be a bit of a clashing, conflicting colors of the brand teams as well as the sides on the map. It does mean that Red Esports do have a draft ready. Hopefully SUHAZ has the correct response towards it. Yves going to be the first ban from Red Esports. SUHAZ responds with the Valentina. Again, Valentina, doesn't matter where you put it, it's still good. 100% win rate for a reason.
Yeah, we know Fanny is still a force to be reckoned with, right? We saw, I think, in yesterday's game where SMG kind of expected Toda to pick the Fanny, but it was completely ignored. We saw Fanny majority getting banned throughout the entire season during the regular season, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it being sneaked by and potentially for Zai to play it as a pocket strat later on. However, now, Mages has been banned once again. Seems like Red Esports, they're targeting on AJ's heroes pools once again.
Yeah, they are hard targeting him as well. The fact that Lilia as well as Yves is taken out, most of the time AJ starts revolving towards, or at the very least starts falling towards Lunox as his go-to pick. Now, Ling is going to be the follow-up ban coming in from SUHAZ Esports. It's very understandable. Both Box and Zide are very capable assassin-style junglers, and I think it's going to be yoinked out of the pool pretty quickly here. Karina still up for grabs. Selena also up for grabs.
Yeah, I feel like Red Esports, they should just ban off either the Sicilian, Selena, or also maybe even the Xavier, just to make sure that AJ doesn't get a hero that is very, very comfortable with, and then prioritize on Karina first pick for themselves. So Red Esports, do they want to let those broken, I would say the meta picks out, or do they just straight up ban comfort heroes?
Well, it's a little tough to say. I mean, he's hovering over it. I mean, you can see Zayed, he's ready to ban, and it looks like it's going to be Esmeralda instead. And this is what I've noticed. During day one of the playoffs, right, a lot of people should have been expecting, hey, maybe Fanny is a possibility, especially when they have capable Fanny players on the enemy side or for your own team. But I feel now that the nerfs have already hit her energy recharge rate, people are straying away from it.
This is really interesting coming from Red Esports, considering that they ban off the Esmeralda, showing that they have signs that they want to pick a draft that requires a lot of shield protection. If you think about it, Matilda is still a good pick. We haven't seen it too much coming from Red Esports, but I feel like if they decide to go for the Angela, which was very popularly banned throughout the entire day number one of the playoffs.
Yep, no, I agree with you. I totally agree with you here. I feel like Red Esports, that's what they're going to be leaning towards too, but I just have a sneaking suspicion that immediately SUHAZ Esports might just pick up their mage as well as their support within first rotation. But it really depends. Red Esports here, I'm guessing Karina could be the go-to pick. Selena's also not that bad.
Yeah, Karina is definitely a safe pick to go to as well. If they preemptively go for the Angela, it's pretty much a no-brainer for SUHAZ Esports not to pick the Karina from Red. Oh, never mind, I take it back. But alright, they are playing it safe, going for the Grog, giving SUHAZ Esports potentially both Angela and Karina for this draft.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad, because let's remember that Karina still has tough matchups like Balmond, for an example, when, yes, you want to be
Baxia as well,
really difficult. You want to get right up in front of their faces, but then you have Balmond, you have Baxia, they stop you in your tracks. And most importantly, with the rising popularity of Balmond, 3 games currently played, 100% win rate so far. It secures basically every objective in the game unless you get zoned out from the pit itself.
Well, I definitely agree. It seems like Red Esports, they might be able to adapt to the situation. Are they adapting, or are they trying something that they're very comfortable about? SUHAZ Esports going for a no-brainer, going for Karina, going for Dirov as well, which is interesting, seeing that Dirov is usually used as a hero pick for counter matchups, but for them to be in first pick rotation, especially here in the playoffs, puts it in a very interesting spot because if you think about it, yesterday's games, Dirov didn't exactly win games at all.
No, that's the thing. I feel like the EXP lane is extremely flexible with a lot of picks that can be flexed in towards the roam position. And I think this is a very good example of it, right? Grok just outstandingly annoying with the type of builds that he can get. And when you see the follow-up of, hey, maybe this isn't a Ren QT pick, maybe this is going to Mom, Xavier going to be the follow-up for the side of Red Esports. Looks like a lot of people want to pick up Xavier, and as well as Lancelot for the side of Red Esports, so you know that they want to kind of have that early game push.
This is surprising, right? Like I like you brought up the fact that hey, the Grok can be flexed by the roam or even XP laner, right? But when it comes to SUHAZ Esports, they can't exactly flex a Karina nor flex a Dirov now, considering that they've showed their hands that hey, this is a clear-cut jungle Karina and not potentially a Dirov Karina jungle, which is very hard, difficult to play, considering that in terms of matchup, I feel like the Lancelot is not going to have a good time against a Karina just because how we often say that, hey, tank jungler is a way to deal with this assassin style playstyle.
I see. Well, now SUHAZ Esports locking Kagura for themselves. I think that's not too bad of a pick because no matter what, it is a very good matchup to bully out the Xavier. I think at this point, Red Esports might be considering this shifting and leaning this Grok towards the roam position. At least he can help out Xavier, clear up that lanes fast, and then continue to build full cooldown so that he can start being useful for the team and help out with that early game. Franco, the follow-up ban from SUHAZ Esports, priority being held by Red Esports.
I like how SUHAZ Esports is respecting the fact that Mom plays a pretty scary Franco, but at the same time, Red Esports is got them what they have. Like, because of this Grok pick, Mom, which also played the Grok before, can be flexed out and they can, I think, switch up for a better matchup. But now, if we think from that perspective, right?
Okay.
What's a good XP laner to match up against Dirov?
Well, honestly, there's not a lot of good EXP laners that match up well against the Dyroth. If they pick Uranus here, it's still going to struggle against the Dyroth. Dyroth will bully whoever's in the lane.
What about Yin?
Yin isn't that bad, but it really depends on whether you can survive until level 4. And considering the lineup that Red Esports has, it might actually work out if they play through the mid lane to maybe try and punish the Dyroth, but we'll see. SUHAZ Esports taking out the Franco, trying to limit down the pull on Mom, and most importantly, getting rid of the Popo and Koopa. Famously, Mal has made a very, very good showing of it during the regular season. He's been dominating a lot of games.
I'm a little bit worried right now because there is a particular hero that's kind of snuck in, which is the Fanny. And I don't think SUHAZ Esports will play a tank Fanny, right? So far, the only teams that I know that play a tank Fanny is what? Todak, Geekfam,
Todak.
Todak. Yeah, Todak, Geekfam, only 2 of them, right?
Yeah, they're basically the only ones who are willing to go outside of the regular mold that we know and love.
Outside of the box, but we have a box here.
Well, no, he's already playing Karina, so I don't think he is going to be touching it anytime soon.
True.
Beatrix going to be the follow-up ban for the side of Red Esports. I think for SUHAZ here, it's pretty straightforward. They can either go for Angela, which is not too bad considering what Red Esports has so far, or they can just start locking in Brody for the side of Zed.
Yeah, I feel like Brody isn't too bad considering that they need like a second a marksman that has a little bit of survivability, right? Having Karina as the sole tank is not going to be enough, especially when you pair off with Angela. You're hoping that this Karina is going to be able to supercharge your way through. But if that plan doesn't go well, Brody is a great way to deal with it. But it seems like it is not going to be the Angela. Okay. Matilda is going to be the good call.
So then,
yeah.
So they want Matilda instead of Angela to make sure that the overall team feels a little bit safer, a little bit more protected, especially since you do have the favor. You're able to kind of top off your teammates whenever they take a bad trade. But more importantly, so they didn't go with a Brody pick immediately. They want to make sure Zed has counter matchup because, let's not forget, Melissa is still in the hero pool. It's something that we've seen Mal touch once or twice, and I think in this particular matchup might be very good against someone like Karina. Yes, her auto attacks may not necessarily connect, but you can keep her a safe distance away.
Yeah, I actually like the Melissa pickup if they decide to go for it as well, but I agree with the Matilda pickup from SUHAZ Esports, right? Considering that they've got a Karina, they've got Tirov. These are 2 heroes that are very dive-oriented. Once you go in, it's extremely hard to come back. So, very good safety net. However, Red Esports, they're sticking with the Masha.
All right.
They picked the Brody, but the Masha, you know, people kind of strayed away from it, but all right.
I can respect this. I definitely can respect this, mainly because Masha, let's see whether it is still good in the meta despite the nerfs that have been given to it. Yes, it doesn't scale as well into the late game to maybe one-shot your marksmen, which is great for someone like Zed who has to deal with it at the end of the day. But now what does he go for? Brody, which is, again, one of the few picks that he is extremely proficient on top of the Beatrix, now might have to revert to something else. Melissa is coming up on number 1 if you're just looking for lane bullies. Wanwan has already been banned out. He could go for a secondary pick of maybe carry, but it's still really, really tough against Brody. The range is just not there, but he's still going to go for it anyways.
No, I was about to say the carry here. Carry is just too good not to pick it just because of how much of a tankiness the Grok and Masha is going to be able to bully as well. And if you pair it off with the slows coming from light view, Masha is going to be forced for early screens almost every single time the light view comes in. So it's a great way to do with it, but vice versa. If this Masha gets too ahead, he's going to be able to one-shot a carry.
It's going to be pretty harsh here. Wait, hold on. Ren QT is the one holding
wait,
on
is
to
it XP Masha?
Hold up. No way. So they're going to be putting Grok in the roamer position, and Ren QT has to take the bullet and play Masha. Rather interesting, especially since you're up against the Dairoth. I'm not entirely sure how that matchup goes.
I actually can see how things are going here just because of how once upon a time, the Rat Masha was a thing. It was a force to be reckoned with, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to be able to pull it out, because that is going to be the drafts coming in from Red Esports. Meanwhile, SUHAZ Esports sticking to the Karina, sticking to the draft, a very divey composition with the protection of Matilda. Who's got the better drafts? Why do you guys stick around to find out? Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second upper bracket here in the playoffs here for day number 2. It is going to be SUHAZ Esports versus Red Esports.
Welcome everybody. To kick things off in the upper brackets, we've got a banger for you in case you just tuned in. It's Red Esports on the blue side against SUHAZ Esports on the red. And immediately, it's so important to understand where they want to play, right? Because again, Karina is going to be starting on her purple side, immediately move over. They want to play for that gold lane. It is going to be very, very tough. But then there's that big question mark, right? How does Masha actually play against Dairoth on bot side?
Yeah, think about this, right? I like how the switch up coming from Red Esports to adapt the situation, knowing that, hey, Xavier requires to play in a late game status, but if you force a Masha to go in for invades constantly, sometimes it doesn't necessarily work out. Why not play it safe? Play on split push pressure, buy a little bit of time, cause chaos on the other side of the map, making sure that Xavier is able to skate a later stage of the game is going to be the game plan that maybe is going to work out for Red Esports.
This is fast. Box immediately invading the jungle. Does he steal it away? Yes, he does, but Box is now trapped, but it doesn't matter. He can just sit in the Shadow Dance form. They do not have enough pressure mid lane to actually make it happen, and Xavier cannot waste his mana this early on.
Yeah, you can see how aggressive SUHAZ Esports can do this just because of how the Matilda is going to be able to get them out of sticky situations, right? If we talk about Masha going for invades, yeah, it's great, but at the same time, with the protection of Matilda, is it that much of a problem?
Well, I mean, Masha is going to be playing on the EXP lane, so she's a non-factor here. I think just Karina in general, we see this in pub games, we see this all across the world as well. Karina,
oh no, AJ!
Oh no, he can't die here. No, the last auto attack from Ashe is going to achieve first blood here for Red Esports. Not ideal, since SUHAZ need to play through mid.
Oh, that was something that I'm not exactly sure what AJ was thinking about that here, disrespecting the damage of a Grok rather early. That was something that very, very nicely done coming from Red Esports for the punish.
Well, it doesn't matter because Xavier can't really do much here in this situation against a 3v4.
Oh, no, Mom.
It's not. Oh my goodness, Mom flickering too early, allowing a free kill for Evie to follow up and secure it. Zed, on the other hand, still taking too much punishment on the top side of the map. Will lose 2 minions in the process, but SUHAZ, okay, they're evening up the score.
That was just super unfortunate of Mom, considering that, yes, arguably he's got to pull yourself together. He does have a relatively low respawn time. He was trying to get a little bit of information, but still, was that death worth it? Absolutely not, but still is not the end of the war for him yet.
It's a good punish. I mean, you saw Mom actually flickering earlier to try and get the damage on towards AJ's side, so Evie getting that revenge kill is going to even up the gold. However, now SUHAZ, they've kind of pivoted the way that they want to play the game. Yes, they are still playing through mid, but now a big focus on the gold lane side. Mom now trapped, having to use a wild charge to get on out of there, but it might not not just be enough. The gates are open in a dawning light to start things off. Ash is able to keep them off, but still the kill secure coming in from Box with a bloody retribution.
Yeah, that was very nicely done as well. We know how powerful the bloody retribution is ever since the patch hit. We all knew the tank jungle is going to be abused with the bloody retribution, and that's exactly how. So nicely done coming from him.
Yep, Eevee continuing to dominate his lane on bottom side. This is so ideal for SUHAZ Esports. It's really great for them because now they can put all their attention and leave bot side on a little island, let Dairoth do his thing, and we continue to try and make sure our gold lane goes even.
Well, RenQT is definitely struggling a lot considering how much wave clear that Eevee has compared to him, which honestly, this Masha requires a little bit more items before he can go in for split push pressure. Meanwhile, SUHAZ Esports is looking to outpush them as of yet.
Yep, no, this is so ideal. Zed wants to get to the later stages of the game. Mao wants to bully him, but SUHAZ is saying, no, we are not letting you. You don't have mid control. And now we're pressing in towards the purple buff area. Both Box and as well as Zai will get into an altercation, but Mom is going to be the target here. Box unable to finish him off, but it allows the ace to get on top of Zed. This is unideal, but still the purple buff being stolen away by Box. They're going to get on top of Turtle, and Red Esports jungler Zaid is going to fall further behind.
Yeah, this is nicely done coming from SUHAZ, but just taking advantage of their momentum. Box dictating tempo. This is something that we did not see too much from regular season, but he's doing so well transitioning to a different play style compared to before. As of yet, looks like there is going to be a contest coming off the top. Big wall charge coming in, but Box is going to be A-okay as he zips out with the gliding wind and he turns the tide. He gets a kill and he still survives the mid-all, and he's going to be trading blows after blows, and he gets another kill without even dying.
Very clean coming in from SUHAZ Esports. Very clean indeed. They made sure that they had just enough of a kill threshold to use their ultimates very wisely and also crack open top side. SUHAZ Esports now will do a cheeky lane swap here. Dairoth will make his way up top side while Carry actually moving to mid, clearing off that wave, and then should move to bottom.
Yeah, so far SUHAZ Esports is okay with Dairoth all by himself to face up against the Masha because they're winning their 4v4 fights throughout the entirety map, and now Eevee is going to get caught out, but Zai taking a little bit too much damage here. Zai might actually pay the price, but it looks like the overcommitment coming in, but RenQT doesn't seem to have the damage, and they're pretty low, and here comes the rest of SUHAZ Esports. The Ace wants to go in for the fight, and the Ace gets the pick off towards Zai. That's a big catch coming from SUHAZ Esports.
Eevee played that absolutely perfectly, knowing that he wins that matchup. RenQT just does not have enough damage. And Zayed, he was below 50% health, which is already a big kill zone for Eevee with that ultimate. So it's all about that timing and knowing that his roamer is on his way. Just chunk him out low, wait for the right timing. I still have Flicker, and the play was beautiful.
Oh my goodness, this is such a difficult win condition for Red Esports. Like, they need to drag this as long as they can, but the way how SUHAZ Esports is playing and the amount of pressure and aggression they're playing, extremely difficult.
Yeah, right now, Red Esports, they shouldn't be expecting this, but now SUHAZ are pressing their advantage. They've got at least 3.7k. Orange buff going to get stolen as well. Lancelot cannot do anything about this. No matter what, he does not win that intentional 1v1 against Box now that he's 2 levels behind. But Box, again, focused on the priorities, get the objectives, and start pressing their advantage. With 2 outer turrets down, mid is the next target for SUHAZ.
Now, this is what we were talking about. Assassin jungle versus tank jungle. It just makes it so hard. You can see Zai is just struggling throughout the entirety game. He's only level 8 as compared to Box, who's 3 levels ahead of him and unstoppable in terms of form.
I feel like it's a bit of an unfair argument, mainly because Carry can go for the tank build, but it's technically categorized as an assassin. That's the frustrating part. I think Carry, Karina is in the perfect position in the meta to be abused, where tank junglers are scaled very well into the late game, and Karina does true damage on top of magic damage, so it's so frustrating to deal with.
I know, this is just so hard to watch, and especially that Zai is just not having a great game. This is difficult. RenQT finally gets this War Axe, but can he do a little bit much? Because he's trying to make work on the other side of the map where there's not a lot of pressure for SUHAZ Esports. Hopefully, the damage is not that deep yet, and they are able to plug in those bandages or stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, here comes the wall charge coming in, but Box is just too tanky. AG is going in for the dive, but they are able to slow them down, but unfortunately, the turret will eventually go down.
No matter what, that turret was going to die. I mean, SUHAZ Esports right now, 5k ahead, 7 minutes into the game. An amazing start for SUHAZ, and they continue to press their advantage.
Oh no,
Even
Zayed.
Eevee almost securing the kill onto Zayed, flickering forward for it, but now he's all by himself. Hopefully he doesn't give that kill over Mal, securing it with the torn apart memories box. Can easily take this 2v1. He is 4 levels ahead of Mom, and even Mal won't be able to land that stun. A quick secure as mid lane should be falling soon on the next wave, but please, let's pull up the item list. I'm pretty sure I just saw Berserker's Fury being bought by Zed.
Yeah, it seems like Zed is just starting to build up in terms of farm for the carry, but I feel like Red Esports, they had a really nice idea of trying to stall as long as possible, but the moment they overcommitted it, you can see Red QT was hesitant. Does he want to continue with his pressure up top, or does he help his team? In this case, when he did so, he's not getting objectives across the map.
Speaking of which, let's look at the item list real quick. Box almost to his anti-cuirass, and once he gets that, he's going to be pretty unstoppable. Mal won't be able to get through to him. No, why? Actually, Mal decides to go for Blade of Heptasis first before going for the Blade of Despair. Rather interesting build here coming in from Mal. He needs that Malefic Roar sooner rather than later. Box just finished his anti-cuirass.
Yeah, I was expecting like maybe getting like Endless Battle or maybe even a Blade of Despair rather early, but for him going for Blade of Heptasis, it seems like he wants to try and help out his teammates in other situations, but that is going to be the Lord from the side of SUHAZ Esports.
Yep, really, really great coming in from SUHAZ. Very clean, very clinical. 6k ahead, and Zed going for a crit build. I'm guessing he's getting Demon Hunter Sword next. For all we know, it could be Endless Battle. I'm not entirely sure what his transition will be, but he's already got a little bit of lifesteal. Mal, I don't think he'll be able to get this. His retribution is just way too small. He's down in levels, and Box just has way more HP.
Yeah, Red Esports, they're trying for their lives to go in for mid control, and SUHAZ Esports, they're trying for an opportunity. But I feel like the crit build on carry is just genius in this particular game, right?
Winds of Nature. Okay.
But okay, it is going to be the Winds of Nature, but still, as of yet, it is still going to be a very difficult defense coming from Red Esports. Like, even though arguably they've got a Masha tankiness, but I feel like he is a damaged Masha, so it doesn't really care from carry with or without the Demon Hunter Sword.
I mean, yes, kind of, because Ren QT at the end of the day wants to be looking for these engage. Mom follows up quickly as Ren QT jumps, but it's too late. The back line gets absolutely blown up by a yin-yang overturn, and Red Esports forced to be pushed back. The wave being proxied. This is going to be 2 mid turrets falling down. They have to deal with this Lord.
Yep, now the Lord's going to be knocking in. Zed is going to be showing himself as well. He does have the crit available, so Red QT needs to be a little bit careful, but Zed says, I don't care. I'm focused at tier 3s, but Box, he goes in for a dive. He almost takes Mao, and the Bloody Retribution almost takes him out, but fortunately for him, the Fountain will keep him alive for yes. So that is going to be a little bit of saving grace for Red Esports, but the damage has been done. They've lost an inhibitor, but SUHAZ Esports, they're playing it disciplined. Meanwhile, the Ace is looking for a catch here.
I think the Ace is doing way more. I can literally hear him on stage just shouting and screaming, making sure he lets his opponents know that this game is not going to be as easy that it looks. And note that many times during the regular season, at 11 minutes, knowing that SUHAZ has an 8k with 1 inhibitor down against Red Esports, after first Lord, usually is a sign of check.
Oi, oi, oi. This is, it feels like the predictions from all the casters is going to be going bamboozled once again, because this is a unexpected turn of events.
It's, well, I wouldn't say it's an unexpected turn of events. This is how MPL-MY is played. Playoffs is where we see the real teams start showing themselves. Ren QT actually purchasing a Sky Guardian helm for himself, so it looks like he is opting to maximize his HP.
Yeah, I feel like getting a Sky Guardian helmet is great when it comes to sustaining in team fights, but as of now, he's trying to contest against the EVA. He's got the damage. Here comes the Xavier out available, but the Ace is going to be there to keep him alive. It's going to be A-okay, but Ren QT is going to give chase. He forces the sprint. However, here comes Box. He's going to be in trouble. He's down to his last bar, and Box is looking to go for the punish. The gliding game pulls in, but he needs the range to actually go for a snipe. And here he comes. He goes in, and Red QT survives in the midst of it all. And SUHAZ Esports going to be able to disengage the Sky Guardian helmet, keeps him alive. And woo! Dodges the last tick of AJ.
Oh my goodness, he still had his flicker up. He ran out of Power of Nature. A good play by Red Esports. They need every kill that they could get, but make sure they don't give it over to SUHAZ Esports. Now, it's going to be Lord being falling into the hands of SUHAZ. 7.5k, they cannot blunder this. They've almost guaranteed to get at least 1 inhibitor here against Red Esports because of that, and now they are setting up for checkmate.
This is huge coming from SUHAZ Esports. Red Esports, their Masha plan is not working out at all. This is troubling times for Red Esports. considering that they need a tankier composition besides the Grok to try and soak up or make space for potentially Ash to make a comeback from this game.
I don't think so. I think Mom needs to isolate a target, look for a wild charge, and immediately pick off a key target. We're looking
Definitely.
at AJ, we're looking at Zed. If they can get one of the two, that would be ideal. Eevee could potentially be free food because he doesn't necessarily benefit off of team fights.
Yeah, the gliding wing coming from the base just makes it so difficult for this kind of situations here. They need the perfect wombo combo, but looks like it is going to be a force fight here. Here comes a big Dawning Light, connects on 4, but the sustains from the ace is not going to matter. He's going to keep them alive. Box going to try and make an attempt as well. Mao, wait for the chain stun. Box needs to back off immediately, but as of yet, he's going to be okay. The sustains is great, but they managed to defend against the Lord for now, but SUHAZ playing it safe. Dawning Light again from Ash, connects on 4, but SUHAZ Esports, do they want to force it, or looks like they will back off and respect this?
Yep, they're playing a little bit more disciplined. They don't want to overheat here, but now AJ's in trouble. He's all by himself. Ren QT is going to be popping his sprint. He wants a Dawning Light just in case, but it's going to be Mom who finds that kill. Eevee forced the flicker on out of there. They're refusing to let them to recall. They need every kill to get back into this game, and SUHAZ, despite the 7.5k lead, they still have to wait 1 minute and 22 seconds until the next Lord is up, and Red Esports could potentially hit that 42k mark.
Oh, they got the inhibitors coming from SUHAZ Esports, but you can start to see the Xavier starting to be a big nuisance as the game drags on by. Now, here comes the itemization as well. He's very close to his next item progression. I believe he's going for the Divine Glaive coming from Ash, and once that happens, SUHAZ Esports, they're in for some serious pain. However, here comes a big cash. They connect onto his box, but it seems like they just don't do enough damage at all.
It's just way too tanky right now. Eevee, he's going all balls to the wall against Ren QT. He gets his ult off as well as the ace is going to follow in suit. Zed is in pursuit. Box finds an opportunity to get on top of Ash, hopping over Mom. He can't secure the kill. Mom. Oh my goodness. A Guardian's Barrier to save the day.
Oh my goodness, a sidestep coming from Eevee as well to prevent the Dawning Light, but somehow Ash was able to survive it with last take. The conceal plays to make sure to scare off SUHAZ Esports. That was a pretty close call coming from Red Esports, because if that did not happen, things would have went south immediately. But still, like you said as well, great wall block coming from Mom.
Mom is always watching. He is keeping his kids safe. And at this stage of the game, SUHAZ are starting to lose their lead. They need to end this fast before Red Esports start to connect. Ren QT on the run. He pops the sprint early on, only loses 1 health bar, but this Luminous Lord is to do or die for Red Esports.
Yeah, Red Esports, they definitely need to force the issue, but SUHAZ Esports, they've got double immortalities, especially for Box and DAs. It's not going to be an easy task. Ren QT forced to open up the map. He is going to try and bait out Box, but he's just super tanky, and it's funny enough, SUHAZ Esports, they're respecting this despite having a lead against Red Esports.
I mean, they don't have to. They're playing for picks. They're looking for their first one. It's Circling Eagle getting on top of Mal. Thorn rolls and gets him out. Mal flickers on out, but Eevee finds him. He gets Mal, and now the backline is in trouble. Ren QT holds on for his life, but Ash is the next to fall, and SUHAZ have achieved it. They got
another one.
And now, with a triple kill in hand, Yin Yang overturned. It's gonna be over. Red Esports loses their 4th. Circling Eagle to get Ren QT, but this is going to be a quick cleanup with Zed. GG, well played. SUHAZ Esports takes game 1.
What a clutch coming from Eevee to catch him off guard. Completely punished by this Matilda. Completely outmaneuvering Red Esports in game number 1. That's a big blow in the morale for Red Esports, as they have lost their first pick rate with condition.
That was a beautiful draft coming out of Rex Vin. That's the first step in the upper brackets. First game, now they need to close it out with a second one to make sure they can increase their coaches' percentages. Red Esports are going to hit the drawing board once again. Their draft, wow, such a difference here coming in from SUHAZ Esports, and I think something to keep in mind, the counter picks on the red side looking fine.
You know, I definitely agree. Like, having the Karina is just brilliant, knowing that it's definitely a safety net, right? We understand that nowadays Grok is great for flexing here and there, but if you think about it, I wouldn't say that Red Esports played a pretty bad game, but the drafts has a very tight win condition, which requires a lot of commitment coming from Xavier as well as the Masha to be able to do what is intended, which is a lot of farm. And I feel like that was very difficult to do so, especially if you have a rolling Grok to try and stall things out.
Honestly, I think the Ace really stepped up in this particular game, mainly because it's about mid-pressure, right?
Yeah.
When SUHAZ is playing from mid-pressure, usually you would have like 1 or 2 losing lanes, and they were opposite sides of the map, and it feels like a 50-50 until you see the way that it's played out. They push through mid, take away that roamer's presence by forcing him out of mid and going into the jungle to protect, leaving Xavier to have no pressure at all against the Kagura. With that being said, once Kagura has that push, immediately they take the initiative, start roaming up towards the gold lane, start roaming back into the jungle, play as 3, and secured and stopped any kind of comeback lead from Red Esports. Let's put up the item list here, and I think you'll see a couple of interesting things.
Yeah, when it comes to items here, I'm a little bit surprised as well. I think you did bring up a very interesting point. Mao going for the first item Blade of Heptasis on top of Mom to try and amplify the armor reduction against the Karina, which I feel like is very neglectable.
Well, okay, first of all, when Mal buys Blade of Heptasis, he wants to win his lane really hard. He wants to give Zed no chance of coming back into the lane. The problem is that mid was so pushed in and so much help from the Ace as well as AJ, forcing Mal to stop trading and not even walk up into lane out of fear of the mid lane potentially diving him, right? So the Blade of Heptasis ends up being not worth it, slowing him down to get the Malefic Roar. He needed Malefic Roar's second item. He needed to be able to dish out some form of damage towards Box and especially towards Eevee.
Yeah, I feel like this is an interesting twist coming from Red QT as well. I was expecting the Masha to go damage Masha, which is a little bit old school, where you go for Corrosion side, Wind Talker to try and maneuver and outrun your opponents, right? But instead you go for the tank composition, which is now very popular played as a roaming Masha. So I feel like based on this composition, it's a little bit hard for him to go for split push pressure. So it makes a lot of sense why he did not go for it, but at the same time, he needed to go for the damage in order to draw aggression away from, like you said as well, the mid pressure coming from SUHAZ Esports, which is very aggressive.
I feel like the Masha pick, especially within the second phase, was a mistake here coming in from Red Esports. It's such a huge blunder, and it hurt them. It really did. But congratulations to SUHAZ once again for game number 1. MVP going over to Eevee. His job was very simple, but he took that lead and took even more afterwards in the later stages of the game where Dairoth isn't supposed to be as relevant. But with the lead they had, his oppressive style, 5-1-3 with a 62% KP on a Dairoth, by the way, absolutely destroyed the backline, was able to get the right picks, and most importantly, Lancelot couldn't get his lead back because of it.
Yeah, this was really clutch as well. We know Box was dictating the tempo with the Karina as well as the Ace was constantly applying pressure down mid, but I like how they're able to swap between aggression, right? One time between Box, one time with Eevee, but when you need him to stand up, and I feel like Red Esports was definitely caught off guard. They definitely wasn't expecting an aggressive Dairoth to be able to get 1v1 pickups right in front of their face right from the get-go, which arguably should not be possible, but the timing coming from him was just phenomenal just because of how huge of a cooldown that Xavier has, how huge of a cooldown that the Lancelot has in this guy's situations. Once they do not have those cooldowns, Dairoth is going to get easy pickings throughout the entire fight.
I mean, it's not only about those easy pickings, right? Let's look at the replay here real quick, and then it would make a lot more sense. This mid mistake coming in for AJ luckily wasn't punished too hard, and they had just clean dives time and time again. Box able to secure these early kills. They understood who to prioritize and who to give the kills to early on into the game. Let's get Box ahead. Let's make sure he's strong. Afterwards, we need to focus on Zed. Make sure he is okay. Goes 50-50 in the lane. Eevee, he was doing his own work. Independently, he was gaining his own leads. Ren QT isn't even on the same level as Eevee throughout this entire game because of the amount of oppression that he was able to put on towards him. And yes, AJ may have not necessarily had the best game in the world, but look, every single time they engage, he is a quick follow-up. He doesn't need to engage. He lets his team take the initiative and immediately is able to set things up. Backline gets destroyed by Eevee, and even the front line, you see Ren QT, he gets zoned out. The yin-yang overturn just makes it easy for Zed to get multiple auto attacks in before the fight is over.
Yeah, Eevee was just popping off in that particular fight as well. Like, he was just completely shutting them down out. And before that, I think the down bottom lane pressure as well was forced. He was able to bait and force Zayed and as well as Ren QT in a very awkward position down tier 1, which is arguably a pretty difficult thing to do. And for him to apply pressure against a Masha, against a Lancelot, it's insane. And considering how much oppression that SUHAZ Esports has brought to the table, Red Esports is back to the drawing board. They need to figure out what they need to do because the assassin jungle meta is dead.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's dead. I wouldn't entirely say it's dead. There are still really useful junglers. In this case, it would be Hayabusa. It would also be Ling, Karina being top tier as well. The only problem is that their lane matchups need to supplement them, right? I still think that maybe, I feel like Red QT feels like it's uncomfortable to play Grok into Dyro, but there are a lot of situations where, yes, you do take a bad trade, but you cleared the wave, and that's the important thing. And Red QT, he wants to win this lane or scale towards late game. He's not willing to go 50-50.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like Grok on rank QT would have been a much better choice just because of how, in terms of clear speed, right? Look at how EV is able to benefit out of the situation. Clear the minions, he was able to rotate between lanes, whereas Red QT is struggling to clear the lanes and then forced to make a decision. Do I stay in the lane or do I help my teammates? And he went for a full tank build, so it's very difficult for him to go in for split push.
I mean, there's so many other things that he could have also done with the Grok, with the Wild Charge, get the knock up onto carry, block off the back line, make sure that he's, on the Karina, knock up the Karina, look to lock down the carry as well, and most importantly, just get really, really hyped up.
Yeah, definitely as well. And we know the crowds are pretty hyped up. We're pretty hyped up. And you guys, if you're feeling a pretty hyped up as well, you can celebrate moments with Nescafe with 30% off, no minimum spending, capped at 20 ringgit by using the promo code right now and below on NESMPL30 and scan yourself a pretty good Nescafe drink.
Don't forget, check out some of the cans because the designs with collaboration of MLBB are looking mighty fine here. As you can see down below, we got Valir, we got Badang, we got Amon as well as Brody. It's looking real cool, and they come in all different sorts of flavors. So again, check them out. Scan the QR code as you saw earlier. Maybe order online. Don't forget to type in SMPL30. That's the important part. Don't forget about the code.
Here's a hint. Sometimes, you know, remember to keep a stock of this limited edition ones and like photo frame it. Who knows, after 20-30 years, it's gonna
collector's item.
Exactly.
Just don't drink it 20-30 years down the road. It probably is way past the expiry date at that point, but collector's item, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Now, for this upcoming game, right, Red Esports will, well, most likely not get first pick, and I'm guessing SUHAZ is very comfortable on the red side. So if I was in Red's position, I would want to take the red side.
I feel like based on the drafts as well, there was something of an issue as well. They prioritized the Grok, and oftentimes I feel like players has adapted to the Grok meta. For them to prioritize that over first picking Karina, even though they intentionally stayed off. And I feel like Red Esports just perfectly gave the draft to SUHAZ Esports just because of the moment they showed their hands. Hey, we're banning the Esmeralda, we want to play a shield composition, but instead, they didn't play the shield composition, and SUHAZ Esports was able to benefit out of this composition with the Matilda on top of the Karina.
Well, it's a couple of things. It's a couple of things that went wrong. I don't think Grok was a mistake. I definitely think Grok has a lot of uses and is especially good in this particular meta if played well. However, this Xavier pick really doesn't help the composition at all. Yes, it can follow up, it can do a lot of things, it does scale into the late game, but that mid priority is so important. The moment you see Karina, immediately as a jungler, if you aren't playing a tank jungler in mind and you're playing assassins, you're going to need some form of control, some form of backup. You need some cavalry to save you, because in a 1v1 in the early game, the clear speed of Karina is just ridiculous. Instant invades with your support.
I feel like Xavier is such a difficult hero to actually play, and so far Xavier has one of the lowest win rate here in regular season, and the only two players that kind of pulled it off is pretty much Moon as well as Man coming from Orange Esports that made it super convincing throughout, I think, this 2 days so far.
Yeah, and arguably it would have been Stormy as well, but unfortunately Team SMG is
didn't do well.
I mean, he was getting targeted hard in the Todak matchup, to be fair. We saw in the daily recap as well, he was just getting attacked again and again and again. So, but that's the thing, right? You're expecting people to say, hey, Xavier is good. Yes, but on condition. There are times where a huge window, in a matter of fact, that isn't even comparable to Sicilion. Sicilion scales faster than a Xavier. Imagine that, and he pushes faster too.
And not to mention as scaling as well, like he was able to contribute a little bit better in terms by setting up the Sanguine Claw compared to Xavier, which it's a hit and miss, and it has a 30-second cooldown.
Well, first of all, the snare coming in from Xavier is, I would say, is almost as good as Sanguine Claw, if not easier to hit. I will say that his Dawning Light though did put Zed to 50% HP.
Oh yeah,
on hit.
Oh, yeah.
On hit.
But that was like really into his later stage of the game, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the moment he gets Lightning Truncheon, it's like, oh, you know, Carry has one of the lowest base healths in the game. So it makes sense, it's fair, it's understandable, but again, it's about that Grok follow-up.
Would it be fair to put Xavier in a situation where it's very similar to Aulus? Remember how we talked about, hey, Aulus needs to hit level 12, and so far, the only times we see Xavier get super crazy is past level 12. And when you're talking about the moment where he was able to chip Zed all the way down to 50 health, he was pretty much level 12 and above.
No, I don't think his items are going to be in that position. I mean, he's got to, you know, zip through the items as quick as possible. And by the way, now more chocolatey, you can get yourself some zip at your nearest 7-Eleven, or even scan the QR code to actually pick it up on a line. Get someone to send it straight to your doorstep. Unfortunately, Xavier doesn't have that benefit, right?
Yep.
I think with Aulus, the big difference between Aulus and Xavier is when they each hit that level 12, Aulus has an inbuilt passive that makes him better progressively. Xavier doesn't. And that's why we're seeing a lot more Mystery Shop rather than Impure Rage, because they understand he is so item dependent. And even when you do have your items, it's all about having those cooldowns, spamming your abilities. The utility from Xavier alone is pretty insane.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, it's going to be a very difficult composition to win. But as of now, Red Esports, do they still want to try and experiment with the Xavier, which is very popular now, but that's one of the lowest win rate thus far, or stick to something they're comfortable with? Because for them to let the Karina off from SUHAZ Esports was a big mistake, knowing that it is very popular now. It is first pick material for a reason.
No, I don't think letting off Karina was a big mistake. I do think the Grok pick to start off with for Red Esports gives them options to play for the gold lane. And I think that's where Red Esports is drafting towards the gold lane specifically. I think SUHAZ had a much better idea of saying, yes, we are going to give you the gold lane, and that is fine. And based on what we saw during the bans, yes, they were targeting so many heroes to give them that pressure. Unfortunately, for Zed, he didn't have a fun time in lane, but when you have a team backing you up, you feel so good about yourself. It's like, ha, you're supposed to dumpster me in lane, but look at me now.
Yeah, I like how they picked the carry as well as a safety net. It was super low-key of Zed as well the entirety of the game, but as of that, they didn't exactly need him to actually close out the game, because box was pretty much more than enough, and Eve on top of it all for the damage power spike. So I feel like Dirov is an interesting situation, or in this case, a position where if, and only if, like, let's say SUHAZ Esports does not take the first place Dirov, and maybe, and just, I mean, maybe Red Esports gets the Dirov, would it be better if they went a Dirov matchup against a Karina?
A Dirov matchup against a Karina? No. I don't think it's that good. I do think Diroth really struggles because his animation times take forever, especially his big damage dealing ult. It's great, yes. It executes people really fast, yes, but it takes forever to do. Like his counter matchups for Diroth is Ruby, straight up. Because every single time you want to use your ult or any abilities, you get animation cancel, and then you lose damage, and then you get animation canceled again. Yeah, it sucks.
Speaking of animation cancel, Red Esports, they're taking first pick again, and this time they would not disrespect the Karina. Up. You know what? We made a mistake. I'm gonna ban the Karina. I don't want to deal with this.
I think it's a really good idea to do so. And SUHAZ Esports will limit what Mal is capable of. I'm seeing the Wanwan. They're gonna ban the Wanwan. Nope, they're gonna ban a Ling this time. Wanwan probably gonna be the follow-up here. But let's see what Red Esports is gonna do. Are they gonna let Lilia pass through, or are they gonna give it over to Ash?
I'm a little bit surprised that they did not ban the Wanwan, considering that Toda did first phase pick it in yesterday's game, and it really played really well. So even if Red Esports decides to go for the Grok, so what? 1-1 just completely ignores that. So I feel like it's something that they can get away, but have we seen Zed play 1-1?
No. Zed is a Beatrix Brody player specifically.
And also Hayabusa, right?
He's played Hayabusa before?
Yeah, he played Hayabusa in jungle. They had a lane swap before.
Oh, yeah. Now, SUHAZ Esports, I think getting rid of 1-1 is great here. I mean, it just makes sense. you don't want to give it over to Mal. I think Wanwan is one of the few dominant laners in the game, with one of the only few matchups that beat her in lane is going to be Melissa up until level 4. As soon as level 4 comes by, the moment crossbow attack is up, you basically lose every 1v1.
Yeah, they've got to respect Mao's 1-1. Like, once upon a time, he was a legendary 1-1 player, which carried them all the way to top 3. I think it was like Season 4, Season 5 when they first appeared. So I feel like they just got to take it out. And Red Esports is back to basics once again. They can still stick with the Grok unless they decide to go for the Franco pickup.
Ooh, Franco, tough call. Tough call here, but it's going to be the first start Grok once again from Red Esports, still following the tradition. I'm guessing SUHAZ Esports probably going to lean more towards...
I feel like they're just going to pick the Deerhoof again for EV. Just to deal with it. Like, oh, he was expecting a matchup with Ren QT with the Grok, but guess what? He got a better end. Masha, alright, it's not the end of the world. I'm pretty sure he's very comfortable with the composition.
I think he is comfortable with the composition, and he doesn't mind having a dominant lane against Ren QT. However, I don't know. I think for SUHAZ Esports, now that they've lost their spearhead in Karina, they're going to be looking for different options, or at the very least, just securing other laners earlier. Kagura going to be the first pickup, going to be the next pickup for SUHAZ. Potential.
I feel like it's just a safety net coming from SUHAZ Esports. It's more like, compared to previous game, we had a Karina. Can we play a very similar style from game number 1? Absolutely yes, but they need the right win condition, because if you think about it, tank junglers coming from box, is he gonna play a is he gonna play a Balmond, or is he gonna play maybe a Baxia? But seeing how Red Esports, they finally pull in the Franco, this is exactly what they need.
This is really, really good, and the Popo and Koopa is going to help deter SUHAZ Esports from actually locking in the Balmond in the jungle. So it's going to be forcing out the potential Hayabusa, potential Lancelot, Paquito arguably for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and we'll see how it goes from there.
I feel like Paquito is not that bad of a pickup, but SUHAZ Esports, they are going to go for the Matilda. Like you said, it's all Paquito in jungle benefits from this Matilda gliding win, and they can get very aggressive if they want to as well.
Yep, they have basically an express delivery system to whatever target they want. Now, SUHAZ Esports holding on to priority will begin the second ban phase here against Red Esports, and we haven't even talked about the mentalities of the players here, because so far, like Red Esports, they've been in this position before, right? Best of 3, eventually getting eliminated in a 2-0 fashion. Hopefully, history just doesn't repeat itself.
Wait a minute. Didn't Box play Fanny before?
Box has played Fanny before. I wouldn't say he's the most efficient at it, so that's why I'm keeping an eye on this Dairoth. This could be Dairoth jungle again.
Alright, Red Esports, they're banning off the Box here as well. They might as well take the Balmond later on to make sure that Box doesn't play a tanky play style of a jungler. And I feel like if he decides to go for Fanny, it's not that bad, considering that Red Esports doesn't have a counter, I would say, a way to flex their draft in a sense where if they force a Kufra, it's terrible. But oh wait, okay,
this is
what? All right,
I think this is really smart. I think this is Rex Vin is doing some genius work here. All right, so here's what they're doing. SUHAZ Esports, they're banning out as many junglers as they can, really limiting Zayed to only play Lancelot, and Lancelot is a really volatile jungler in particular, right? Red, on the other hand, again, doesn't matter what they ban here. SUHAZ Esports, Red needs to see that SUHAZ are trying to flex this Dairoth, and no matter what, they are in a losing position. If SUHAZ Esports, they're going to be locking in a gold laner of some sort. It doesn't have to be winning. It's all right if it's losing. Melissa is looking pretty great here, but they're going to get rid of the Balmond. I think that's a bit unnecessary. SUHAZ Esports, they're going to be locking in their gold laner, and then once Red Esports reveal their entire composition, especially the EXP laner, which is going to be that Grok,
I feel like the carry pickup is really, really good coming from SUHAZ Esports, if they considering how tanky they are. But considering that we know that Zayed has played his Lancelot, etc. I feel like the Hellcurt isn't too bad to deal with this SUHAZ Esports composition right now. And if Red Esports decides to go for it, can he play it as well as what RSG played during the regular season?
Personally, I don't think it's that great. Not against this composition where a lot of people can benefit from the guiding wind. There's a good amount of CC, and more importantly, I think just trying to deny vision isn't going to be enough against a comp who doesn't necessarily have to be squishy, right? Beatrix is going to be the safe pickup from SUHAZ Esports, so they lock in their gold laner. This is what we were expecting. Red Esports will now finish off their comp.
I feel like Hellcurt is just so good in this situation, but knowing Red Esports, they don't necessarily play in from Zayed, so I might be wrong, but Yeah, maybe they might go for the comfort again, but considering how the Lancelot was struggling in game number 1, is this the game to force the Lancelot again?
I think that Red is going to force Lance, but they need mid-pressure somehow.
Kadita? No? Oh no, they are going to force the Lance, and this time they are going to bring the Veil for Red Esports to set up with the Franco hook, so it's back to basic. Not a big fan of it, but sometimes you gotta, go for comfort picks if you want to survive.
Yeah, out of all the punishment that Red Esports is prioritizing within the first phase on towards AJ, it has bit them in the butt here because now it's so difficult to get that mid control since Beatrix has been taken off. And I think SUHAZ heavily prepared for Red Esports.
You know what's really interesting? I was expecting a Selena pickup coming from Red Esports to pair up with Franco, but Selena completely ignored through the bans and picks on top of it all. Weird, isn't it?
I don't think it's worth it though. I personally don't think it's that worth it. Hylos going to be the tank jungler for SUHAZ Esports. I like it. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I definitely like it as well. Hylos is just super underestimated as well. Underrated in terms of jungle clear speed, right? As long as you've got the second skill, you are going to be able to farm very, very quick. And you can benefit from the Sky Guide Helmet on top of the Curse Helmet combo for this jungle meta. So I'm looking forward to see, does he have the mobility to actually out-rotate? Or will he get completely outplayed?
Well, I think it's going to be a repeat here. I think SUHAZ extremely prepared for Red Esports with their particular matchup. The fans are getting excited and SUHAZ is ready. The cheer squad is here. Let's see how this will play out with Red Esports. Their aggression through mid and the early game is going to take a toll, but gold lane is their main focus. SUHAZ, on the other hand, with their counter draft, looking to make sure that they can stop and get an early lead to translate it into a mid-game win. Let's find out who's going to be walking away. Is it 1-1 or is it going to be a 2-0 for SUHAZ Esports?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 here for the upper brackets. And Red Esports currently 1 game below SUHAZ Esports, and SUHAZ Esports 1 game away from heading into the upper bracket finals. But as of yet, this is going to be a very difficult situation, but SUHAZ Esports is looking to go for it.
Yep, Eevee immediately going to proxy this wave against Red QT, which is some good moves because now he has priority to start invading and start messing around with this Lancelot. Zaid sees what's going on. He's going to chill. He's on top of Litho Wanderer. This is going to be an interesting battle as Box instantly takes it away with Retribution.
Oh, no.
That's a little sad.
Zaid just not having the time of his life. However, coming from Red Esports, it feels like Mom has got the sickest hook of his life if he wants to keep things alive, and we've seen Mom being able to do it, but so far game 1 was a complete flop from them, but game 2 is bounce back time coming from them.
Yeah, I think Red Esports, if they want to play slow, they can. If they want to push up the tempo, they also can. And I think Red QT did some really good micromanagement of his waves. He can actually manipulate the waves using that Guardian's Barrier by slowing it down, walking around it, or just locking them into a corner so that the wave pushes into his tower side closer for him to recall and doesn't put himself in danger of Eevee and doesn't have to interact with him as much.
I definitely agree. And on top of it all, the loser of this series is going to have a very difficult time because they have another series to play by the end of the day, which is whoever loses this series is going to be facing Orange Esports later on.
Oh boy, you don't want to be in that position. Long games here, very long games indeed. SUHAZ so far haven't found any leads anywhere on the map just yet, but look at Red Esports. The control they have over the mid lane now is really stabilizing things for Zaid.
Yeah, Zaid is having a much better time coming from game number 1. Like, they understand that as long as Box doesn't get super on control, if he's able to trade 50-50s compared to game number 1, he's going to be able to do something compared to game 1 where he's just completely under-leveled. As you can see, Mom is also in the vicinity to catch off any sort of punishment in case SUHAZ Esports gets a little bit aggressive. But now, a big catch coming from Ash, catching onto the A's, and that is going to be first blood for Red Esports. And the turtle will be secured from Box. It looks like SUHAZ Esports, they're looking to turn the tides, and Red Esports, they're stuck with this glorious pathway, and they will be able to get 2 kills because of the zones.
Unnecessary deaths from either side. SUHAZ Esports already forced Zaid to use his Retribution early on. They could just pull away. They basically secured a free neutral objective, but now mid lane Yin Yang overturned. Ash and ends up getting punished here. Good play coming in from DS immediately right off of spawn.
The crowds are just going absolutely crazy for SUHAZ Esports as of yet. And really Esports, even though it is the fan favorites, even though it's the casters favorites coming in to this game, it seems like they are struggling and they are getting overwhelmed by all this pressure coming in the playoffs.
I think even Red Esports is feeling it. They feel that SUHAZ Esports is playing more confidently.
Oh, yeah.
They're extremely prepared, and they can kind of read their movements. Red Esports, they must not tunnel vision, because had they not sacrificed Mom and as well as Ash up on that top side, Zai could have instantly rotated down on bot side where Mal is winning his matchup against Beatrix. Mom gonna get hit by the circling eagle, gets locked down by the Law and Order, but it does not matter.
Oh.
Iron Hook lands, the suppression from the Bloody Hot. Box in danger, ends up dying, but AJ finds the refrag himself with the Yin Yang overturn. Eevee needs the help, but Zai dashes through both of them. Rank QT does not find the wall charge, but it forces out the flicker from AJ into safety.
Well played coming from Red Esports here. They were able to get the punish coming from Mom as well, considering that SUHAZ Esports not exactly sure what they were thinking diving onto his Mom, and he does have the suppression available. So Box overestimating his damage a little bit too much and gets punished for this. And now Zed, oh my goodness, he gets caught off at the side, and Red Esports will get freebies after freebies. This is the comeback that we've been looking forward to.
Exactly. With a volatile mid lane and a bot lane that's winning, top side, leave him on an island. Ren just has to take the punches here. He will eventually outscale and be more useful than Eevee, but now in a flank position here, Eevee, this could be big. He's looking for Ash. He needs to target him. He gets knocked up, gets hit by the wind blow. Zai tries to finish him up, but it's too late. He uses the Thorn Rose. Eevee has done his job, and SUHAZ now take priority over the position. Iron Hook doesn't connect just yet, but with that being said, it means that SUHAZ will have to back off here. Man advantage against the Turtle. Box walking up. He's got the Law and Order ready, but he still steals away the Turtle. His max HP just way higher than Zaid's.
This is huge coming in from Box, considering that they might have lost the fight because Ash hit the biggest stun of his life. He's 3-1-1 with the Veil. He's going absolutely bonkers, and SUHAZ Esports, they have to respect this, but eventually Box, he does have the fully upgraded Curse Helmet rather than the Molten Essence, means he's going to be doing pretty okay against Ash, but still, he needs a little bit more to actually bully Red Esports out of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, so far Ash is going well. He needs to get level 11 here, and when he does, he's going to be so very strong. Bottom side now getting attacked here. Mal getting some good damage onto the Ace so far. He gets away with the Guiding Winds. They should be able to crack open this tier 1. Mom needs to land the Iron Hook of his lifetime, but Box instantly gets right in front. The Alpha Wolf knocking up, and they're running it down. Mom ends up getting picked off, and AJ is there to say no more backup for you. You've been isolated.
Great zoning coming from Box, and Zai, no, he gets shipped away. He might be in a little bit of trouble, but SUHAZ Esports, do they want to overcommit it? Eevee thinking about it, but at the same time, the tier 1 still survives. The Gliding comes in, he's going to be A-okay. He fully disengaged, and SUHAZ Esports will trade a middle turret from SUHAZ Esports, and this is huge for zone control.
Huge momentum swing for SUHAZ Esports. They struggled to break mid-tier 1 last game, but now this is their time. The SUHAZ fans feel it as well. The momentum is building up, and SUHAZ Esports looking for a top tier 2.
Agreed. Mom now he's only level 6, and the only win condition coming from Red Esports is pretty much setting up the perfect hood. Meanwhile, Zayed gets a big boy damage coming from SUHAZ, but now the isolation comes in. Do they want to pick a fight? Box is in the vicinity, but the rest of SUHAZ Esports, they are going to focus on objectives rather than forcing fights.
Yep, they don't need to. SUHAZ Esports can't afford to be giving kills over to Red Esports, and Box doesn't mind dying as long as these neutral objectives are going to be either up or taking its time on the cooldown. Turtle is for free for SUHAZ Esports. Red Esports playing from behind. They need a way to punish SUHAZ, but with no tier 1s left, this is where they start grouping up.
Oh, Red Esports, they're getting desperate here. They're setting up for an ambush, and I don't think SUHAZ Esports is going to do this, but Zayed reveals his position. He's going to farm his way through, but Looks like the rest of SUHAZ Esports, they are looking to respond.
No, this is a really good call from SUHAZ Esports. They're understanding the movements. Eevee doesn't go all the way down to his lane. If not, he would have gotten caught off.
Yeah.
But Red Esports showed no presence on the map. So the only place they could have been, knowing that they've cleared out their jungle, is on bottom side.
Yep, agreed. And they are going to be looking for the invades on the buffs as well to make sure that Zaya is not going to be going super crazy. But conceal movements coming from Red Esports. They're looking for the fight. AJ might be caught out, but here comes the hook. It catches on the ace, but it's only a support. Still, a great retaliation coming from Red Esports. Meanwhile, SUHAZ looks like they are going to back off and play this a little bit slower now. Meanwhile, eBay looking to force a fight, but instead he might actually die here and then with the punishments coming in, and that's going to be his downfall.
Oh wait, Grok ends up dying on the opposite side of the map. Both EXP laners taking a huge amount of damage here. But at the very least for Eevee, he's a level up on Ren QT. Ren QT will eventually scale, but until that time, it's the Eevee show for now.
I definitely agree, but as of yet, 30 seconds left before this next Lord Pit coming in. Red Esports, they are going to clear off the objectives, the turrets as well for map control. But SUHAZ is going to force the Glorious Barber. Great disengage coming from Ash, and they are going to be able to back off. And I don't think SUHAZ Esports should be forcing the fight, but it looks like they are going to make an attempt as well. They almost catch on them all, forces the flicker, and that is going to be the disengage coming in.
Huge battle spell being blown from a gold laner. This is huge for SUHAZ Esports. They could potentially punish. Zed does buy the Blade of Despair, knowing that Lord is coming up in about 7 seconds or so. Red Esports are looking to fight. It's a very small lead coming in from SUHAZ, respectively. 2.7k isn't enough to guarantee a team fight.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult situation here. They have to play this smart. Meanwhile, the traps are coming in from Mao. He's just a little bit under level, but even he gets caught out. And and another suppression from Mom. They get both Eevee, they get both AJ, and SUHAZ, they have to back off. They don't have the damage, and now Box, he's gonna lose his purple buff. He's gonna force an early retribution, but Zion, he gets punished. His overcommitment, getting a little bit greedy. Oh my goodness.
Yep, they overheated there. Red Esports had a really good adaptation, but still, at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 trade, and losing First Lord isn't going to mean too much for Red Esports other than map control. They can still delay this. They have the numbers advantage here. It's a 4v3 until Eevee and as well as AJ gets back into the fight. Mom trying to predict some movements here. Ace, he's already a little low here. SUHAZ secure the Lord, and now Red is forced to back off.
Oh my goodness, that should not have happened at all. Now Boss is going to take the full brunt of the damage here. He's not going to be able to get the purple buff, but instead gets hooked in place, and that's going to be Red Esports bouncing back as much as they can. Meanwhile, SUHAZ Esports, they've got to push in with the Lord without Boss's help. But now they are going to force the fight. Zai going to be in a little bit of trouble here. But the better big catch from AJ. He turns the time. He catches one, and the Ace will finish off Mao. And that's going to be the third one for Eevee, as SUHAZ Esports looking to snowball their way into the upper bracket finals.
The bait set up from Eevee to allow AJ to have his moment of glory. Ren QT tries to slow down this wave, but SUHAZ fans say otherwise. They know the end is nigh. Ren QT forced to back away.
Oh, Mom.
He's fine. He's fine. Mom is still okay. And now it's going to be the inhibitor that falls down. He doesn't mind. Give me all your ults. I'll take the damage. He goes down first. The Ace pulls backwards, but Mal is not satisfied. He wants to go for more. He walks up. He sees Box. He doesn't care. He wants the double. He gets hit by the circling eagle. He finds the immortality and will secure the kill onto the Ace. A triple kill for Mal to punish Red Esports. Zed, he's already using Nibiru's passion, but Box is overheated as well. He's down for the count, a quadra here for Red Esports. Whew, what a reply.
Oh, this is a huge moment from Red Esports, because the amount of goals swinging in Mao's favor means he is back online to fight this. It's not over yet for Red Esports. SUHAZ Esports, like you said as well, they overheated, overestimated their prowess, and got punished heavily for this.
They sacrificed way too much. At that point, you just give the Ace, give AJ. Box just needs to live, pull on back, play for your win conditions. Right now, SUHAZ Esports, their team fight is not too bad, and if they can bait out spells from Red Esports, especially that Iron Hook, things are going to be looking very much different. Ash is in a great position. He's got the knock-up, he's got the extra damage from the wind blow as well. Oh, So it's all about these moment-to-moment plays.
Yeah, it's come to a state where it is 50-50. Anything can happen. Immortality coming from box as a safety net. But like you said as well, as long as Mom doesn't get the sickest hook of his life, Red Esports is not going to be able to punish SUHAZ Esports. And SUHAZ Esports, they've got to realize that if they overcommit to a fight, and if they get caught on a position, can they disengage safely to prevent Mom from landing those hooks?
Here's the thing, it's about position, right? It's all about position. It doesn't necessarily need to be Mom who lands the iron hook. If Ash is able to hit 2 people with that wind blow, now that he's scaled well and has that holy glaive, right now he could actually nail it, but it looks like they're going to take their time, let the spells come out from SUHAZ Esports. That's already going to be the glorious pathway for a wind blow to disengage. Zayed did use the perfect execution, but Red Esports isn't in a position to fight just yet. They know that there's too much space and not exactly a good choke point to fight him at.
Yep, and as of yet, Red Esports, they have managed to bait out the glorious pathway, and on top of all the mana chunk coming from Box means that as long as Box's HP drops below a certain threshold, he's not going to be able to do too much. They can completely ignore him and focus on other targets. But here comes the Lord. They're going to try and focus it out. Box taking a little bit too much damage. Dean Ways getting chunked up pretty hard from Mao. But from the sides, AJ tries to get a big wombo combo. Mao needs to completely back out of the fight. And Red Esports looking for the reset. Meanwhile, Side is looking to go for the refrag. He catches AJ and he's making a dodge for his life. He iframes his way through. He survives it all, but he somehow needs to make a run for it, and he will eventually die at the hands of Zed as SUHAZ Esports finally catches him with the great escape play.
So close. Zayed was literally just a second off from his next dash, and he could have picked up the Cyclone Eye to completely disengage. So yes, the jungle is down, AJ is dead, but SUHAZ, they understand, even though they do have Retribution and can secure this Lord, it's too dangerous of a fight when Mal is still alive. It's too dangerous to keep on going when Ash has such a good way to blow them off of this neutral objective.
I definitely agree, and now SUHAZ Esports looking for the next Lord as well, but the rest of Red Esports is there. Zay's 5 seconds away from being respawned. They have no choice but to force a fight, but the conceal plays are coming in, but it's a little bit too late as the Ace will get the Lord for SUHAZ Esports.
It's unfortunate. Red Esports, again, the map control and a missing inhibitor down on the top side of their base really puts them at a disadvantage. They have to focus on the waves. Yes, give it over. We can play for the late. We can hold on for one more high ground defense.
Very, very difficult games here from Red Esports, but they have hit their timings and they are going to be able to bounce back. But as of yet, they need to get a big catch, and that's the catch that they need. They got Box out of isolation. He's got immortality, but most likely he's going to be taken now, and SUHAZ Esports will lose their jungler from the get-go.
Now, this just shows you Red Esports have scaled, and despite the fact that Box was so ahead throughout this game, it has come to a point where that gold lead does not matter. Red Esports have caught up.
Mom. The win condition for Red Esports hit those really sick hook, and you can see he catches on Eve, but he was able to flicker out, but he is a little bit out of position, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be able to escape with the help of the guiding winds.
Oh, I mean, it's great. It does mean that Eve does not have flicker, which is great for Mal in particular because he does not want to get assassinated. So that's the problem right now. SUHAZ have multiple avenues of punishing Red Esports, but that's the thing. If Red Esports find that first pickoff, again, the whole composition crumbles from SUHAZ.
As the game progresses, well, we are heading into the 20-minute mark territory, whereas Red Esports, they still have the advantage in terms of economy, but max item-wise, it's still not there yet. They still need more items on Mao. Mao is almost max slotted, whereas Eve is long way ahead in terms of itemization, but seems like they are going to try and force the issue. Eve getting poked out by Koopa, but SUHAZ Esports is going to go for the wrap around, but the conceal is going to get Red Esports out of the position. Red QT, however, will be stranded from the conceal. That means they will get the numbers advantage.
This is great. 3 ults for 3 ults, but SUHAZ come up with a free pick. And now that Red QT is gone, they don't have to worry about an annoying frontliner who can disengage the fight and affect our backline. They're going to go for the inhibitor. They're going to look for anything they can here. They can't go for picks for the side of SUHAZ Esports. Esports. But Mom, always being a threat, walks on up confidently. That iron hook just demands respect.
Yeah, they're risking a little bit too much. They don't need to overthrow this, knowing that the Lord is going to be up in 30 seconds. Even though they've got Red QT, Red Esports is still going to be able to contest against the next Lord as long as Zai is still alive.
Actually, I beg to differ. I think that SUHAZ Esports want to bait out Red Esports walking out of the base, and if somebody is caught out of position, could establish another lead against Red Esports, assuming that they play it perfectly and get the pick.
Yeah, we can see Zai playing a little bit confident here. He's got the immortality, means he is going to be looking for the setouts. Mom looking for the hooks as well, and SUHAZ Esports getting wary about his positioning. And like you said as well, they might look to force the issue as they go in for the bait. The minions are pushing toward Red Esports. You can see Zai preemptively showing top side to clear the lanes before joining this engagement, and I don't think SUHAZ Esports wants to force this fight as of yet. Red Esports has got good lane controls, but looks like they are going to make the play instead.
Yep, they're looking for those picks once again, and now they do find him, but it's too late. They fell into the trap. Red Esports, they find Ime, he's still alive, but Mal, all by himself, runs out of position. He has no choice. Dairoth wants him. He wins the 1v1. AJ, unfortunately, dies off. Vale is still alive, and SUHAZ Esports fall into the hands of Red. And Red is now making a play on bound towards topside. They have to force it as quick as possible. Zai will hold on to that bottom inhibitor with 1 HP left. They trade inhibitor for inhibitor, but the end is near. Can Red Esports clear this off? No, they don't find the hook. Oh no, the ace, he goes in with the circling eagle. Mal does not care, gets the secure on the kill. How long left? 10 seconds for Zed to come back for high ground defense, and Mal, the only one they need to end this game with no minions. Doesn't matter. Red Esports muscle their way in. GG, well played, Red Esports. Come back. It's 1-1.
What a comeback coming in from Red Esports. What an unexpected turn of events. But they pull through against SUHAZ Esports, tying the series. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into this game number 3. What a game, what a game.
Oh boy. This is a real game, and now good adaptations from Red Esports and SUHAZ when they were so close on the cusp of victory, could not close it out.
Oh, that is such a disappointment, but there is a reason why Franco is just so good. And, you know, Mom putting in a Franco when you need him to clutch, he makes it happen. When you least expect him, the hook lands, it completely throws off SUHAZ Esports. What a game coming from Red Esports.
Yeah, I just love the way that, Red Esports, initially they adapted in the draft. It looked pretty all right, and they had a lot more control established, but then it was about reading their opponent's movements and understanding what they're playing for. Unfortunately, for SUHAZ, they didn't adapt further than that. Red was just one step ahead, especially during that final Lord fight. So good, so good. Red Esports understood. They're playing for picks. Come into me. Fall into our trap. Get inside this choke point. And when you take that glorious pathway, you are falling straight into the wind blow.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, like, if you think about it, SUHAZ Esports, they had a perfect momentum from early stage game. They were just snowballing the way through, making sure that Zai doesn't have a great game overall. But the moment I think the turning point came in was that Mao was able to get himself quad kills up top. That was where pretty much the comeback mechanics start to kick in, and you can see Mao was able to start to get a lot of damage, and consistent enough, he's only died once, but because of him surviving throughout all the onslaught and all the pressure being thrown from SUHAZ Esports, he's able to bounce back and eventually carry the team as a marksman.
Personally, I think even if he didn't get the quad kill up on the top side of the map, I think Mal still would have carried this game regardless. It was a good play made by him, understanding that he had 3 items, and that's more than enough to take out these squishier targets. AJ, for example, no defense. The ace, as you can see, only has a dominance ice, but when you have a malefic roar, it's basically you have no ice at all. So I think at this stage, SUHAZ needed to recognize that Mal as well as Ash are going to be the main targets. And although you don't want to be the first person to get hit by the Iron Hook or get flickered on and then get bloody hunted, they didn't have much of a choice. So again, good job for Sorapayong, understanding and adapting in the draft.
Yeah, I feel like the draft wasn't an issue for me from both sides as well. Both teams played it really, really well, but it all came down to reading the situation and as well as execution. And Red Esports definitely played it super, super patient, despite being at a huge deficit of a loss, where SUHAZ Esports was able to clutch up multiple times, and like I said, it's all mistakes that actually cost them the game.
But that's the thing, right? I mean, SUHAZ Esports, the only way they win this game is if they close it out relatively early. They all eventually got outscaled. But let's look at the MVP coming in from Red Esports, going over to Mal once again. 7-1-8, a strong Popol and Koopa showing.
Yeah, definitely as well, because he was able to just completely chunk them out. Because if he did not set up multiple gangs and overcommitments coming from AV, overcommitments coming from the Ace as well, he would not have been able to force them out of position and get all those freebies and also separate the fight. So Popol and Koopa still kind of relevant in the right hands, and with the current condition, I feel like that was a good game coming from Mao.
Really good game. Honestly, I want to see what is going to be up next for SUHAZ, right? I think they understand it's like, yeah, we probably should have closed out the game a little bit early on, continue to play for picks a little bit more aggressively than we should have, and especially that one moment, they got the pick off on towards rank QT, and then all of a sudden, that's when they started to play a lot more passively, thinking, yes, the timings are great, the Lord is coming up, but Ren QT would respawn in that time. Had they achieved another kill within the cooldown of Lord coming back up in 20 seconds, I think that would have been a SUHAZ win.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But now, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series on game number 2 in case you missed out in action. And I feel like we said as well, SUHAZ Esports, they had perfect understanding that they are able to punish multiple. This was like a couple of mistakes that should not have happened coming from Box, knowing that the Franco can easily punish over extensions and over aggression because of this plays. And you can see multiple instances where SUHAZ Esports, they're looking to zone out using Box and pick off isolated targets and going for pickouts for maybe Zed to get a couple of kills here and there. But unfortunately, that was immediately read off by Red Esports later on, and it made it so easy for them to get all these kind of freebies with Mom getting those iron hooks.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, it's setting up, it's following up on if somebody is a little bit slower to the party, if somebody doesn't respond fast enough, Red Esports easily punishes them, no problem. But SUHAZ, on the other hand, I mean, you saw that play by AJ. If he gets into that backline, Mal is in trouble, and immediately, who are the first people who dies? AJ, the Ace, they're going to bait things out with Eevee, but Eevee is not prime real estate.
Yeah, you can see every single time the iron hook comes in, everyone with SUHAZ Esports, they are looking to scramble, they're looking to do something, but they cannot do anything at all, which makes them in a very peculiar spot where they will lose actually the entirety game because of the annoyance of the high hook. And for him to be able to stall things for both Zai and Mao compared to game number 1 just shows you how important Mom is in game number 2.
Yeah, it does. Oh boy. This is going to be a tough one. I think at this stage of the game, we're going to have to see what the adaptations are going to be from either side. Are we still going to see the traditional red on the blue side, SUHAZ on the red side once again, and whether that's going to change. But in the meantime, both coaches are going to hit the drawing board and readapt for this very final match in this best of 3. Who is going to be going down to the lower brackets? We are going to be finding out in game number 3 right after this short break. We'll catch you back in a bit.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just hand-picked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
I'm a rock star.
Hey, welcome back to MPL-MY Season 9, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and we are heading off into the decider match of both SUHAZ Esports as well as Red Esports. One of this team is going to advance, and one of this team is going to head into the lower brackets. My name is ICB12, and he's going to be in the queue, as we are going to be your commentators for today. But without further ado, shout out to our amazing sponsors for making all this happen here. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Chart, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for making the venue as much as amazing as possible, and also for us all.
Yep, the event wouldn't be possible without our beautiful sponsors. Thank you once again. But with that being said, a lot is on the line here right now. This is going to be the decider match, whether or not who is going to be moving on to the upper bracket against Gorak, and then the loser has to go up and play another game today, another best of 3 against Orange Esports. It looks like SUHAZ Esports is calling in the help of a veteran like HY to come into their midst. Probably going to be a double fighter comp once again. SUHAZ has been doing this pretty regularly during the regular season.
It seems like HY is going to be forced to play in the pocket strategy. We've seen him play this before. Zed didn't exactly do too well in both games, despite the game that SUHAZ Esports won. It was pretty much Box and DAs stealing the show alongside with AJ. So I feel like this is a necessary swap in order to garner the momentum from the side of SUHAZ Esports. So if they win this series, all is well. But if they lose the series, they've got another best of 3 series later by the end of today.
Yeah, I think it's a little tough here, right? Because again, Zed, he was in an awkward spot where a lot of the times for him to get in range to actually dish out his damage, he will put himself in the line of fire. Yeah. For, you know, the Grok up against the Veil, and especially against Mal, which is already a losing matchup, it's just really, really tough. And the threat of getting flickered on by Mom will always be looming when his battle spell is up. But in that meantime, I do think that as of right now, SUHAZ really need to start shaking things up with their draft, right? It's becoming a little bit more one-dimensional. Eevee, you have to give him credit where credit is. Dude, Styroth is really, really good.
Yeah, he's played it really, really well. Despite the matchups coming from game number 1 and game number 2, he played as much as he can. But unfortunately, like I said as well, the one hero that completely messed them up from closing up the game was none other than Mom on that Franco, which is super underrated as well, because every single time the hook comes in, if they get one target who's completely isolated, they pretty much buy themselves like a 40 to 1 minute window of space to gather some farm, and every single time he does it, everyone from SUHAZ Esports could not close up the game. So it's just, I feel like they should just completely respect and ban it off.
Well, it's hard. It's hard to ban it off entirely.
Is that what I think of it?
Glory man, you nice.
You know, I can see production is smiling. I can see everybody as well.
People get it. People get it. And the fans are happy to be here. Look at that crowd. Now, it's time for game number 3. Red Esports once again on the blue side and SUHAZ Esports on the red side. They are following up with the same bans.
Yeah, but as of now, they're just sticking the comfort picks all the way through. Red Esports getting 3 games in a row, first pick, and SUHAZ Esports getting second pick in a row. This time, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Phobius pick up if they decide to go for it for HY. At the same time, I feel like based on the hero pool so far, Beatrix is something that he's very comfortable with. Aside from that, we haven't seen too much success coming from SUHAZ Esports during the regular season on him playing any other marksman but the Beatrix. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure where they're going to go with, because HY is pretty flexible, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think they can still put AJ in the gold lane if need be, if they really need some lane priority, or at the very least make sure that Mal doesn't have a good time. Because, yes, you get Popo and Koopa, but what are you going to do against a Lilia, right? What are you going to do against a Kagura, for an example? There's a lot of good mage matchups against the hero pool that Mal brings to the table, and that's when you see HY move over to the mid lane, play something like a Grok, maybe like a Phobius as well, either gain or lose priority already. And that kind of shakes things up for Red Esports. But immediately Matilda is going to be the follow-up ban for the side of Red, which begs the question, Karina, yay or nay?
I think Karina is something that Red Esports needs to ban as well, just because these are two, the Matilda as well as Karina is two heroes that actually worked for SUHAZ Esports in game number 1 and proved to be very annoying in game number 2, and it's very respectable how well DA's played it, so it's understandable why they need to take it out. But now the question is, can DA's adapt to the respect ban from the side of Red Esports? Is he going to be forced to play an Angela? Is he going to be forced to play his traditional Cho, or maybe even a, I don't know, a Franco in his vicinity just to deny it away from mom?
I think Cho Franco might be an option here for SUHAZ within first rotation, right? But let's see. First of all, Karina gets banned out for the side of Red Esports. Lilia gets opened up into the pool, and SUHAZ Esports, are they going to adapt? Are they going to ban out the Fanny this time, or are they going to leave it open?
Lapa kas belanja makan bis. Puasa bang, tak boleh bang. We can't.
I can't. The Ace is the only person who's willing to do this. This is why he is an absolutely joy to cast for.
I know, right?
But Wanwan gets to be banned out by the side of SUHAZ Esports. I think that is a good option regardless. Wanwan is just a little too good.
Yeah, I feel like respecting Mao's 1-1 is something that they've got to go. You can see the sigh coming from from Mao. It's like, when can I play my signature hero? Like, when?
Can I do the thing? Can I do the thing now or no? No, not this time?
Absolutely not. Nope. Absolutely not.
Fair enough. But Red Esports first pick the Grok once again. They're still starting with a very flexible opening. Let's see how SUHAZ Esports is going to play around it. Maybe once again we are going to see the Daira from Eevee, but do we see any other kinds of priorities now that HY is in this roster?
I feel like 3 games in a row, they've got to respect this, but at the same time, I feel like Franco was something that they have to not underestimate. It's something that they have to take away from mom. It's annoying as heck, but if they go for it as well, Red Esports has the option to go for a Diggy, which I think Homeboys had a lot of success during the regular season. Unfortunately, in playoffs, didn't exactly go too well for them.
Here we go. They lock in both the Cho and as well as the Dairoth this time for the side of SUHAZ Esports. They have a flexible pick in the Cho, but Dairoth just wants to go up against Red QT. No matter what he pulls off, Eevee will know how to handle it, and I don't think that's too bad. If something is working, just keep up with it, and that's what Red Esports is doing right now. But I think that SUHAZ with the Cho does open up a lot of options, right? Now Mal has to think twice. Oh man, if I pick Popo and Koopa, am I going to get picked off? Is this going to be a roamer Cho, or is HY looking to kill me in lane?
I feel like it's definitely going to be a roamer Cho, but at the same time, it's very difficult as well because there is going to be heavy emphasis on timing the Shumpo to potentially dodge the Iron Hood or maybe even bait it out for his teammates. So very risky in that regards, but Red Esports, they are playing it safe. Popo and Koopa picks. They are going to pick the Lilia on top of it all. However, when it comes to ban-wise, it's a little bit straightforward, right? They can ban the Beatrix, they can ban off the Boxia, maybe even just completely shut down HY's heroes completely.
Oh,
okay.
Interesting. Okay, so the fact is, they already have one winning lane with Eevee in it. EXP, that's all for the side of SUHAZ Esports. But now that Xavier gets locked in, it's not that easy at all, right? Xavier is naturally going to get pushed in. Lilia naturally beats a lot of matchups with her raw early game abilities, but SUHAZ Esports make the smart choice and get rid of the Franco.
Yeah, this is definitely something that they need to respect as well. I was a little bit surprised that Red Esports managed to slide it off the hook, but at the same time, they can leave options for Mom to play more. The Grok is something that they can potentially flex again. They didn't do too well in game number 1, but to go up against a Cho matchup, what's the perfect catch? Like, will SUHAZ Esports go for Fanny? Yes or no? I don't think so. But if they go for it, there's still the Cooper out for grabs. Phoveus is something that they've got to be very worried as well, considering that Red Esports may opt to lean on the potential Phoveus pick by keeping the Grok as a flex pick so that they can use the Esmeralda for Ren QT.
Okay. That is a possibility. That definitely is a possibility. But based on the bans so far, it might not seem likely. Yuzong gets banned out for the side of Red Esports. SUHAZ Esports respond by getting rid of the Angela. Both are understandable here. But again, Xavier is in this weird spot. I do think that he does need a little bit of help in terms of their roamers. If Cho is able to help him clear the lanes, that'd be great. But
I think,
what are they going to match
I think
up in
Cho
goal?
is terrible at wave clear.
With the help of Xavier? I think
it's just enough. It's just enough. It's not the greatest, but it's just enough to survive.
I think ideally you would want to have like either a Grok or an Edith, right? Both of which can help clear your lanes a lot faster than a lot of other roamers. But I think at this stage of the game, you got to take the best that you can get. Baxia going to be the follow-up ban for Red Esports.
Yeah, we haven't seen Edith since what, the first or the third or fourth week of the regular season, and every team just kind of strayed away for it, which is very unfortunate.
It's just not that great. Jack of all trades, but not good at anything in particular.
I was expecting you to finish the Jack of all trades, master of none, but all right.
No,
I'll
gotta
take that
subvert
too.
expectations. You know, gotta subvert.
Do the unexpected.
I can't remember what the entire title is, but never mind. SUHAZ Esports now with first priority on the second phase. This is where it's gonna get a little dicey, right? Whatever they show is something that Red Esports could potentially counterpick, and it looks like it's going to be the Roger for the side of SUHAZ Esports. Rather interesting. Two squishies on the side of Red Esports. It's understandable, but the Grok is going to be a major problem.
Yeah, I feel like this is back to basic coming from SUHAZ Esports. Like, Box, he is going to be comfortable on a marksman jungler, knowing that HY doesn't lean on it as well. But if they force a double marksman coming from SUHAZ Esports, is not too bad as well. And HY, he has the option to go for Beatrix. He has the option to go for maybe even a Kimi if he decides to go for it. Which
go for Lunox as well.
Yeah, Lunox is pretty good as well.
Yeah, Lunox, Kagura, Farsa. There's a number of mages HY has played before this. I don't know. Personally, I think Harith isn't too bad as well if he really wants to go for it, but he needs to make sure he doesn't die in lane.
Well, let's take a look at what Red Esports has to say, but they are going to give Zayed his Hayabusa with the Valir tank coming in from Red Esports. In case SUHAZ Esports decides to bring the Hilda, which I think isn't not that bad as well, considering that the Cho may be in the goal lane.
Yeah, that's true. This is a hard read, but I think in general, based on what SUHAZ Esports have shown so far, the Valir is great at actually pushing back the Roger, pushing back people like Atlas as well, but there is a moment for the Ace to shine.
This is a fantastic hard read coming from Red Esports as well. I was completely sold on the idea that this is going to be a Cho tank, but HY has played it on the gold lane before, and they get a good hard read. Well done.
Yep, it's a good mechanical skill matchup, and I think this is this Valir is going to bring a lot of value. But the Ace, let's not forget, can still catch people off guard with those fatal links. A well-timed fatal links with a perfect match to get the movement speed and a flicker. He could be sucking in the entire team back into their doom and win SUHAZ the game.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see who's going to be taking the series here, but the adaptations has been set. Mom playing the Valir as a tank to try and slow things down. Meanwhile, SUHAZ Esports is going to be going back to the basics here. Veterans back in action to clutch it for the upper bracket finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game number 3 between SUHAZ Esports and Red Esports.
Let's see how they play this one out. This is going to be the decider here. Red Esports once again on the blue side up against SUHAZ Esports on the red side. Mom instantly looking to punish the Ace. He's not going to be able to get much done during level 1, so that's when Mom can walk up aggressively.
Yeah, I like how Mom is playing aggressive because he's got the average and he wants to be aggressive as much as he can as long as he gets his goal. And HY, what is going on? HY, he's taking a little bit too much damage and he's gonna pay the price. First blood in the hands of Red Esports.
Sure, but Eevee finds his own solo kill on Red QT. Both flickers have been utilized very early on, and yes, it looks like AJ is going into the gold lane.
That is a little bit of an interesting twist here. HY in the middle lane instead. All right.
I think it's fine. That's to a degree, but also the fact is AJ really doesn't do too much against Mal. Mal can literally walk up, take all of Xavier's abilities, and still win the trade.
Yeah, I think the idea coming from SUHAZ is to supercharge the Xavier, making sure that he gets his early items in the gold lane and on top of the mystery shop. So I wouldn't say it's a bad idea, but considering that the middle lane here, they are just going to lose out so much mid control and also clear wave speed because Cho isn't the fastest clearer in the world alongside with Atlas.
But that's the thing, right? I think this is a liability. I feel like it takes a little too long to get Xavier in that position. He needs 3 items, all of which are extremely expensive except for the Enchanted Talisman. And even then, you need the 4th item before you really start feeling the impact. So Red Esports, what they are seeing here from SUHAZ Esports, the fact is 2 members on top side, jungler as well as Dairoth. Bottom side, if they leave it on an island, Mal will naturally win. This 4v4 is already unideal for SUHAZ, but let's see, it's going to be immediately HY dying out.
Yeah, HY just giving away free gold all the way through, and there's nothing much he can do. And Red Esports, they know they can capitalize on this situation. And look at bottom lane, Mao is just completely bullying Xavier out, knowing that he can just shut him out.
Why did AJ use sprint under his turret? Why did AJ use sprint? There was no reason for him to do that. He's level 3 now, and now he completely loses out this lane against Mal. Without his sprint, if he gets doved on after turtle, well, that's on him.
Yep, it's just a little bit misplaced here coming from SUHAZ. But now here comes the dawning light.
Okay.
Oh, no, no.
That was a little too close for comfort there, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I don't think he has the damage as well. Like, it's still rather early as well.
It's still 500 damage on top of whatever magic damage he has. So that's like, what, 520, 530, which is about a little bit under how much... wait.
Retribution.
Yeah,
it's definitely lower.
It's still a little scary, though. It's still a little scary.
Well, you know, not everyone can pull the moon, man. It's not easy shooting to the skies and to the stars and the moon.
Oh boy. Now, let's see how they play this out, because SUHAZ Esports, after that neutral objective is done, immediately they push all their forces down to the bottom side, expecting Red Esports to look for punishment on the Xavier, which is a good response here. However, that opens up the mid lane once again.
I definitely agree. Meanwhile, the Ace gonna be making sure that Box has a pretty decent time, and Box is somehow managing to match up against Zayed. However, Zayed does have a half a level advantage against Box, and you can see SUHAZ is just backing out because of the space.
Oh, this is so bad, and Mal is playing the lane perfectly. He is just freezing it under towards his side, only giving Xavier little scraps, but the Ace, he could potentially... Oh, he gets pushed away by the Searing Torrents.
You hate to see these moments, my friend. Oh, yo. I feel so bad for the Ace, but at the same time, what can you do? The Searing Torrent is just so much value in doing a lot of aggression to these kind of divey compositions.
Speaking of which, looking down on towards bot side, Mal making sure he is doing some good reading with the communication from his team. He backs off, and still, they cannot break this freeze. Xavier just backs away. There's nothing he can do about it with 3 members in mid already pushed out. Hayabusa can walk up to mid, clear that off, and then immediately start to go down. Dawning Light. Oh, the Ace finds it. They take down the turret, but at what cost? The Ace gets pushed to the wall by the Searing Torrent, secured the kill by Bob, but it's the box show. He's looking for Maul. Maul is starting the recall, but he can't walk up. Mob is slowing him down. Like and Pound secures the kill, and he walks away. Mob did not have enough cooldowns to get the refresh on the fireball.
Oh, that was so close as well. Mao was almost a couple of seconds before he actually backs out, and if he was able to back out, I do not think Box has the damage and the movement speed to back out that fight at all.
I mean, there's literally nothing you could do there. Like, even at max range, he could try to get a Popo Surprise down to hopefully stop him and get a refrag, but no, hold on, the gates are open, and it's going to be Red QT, the first to fall to the Dawning Light, and the rest of the team just backs off instantaneously. They don't want to push their momentum.
Yeah, somehow AJ is hitting really, really hard despite not having the greatest of the game, but he's able to build out a little bit more damage compared to what the other Xaviers we've seen throughout the days so far. So interesting adaptation, but somehow SUHAZ Esports is able to defend for now.
I don't think it's an interesting adaptation. I just think that Grok doesn't have any MR at this stage of the game, so he's just going to take it, right? There's nothing much you can do about it. Base damage just coming in from the Dawning Light is already high in itself, the main damage component for SUHAZ. But speaking of which, bottom side getting punished. Side with a quick split push here, doing some very good work. I mean, the map plays coming out from Red Esports is very, very smart. Yes, they did take a little bit of a bad trade down bot side, but they broke tier 1, and look, immediately lane swap up on that top side.
Yeah, they're looking for setup for the turtle for the top side as well, coming from both SUHAZ as well as Red Esports, knowing that as of yet, Red Esports has got perfect control. Hayabusa is just crazy ahead in terms of farm. Zayed is just uncontested so far, and he's super annoying to deal with just because of how much split push potential he can bring to the table. Whereas SUHAZ Esports, they don't necessarily have amazing split push potential, but they have amazing wombo combo though.
Well, speaking of wombo combos, the Ace does see Ash, but he's not going to commit anything onto him, knowing that he has the black shoes. It's going to be an Ice Queen's Wand first purchase coming in from Mom, which is a great item here considering how many people he is trying to keep at bay. You might as well put some slows on top of it.
This is kind of risky coming from Mom, considering that he needs to be the tank for the team, but going for an early Ice Queen Wands means that RenQT has to be very active on
Oh, there we go!
But here he comes, the 3-man Fatal Link set up for the Dawning Light, but do they have the damage? Absolutely not. The Ace won't get the punish, even from the side. It's gonna salvage the situation, but HY a little bit too low for the fight, and that's gonna be the double kill from Zayed, whereas he flanks from behind.
A huge setup coming in from the Ace, but Red Esports had the perfect response. That's why you see the Purify on coming in from Ash. That's why you see the flickers coming in from everybody. But RenQT here to save the day. His disengage and to double catch with the wild charge against the corner of the wall on the mid lane made all the difference.
Yeah, nicely done coming from Red Esports, but SUHAZ Esports getting a little bit overzealous, expecting that AJ does have the damage. The Dawning Light looks good, but like I said as well, not enough damage unless, like you said as well, possibly 3 to 4 items, which is most likely somewhere along level 12, level 13, which is unless he gets a decent amount of farm.
Well, I mean, they could adapt. They could adapt and they could put AJ onto something a little bit more cooldown based just to play for Peel. Because again, they just need them to be below the 40% threshold and then Box can do something. But the Ace, he does find one. The Pommel Surprise does lock him down to slow him, but Mao will be dying to the Dawning Light this time. Box is the next to fall to the Oki Shadow kill, but it's Lilia who finds it. Mom does get kicked, but he doesn't care.
Oh, that was so unfortunate as well. The fight was isolated and AJ is gonna get caught out. That's gonna be Red Esports catching him up. It's all up to Eve, but he's level 9 against Zayed who's level 12. He's gonna try and get a frag on Mom. Unfortunately, will not be able to do so. And Red Esports, they're looking to bounce back and they're looking to shut them all down.
It's not looking good. 8 minutes into the game, going on to the 9th. 6.6k for Red Esports. A huge deficit for SUHAZ. And honestly, it's not looking good whatsoever. AJ, yes, he has the Enchanted Talisman. Yes, he does have cooldown boots. But by the time he gets that Lightning Truncheon, it might be a little too late.
I definitely agree. It's going to take a little bit more time coming from AJ. And on top of it all, HY going for the Radiant Armor to deal with Ash is smart and all. But look at this coming from Red Esports. Mom got an early Ice Queen Wand, but he's also got the Brute Force Breastplate. It means he's going to be very, very tanky as well and very difficult to actually kill.
I mean, the fact is, there's double Ice Queen Wands and a Genius Wand coming in from Ash. So Ash, every single time he deals damage, Mom is going to deal more damage at the same time. Just the Genius Wand shred is good.
Agreed.
But the fact is, the peel from Red Esports is absolutely ridiculous. And with the CC from Maul has more than enough times to choose optimal targets to punish before committing to a fight.
Agreed. Definitely agree as well. Likewise coming from Zayed as well, who's just got his endless battle. And you can see every time the Ace goes in for the setup, the idea of wombo combo is smart and all, but he needs to buy a little bit more time. Like AJ needs a little bit more time where he can potentially one-shot people. Likewise coming from Box, and however, from the sides, Eve gonna be forced to flicker out of there, and Red Esports is gonna be able to force disengagements. HY, however, looking to set up for the way of the dragon, but looks like he's not gonna be able to escape this as Mao tries to force a little bit too much, and SUHAZ Esports, they're looking to run away, but unfortunately, he cannot do too much. The Ace goes in for a big fatal link, but AJ's damage just completely nothing. Ash, however, gets picked up from Box on the side. HY looking for the way of the dragon, catches on RenQT, and now Box is going ham already, and he bounces back, and he fights them back, and they get 4, and they get a wipeout out of nowhere.
A huge play coming in. SUHAZ looked like they were going to fail that fight and got picked off, but it doesn't matter. The formation of Red Esports broke as soon as Ash died, allowing Box to get into the backline to finish up the dirty work. What a play. This is playoffs here, baby. MPL-MY has never looked better.
How is that even possible? How was SUHAZ Esports able to dissect Red Esports in that separation. That should not have been possible.
It really shouldn't. It honestly shouldn't have happened, but Ash made the first mistake here. He needs to stick together closely with Mom and peel for Mal. Mal is their win condition. They don't have any other options.
Oh my goodness, such a difficult game. It feels like Red Esports was about to bounce back, but SUHAZ Esports, they're not giving up yet. But because of that small play, it allows Box to scale ahead and to tie it with Zion, alongside giving AJ a little bit more space to work with. You can see the Malefic Raw purchase coming from Box means it's not entirely over yet.
I mean, yes, it's not entirely over, but that 6K lead from Red Esports immediately dwindled down. And with this Lord pushing at their base on top of it all, well, if they lose an inhibitor, it's not going to be great, but here comes the Dawning Light again. Mal losing 50% of his HP. Ace looking for anybody to catch, but it doesn't matter. They just back away, play discipline. They can turn these fights around. One wipeout was doable. A second wipeout is very possible.
Agreed, and agreed. Mom, he's going to try and set things up for Red Esports. He's harassing their way over QT, going for a setup, but no, they get caught up from Dawning Light. But now SUHAZ Esports, they have to back up. They overestimate themselves, but Mao getting dived in from Box, but he doesn't have the damage to do so. Meanwhile, Mao is looking to chip away at Eevee on the sides. Unfortunately, still needs a little bit more items than Dawning Light. Oh my goodness, Zion taking a huge chunk of damage from the Dawning Light.
Yep, he goes back towards spawn and is like, nope, I don't want to deal with that. That is, I want to be topped off with my health. But now, with the most important objective coming up, 75 more seconds, Mal purchasing a Berserker's Fury. He should be getting close. I'm pretty sure that's going to be his third item at this point, or maybe his second. We'll see as we pull up. No, it's 40k, definitely his third item.
Agreed, but now let's take a look at the items real quick as well. AJ also showing the prowesses of the Lightning Truncated Power, and because of that spike, you can see how much damage he's able to dish out. And next up as well, is most likely going to be the glowing wand coming from AJ, I guess. And once that's happened, he's looking to take away at everyone coming from Red Esports.
Oh, yikes. There's not enough armor completed for the side of SUHAZ Esports. That's for sure. Everybody has been focusing on making sure that they get some form of MR, especially since the mid lane duo Mom and Ash have been dealing a good amount of damage. Radiant Armors and Athena Shields have already come out, but only one person has finished an anti-cuirass, and that's going to be HYHY.
Yeah, and Eve also going to be getting the Malefic Roll on top of it all. But as of yet, Red Esports, they have to be worried about AJ for sure, right? If you think about Ash, he's just got his Divine Glaive, but most of the instances where Ash is, he's not able to fully utilize his Shadow Ball because his HP is always fluctuating between 50%, more than 70% and less than 50%.
Oh, I'm thinking of outs for SUHAZ.
Oh wait, AJ going for the Genius Wand? Alright, I take it back, it's not the glowing one.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to be able to kind of supplement, right? He wants to be able to continuously do damage more than anything, and he needs it now rather than later. Dawning Light already out.
Big Mao.
50%. HY finds the pick in combination with a Lycan Pounce from Box, but now they have to disengage and looking for an option, but they find it to Ace! Oh my god! They get distracted by Eevee, and it's all over now! Zion is on the run. He needs to somehow create space, or at the very least keep SUHAZ Esports distracted, but the Ace cancels the recall. Dawning Light. Zion loses 50% of his HP as Eevee is on the chase.
Oh, he's buying time for the team. He dodges the Abysm Strike. He's going to be A-okay, but damn, what is that damage? Perfect catch coming from AJ, allowing both Box and HYHY to get the biggest catch of their life. Mao didn't even see what hit him before it's over, and that is going to be the Lord coming in, and there's no way Red Esports can do anything about this.
Oh my god, what a play by SUHAZ Esports, catching off and flanking at the right time. Red Esports, it's all about formation. They cannot lose this formation against SUHAZ. They need a traditional front-to-front against them, and if they do, they will be the eventual winners of that outcome. But so far, SUHAZ, time and time again, have been just finding little cracks in this solid formation.
Yeah, Mao has died 4 times in a row. He is pretty much a comeback mechanic from Red Esports. As long as he gets taken out throughout the entirety of the fight, Red Esports will lose a majority of their power spike or damage output against SUHAZ Esports, and they have multiple heroes that can do that for the setup. So it's interesting with this adaptation, but somehow SUHAZ Esports has made it work with the Xavier, because now it's late game territory. Now it's Xavier saying hello to everybody.
Let's see how it plays out. HY needs to find that pick all over again. And the battle spells for DAce is already back up. He could be looking for a play here, but it looks like they're going to take the safe option. They're not going to force it just yet. Conceal. DAce, he's looking for an option here. No, he gets pushed back by the Searing Torrents, but now with the knockup from the Alpha Wolf, it's going to be HY. He finds it. DAce finds it, but can they capitalize? It's going to be Amy. He finds his pick on towards Miles' side, forcing out the immortality. Zion is chasing him down. DAce even flickering forward, but it's going to be the dawning light that sends Zion to the Shadow Realm.
Oh, they managed to trade 50-50s. You saw the power of the Shadow Realm. You saw the power of the Dawning Light. You saw the power of what the Fatal Links brings to the table. And now it's not over yet. Ready's fighting for it. But AJ completely takes him out, and it's not over yet. But Ready's they've got to take almost everything to fight against this. The double mage here against the jungler and Vox. Does he want to fight this? No, he does not. He is going to play it safe and focus on objectives for SUHAZ Esports.
When you think they're down for the count, they just come back even stronger. That's MY right here. SUHAZ fans are cheering now with a 3.7k lead. The goal doesn't matter. It's the plays, but with a significant disadvantage with no inhibitors from Red Esports. Fighting for this next Lord is going to be tough if SUHAZ plays the map correctly.
Now, let's talk about win condition from both sides. SUHAZ Esports, their objective is to make sure that Mao gets taken out very quickly. Whereas Red Esports side, they have to make sure they can find an opportunity to completely take AG out of the pool before the big wombo combo comes in. And speaking of which, here comes the Fatal Link. They catch onto one side. That is a big catch for SUHAZ Esports.
No, that is the worst catch for Red though. Mal is a priority, but now that Zion is gone, there's not going to be a retribution to stop this initial push. They don't have anything else, and it looks like SUHAZ, they don't want a Luminous Lord. They're banking in for the win.
Yup, look at this. They're trying to force mistakes as well. HY gets the King Purify force down from Ash, and a big
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
What is that damage? Mao is out of the picture, and SUHAZ Esports, they're looking to close out the game, and they're heading into the upper bracket finals to face off against Soda. What a game from SUHAZ Esports!
Oh my god! A beautiful comeback victory coming in. It's SUHAZ. They brought the fam here. Even Mr. SUHAZ himself cheering for his team. GG. Well played. They move on in the upper brackets, knocking Red Esports down to face Orange for the third game. Let's see what they have to say in the SUHAZ mic check.
Pokin ni, boleh. Aku ada buat, aku tepek. Aku lepas. Masuk, wah. Nice. Santai. Buat sini, buat. Aku dapat 3. Nice. Biar. Dia dah ulti buat. Go. Wah. I want wah. Kiting. Ini aku ulti. Siapa nak tekan? Aku ulti you, Brody you.
no flick.
Ada flicker. Dia dah olah. Dia dah olah kita orang. Boleh Abi. Nice.
Defend.
Aku defend.
Betul. Defend aku.
Jom.
Jom. Go. Give jeep.
Tahu. Ditrik mana ah? Jom.
Dapat. Ni mantap. Backup kan?
Dah mati.
Aku kelilot tu. Biar aku kelilot.
Dah. Santai. Menang. Boleh. PT. Dapat.
Tak.
Boleh.
Man.
Defend bawah side.
Kau dia.
Mal.
Dah, betul aku kena di belakang ni.
Tak apa, Mal. Kau menang, Mal.
Boleh turun dah. Turun, Mat.
Boleh.
Boleh tak?
Menang. Aku ulti 10 lah.
Ni Shani sekarang ni diorang perlahankan kita tau.
Dia perangkan mid ni
Tau, sekarang ni kita kena ada idea lain tau. Jangan menunggu aku. Jangan tunggu aku.
Makan nak dapat makan.
Dapat popol lah. Asyik. Dia flicker. Lilia dengan Lilia.
Aku stand aku pergi dah.
Nice. Popol. Gerak. Santai. Popol tak ada flicker.
Aku ulti. Lo.
Masuk. Nice.
Dapat popol.
Go. Kejar. Gerak.
Aku stand gerak.
Gerak. Ini dapat 3 orang. Ready tengok aku. Sabar tengok aku.
Cepat ni.
Dapat. Dah 3 dulu, dah bau. Nice. Asyik.
Perlawanan pembukaan hari kedua yang cukup dahsyat. Anda sekarang bersama saya Sid selaku stage host dan bersama saya iaitu DS, pemenang daripada pasukan SUHAZ Esports.
Halo semua.
Alright, DS. First of all, tahniah.
Sama.
Persembahan yang cukup baik ditunjukkan oleh pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Apa perasaan awak DS selepas berjaya menewaskan pasukan di tangga pertama dekat grup B iaitu pasukan Red Esports di peringkat playoff ni?
Saya rasa bangga dan kami dapat balas dendam pada regular season and kita orang ada fan datang, so itu yang lagi semangat tu.
Alright. Dan bercakap tentang fans,
Alright.
sebenarnya terus terang saya cakap ini fans yang paling kuat sekali laungan dia. Adakah itu salah satu pembakar semangat pasukan SUHAZ untuk mendapatkan kemenangan?
Fan-fan ni semua dari zaman dulu MYA, so memang daripada tulang belakang kami lah.
Dia ibarat macam player ke-6 lah.
Yes.
Alright. Memandangkan pasukan SUHAZ dah pun melayakkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya, apakah persediaan pasukan SUHAZ Esports untuk terus pergi insyaAllah pergi ke Grand Final?
InsyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik and kita akan kaji balik mistake apa semua and kita akan usaha lagi keras and kepada penonton teruskan bagi semangat.
InsyaAllah. Baru boleh balik Ipoh kan? Okay, alright. Kata-kata terakhir kepada peminat yang menyokong pasukan SUHAZ baik dekat sini dan juga pada dekat live stream.
Kepada peminat-peminat kami, tak pun ibu bapa, terima kasih menyokong kami. InsyaAllah kami akan buat yang terbaik pada esok hari dan doakanlah kami kemenangan. Amin.
Amin. Itulah kata-kata daripada pemenang di antara pasukan SUHAZ Esports dan juga pasukan Red Esports. Tahniah diucapkan sekali lagi kepada DS. Tapi kita akan pergi kepada post show bersama dengan Lafel dan juga Adin yang telah pun bersedia. Silakan.
Welcome to playoffs. Selagi Crystal tak pecah, selagi tu game tu boleh comeback. Ada dekat Analyst Simon Post Show bersama saya Lafel dan juga Adin. Adin, terus terang saya cakap, bulu roma semua tengah diri.
Semua tengah berdiri sekarang ini sebab ini baru hari yang kedua Lafel. Tetapi semangat, debaran, kehangatan yang dirasai itu dah macam grand final kita yang akan dilangsung pada hari Ahad.
Bukan hari ini saja, semalam every single game dekat playoff kita boleh nampak it's a different vibe. Semua pasukan mereka naik mereka punya skill, mereka naikkan mereka punya idea dari segi draft. Jadi apa kata kita tengok draft dan juga itemization untuk kedua-dua pasukan?
Okay, kita akan fokus terlebih dahulu untuk pasukan Red Esports di sini. Hero yang lebih kurang sama saja diguna pakai oleh Mal, Papa dan Kupang main dengan agak baik tapi KDA-nya seringkali dikejar dan seringkali ditangkap. Mam menggunakan Valet adalah satu combo yang baik untuk counter ke atas Atlas, di mana kalau Atlas bergerak ke hadapan untuk menangkap beliau tetapi akan ditolak dengan Searing Torrent. Tetapi bijak pada pasukan SUHAZ di mana mereka tahu Searing Torrent ini adalah masalah utama, so tunggu skill itu dah tak ada baru DACE akan masuk.
Dalam mic check juga kita dengar macam mana SUHAZ Esports mereka sendiri mengaku untuk pasukan Red mereka ada banyak sangat advantage yang boleh hentikan pergerakan SUHAZ. Jadi kita nampak macam mana DACE ni cakap jangan harapkan aku, jangan harapkan aku, dan kita nampak HY pergi ke depan try untuk bait semua skill and then baru dia masuk. Once Searing Torrent dah pakai, kalau DACE ada flicker dia masuk ke depan and bila dapat tangkap tu benda tu yang I suka tengok.
Ya, and satu lagi perkara di sini I nampak ada 3 Athena Shield yang telah dilengkapkan. Tapi adakah Athena Shield tu terlampau lewat sebentar tadi?
Sebab kita tengok match time ni adalah 18 minit tetapi mereka berjaya untuk complete dalam minit 14 hingga 15. So mereka dekat dalam game ni rasa macam kita nampak Xavier not going to be a problem. And to be fair, pada bahagian awal game Mal berjaya untuk control AJ dekat dalam lane, jadi AJ tak boleh nak farm. So sebab tu Mal sendiri cakap tak payah nak buat Athena Shield, you guys selamat, Xavier tadi nak keluarkan damage. But once dah skill, semua pasukan dekat sini dengan goal cukup untuk siapkan item dan semua level 15, Xavier akan sakit. The late game potential is there.
Ya, to be honest bukan setakat lane EJ saja, malah dekat bahagian tengah pun di mana Ash boleh mendapatkan kemenangan. Tetapi pasukan SUHAZ bijak main dengan power spike untuk mendapatkan kemenangan mereka. Namun begitu, kita lihat post stats di sini. Daripada sudut damage dealt, lihat AJ.
Wow.
I mean, ni menunjukkan Rafael, yes Xavier early game memang tak ada apa-apa, tapi jangan pandang rendah dekat late game nanti.
Dekat sini, saya nak cakap lagi di mana saya punya analysis di mana setiap kali Xavier bermain, Belum lagi ada damage yang bawah 100,000. Tak kisah menang ataupun kalah. Dan untuk pasukan Red Esports, kita nampak damage Ash besar sebab kita tengok perlawanan early game. Red Esports, mereka berjaya untuk control every lane kecuali kat bahagian EXP kerana kita nampak mismatch. Ada 2 mage kat tengah. Lilia lawan dengan mage lain pun dia boleh menang. Apa lagi bila lawan dengan fighter dan juga tank. Jadi sebab tu kita nampak Red Esports sepatutnya mereka menang. In terms of drafting, in terms of lane matchup, mereka menang. Tapi apa yang dapatkan comeback?
Kita lihat bagaimana comeback yang didapatkan oleh pasukan SUHAZ adalah bagaimana short call daripada DS juga. Diorang tahu diorang tertewas dengan gameplay yang dibawakan oleh Esports dan kerana itu diorang comeback balik diorang punya senses. Kita main relax, kita main sabar, kita kiting terlebih dahulu. HY, saya faham sebenarnya bukanlah game yang terbaik beliau, tetapi dia absorb damage yang paling banyak untuk pasukan dia, membenarkan setup daripada DS dilaksanakan, membenarkan AJ pun boleh choose siapa yang dia nak keluarkan Donny Light dan siapa yang dia nak kenakan stun, dan box juga boleh analyskan perlawanan tersebut. Okey, kita tengok AJ dan juga HY dah cover up banyak, so I boleh pilih target mana yang I mahukan.
Dekat sini kita perlu emphasize apa-apa hero jenis tangkap, dia tak perlu untuk tangkap semua hero pada bahagian awal sampai late. Hanya one catch. That one catch saja yang boleh tukar game. Tapi macam mana pun sekarang kita akan tengok MVP of the game. Game ketiga ini akan diberikan kepada DS. All hail DS. Atlas dia sangat-sangat hebat.
Oh, sangat-sangat hebat. 1-5-11 KDA, tapi itu tak menceritakan segala-galanya. Kill participation 60%, gol per minit 506. Tetapi macam mana Lafel cakap, dia buat semua. Dia ada tangkap 3 orang. Dia ada tangkap seorang, tapi seorang yang dia tangkap tu siapa tadi, Lafel? Siapa yang mengubah corak perlawanan tadi tu yang ditangkap?
Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Popol Kupa. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan any damage dealer. Tapi again, dia sendiri mengaku yang dia tak boleh nak tangkap. And then dia macam curse sendiri kan. Dia cakap macam, guys, saya tak boleh tangkap. Tiba-tiba dia yang tangkap semua. So dekat sini, pasukan SUHAZ, like, again, bila nampak bulu roma terus meremang. Because again, susah sebenarnya. Atlas dah kena counter. Macam mana dah kena counter, but still berjaya untuk dapatkan. Memang DS deserve dapatkan MVP ni.
Ya, micro dengan macro gameplay daripada DS sangat-sangat bijak. Dan satu tangkapan kalau kita dapat lihat dekat highlight nanti di mana dia tangkap Zaid.
Oh yes, yang last sekali.
At the moment, Lot nak hidup, Zaid ditangkap, Zaid dijatuhkan, dan ketika itulah pasukan SUHAZ kita ingat, diorang boleh Lot, but no. Bila dah tahu Zaid dah tak ada, diorang sebenarnya boleh terus dapatkan perlawanan. Dan kalau anda ingin dapatkan fahaman yang lebih lanjut, kita akan lihat terlebih dahulu highlight yang dibawakan oleh Samsung Galaxy A series, di mana early game, to be honest, Red Esports menang dekat 2 lane. Dekat atas ni a bit of 50-50, tapi dekat mid dengan dekat gold lane, mereka menang dengan sangat-sangat besar sebenarnya.
Ya, pasukan SUHAZ, mereka susah kerana dekat bahagian mid, mereka adalah melee hero. Mereka tak nak lawan dengan Lilia. Manakala dekat bahagian bawah, good mechanics berjaya untuk push AJ untuk dapatkan farm. And pasukan Red Esports, mereka berani untuk engage because dorang, pasukan SUHAZ kalah daripada segi gold, kalah daripada segi experience dalam 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 gold. And pasukan SUHAZ, mereka understand kelemahan mereka sendiri. And selepas tu kita boleh nampak mereka dah start comeback. Dalam game tu sendiri, mereka tukar mereka punya plan. Mereka tukar mereka punya cara of engagement. Dan saya rasa this is the sign of a true champion. Macam mana walaupun dalam kekalahan, boleh jumpa cara untuk menang.
Ya, I mean dalam permainan MLBB ni, saya selalu cerita dekat ramai orang, ada 2 side of the coin. Macam mana you nak menang kalau lead you besar, snowball effect, dan terus dapatkan objektif dan terus dapatkan kemenangan. Macam mana you nak menang kalau you tengah tertewas. Goal lead pasukan SUHAZ sebentar tadi about 5,000, 6,000 gol. Tapi this one particular team fight, diorang dapatkan wipe out, terus Red Esports punya goal lead 1,000 saja. Terkejut saya sebentar tadi.
Itulah kita boleh nampak di mana SUHAZ Esports punya fans semua sangat-sangat excited dan tengok Cat again, and then Business Rise, like mereka dah dapat tangkap and then mereka chain all the damage. And dekat sini, okay, dia antara 2 sides of the coin. Sama ada SUHAZ Esports, mereka tahu yang Zaid akan pergi ke atas, jadi mereka anticipate, mereka buka conceal and then kejar, ataupun Zaid sendiri yang melakukan kesilapan. Dan ini adalah perlawanan upper bracket. Jadi kita tengok perubahan dekat bracket, di mana kita akan nampak dulu pada bahagian upper bracket. Pasukan Toda akan lawan dengan pasukan SUHAZ Esports. This is going to be an amazing match. Itu adalah best of 5. Dan kita dah nampak kita punya lower bracket match. Pasukan SMG selepas ni akan lawan dengan pasukan Caracal, dan kita dah nampak Orange Esports akan menentang dengan Red Esports.
Ya, perlawanan color dekat bahagian lower bracket pada malam nanti. Tetapi tak tahulah saya nak sebut ataupun tidak.
Tak. Dekat sini
saya macam ada konspirasi.
Tak, kita ada banyak sangat konspirasi. Kita jangan cerita dulu. Kita biar MPL-MY punya group mereka cuba untuk fikirkan and then kita tengok betul atau tidak.
Okay, Red Esports diorang kena main satu lagi game, tetapi pada malam nanti. So mereka kena gunakan masa rehat ini untuk study balik apakah salah silap mereka dan mungkin untuk rehatkan mental mereka untuk prepare match yang seterusnya pada malam nanti pukul 8.45 berhadapan dengan Orange Esports, di mana kalau mereka tertewas, itulah perjalanan mereka.
Dekat sini Adin, I mind blown sebab kita nampak regular season minggu 1 sampai minggu ke-8 there were a lot of good games, don't get me wrong, tapi kat bahagian playoff it's a different ball game. Kita boleh nampak the level of competition jauh lebih tinggi. Like, this is great. 1 minggu cuti saja. Banyak sangat improvement.
I baru nak cakap, adakah 1 minggu cuti tu sebenarnya kita ingatkan sekejap, tapi sebenarnya agak lama untuk actually semua pasukan buat perubahan yang sangat ketara. Semalam kita lihat Caracal, different gameplay. Orange Esports start season tertewas beberapa kali, tapi layakkan diri dekat playoff dan dapatkan kemenangan pada hari semalam 2-0.
Dan kita boleh nampak mereka sebenarnya berani to change things up. Caracal, mereka tukar mereka punya line up. SUHAZ Esports, game ketiga, game yang sangat penting, masuk ke HY and then menggunakan fighter kat kawasan tengah. So dekat sini, again, like all the games sangat hebat. So I memang kepada semua orang yang tengah menonton sekarang, jangan miss mana-mana game. Kalau you katakan fans Toda you tak nak tengok game lain, no, seriously, tengok every single game. In fact, kita akan bincangkan pasal game SMG lawan dengan pasukan Caracal, di mana again Caracal nampak sangat-sangat kuat dan SMG walaupun mereka kalah 2-0 lawan dengan Toda, kita tak boleh nak underestimate mereka punya disiplin untuk always get the objectives.
Berani untuk buat penukaran dan player itu sendiri juga berani untuk galas tanggungjawab yang telah diberikan kepada mereka. Macam mana Caracal, kita tahu starting of the season sebelum Lexia masuk, kita nampak Neo akan bermain dekat bahagian tengah, tapi masuk dekat playoff ini apabila Lexia dah masuk, Neo terpaksa main EXP laner walaupun kita tahu dia boleh main perkara tersebut. Tetapi again, perubahan yang telah diberikan dengan masa yang agak pendek, I memang pujilah setiap player untuk accept that changes tersebut.
Sekarang ni kita akan buat short analysis kenapa SMG kalah, macam mana Caracal menang. Sebab kita boleh nampak ada relationship dekat situ, di mana pasukan SMG Toda kalahkan mereka fokus pada bahagian mid lane. Pasukan Stormy tak boleh nak dapatkan that advantage. Kemudian pasukan Caracal, lagi kita nampak Lexia kalau dia berjaya untuk dapatkan a long range mage hero, dia akan masuk ke dalam jungle. So kalau pasukan SMG mereka tak boleh nak tahan pasukan Caracal untuk control the jungle dengan mid lane, adakah akan jadi problem?
I nak buat satu prediction sebenarnya sekarang ni. I rasa untuk SMG ada perubahan jungle. Kemungkinan Win akan main nanti. Tapi macam mana pun sekarang, kita kena tengok. Kita nak reward semua orang yang vote pasukan SUHAZ untuk menang. Jadi dekat sini, inilah pemenang MPL Predictor kita. Di mana kita ada Mac Ramos, Hazim, Razlan dan Muhammad Hanis Hamizan. Tanya you guys berjaya untuk dapatkan skin Ruby sebab percayakan pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Dan kepada semua orang yang nak join MPL Predictor untuk game Caracal lawan dengan game SMG, pastikan anda letak siapa yang akan menang dalam game tu dengan hashtag MPL Predictor bersama dengan game ID dan juga server ID. Ya, untuk mendapatkan peluang mendapatkan skin Ruby. Dan mana tahu lepas ni kalau anda mohon dekat MPL, mohon dekat Muntun, mungkin dapatkan skin yang berbeza pula lepas ni. Ya, macam mana sekalipun, kita bukan nak bagi MPL Predictor punya prize sahaja. Kita ada lagi satu yang kita nak beri kepada fans, tapi mereka kena earn it. Untuk MPL Predictor, mereka kena tengok masa depan. Mereka kena ada kepercayaan yang tinggi untuk tahu tim mana yang akan menang. Tetapi daripada minggu pertama, soalan dia senang. Makin lama makin susah. Bila time playoff ni, I tak tahu fans boleh jawab ke tidak. Masalah I pun tak tahu adakah level of difficulty dia akan lagi tinggi ataupun disebabkan MPL baik hati, mungkin dia nak bagi soalan yang senang dan hadiah dia lagi cukup lumayan. MPL Predictor kena bijak untuk predict. MPL ni kena bijak sekarang. Sekarang ni MPL Learning pun cuba bayangkan kalau soalan dia, cuba fikir untuk pasukan Caracal dengan SMG, boleh ke tak letak pressure kat kawasan tengah? Itu subjektif. Nak berapa patah perkataan tu nak jawab? Selalunya essay like 150 words. Dia punya jawapan 2 je, yes or no. Lagi simple. Awak ni Adin, fikir jauh sangat. Saya bukan apa Lafel, saya lelaki suka overcomplicated things. Betul tak wanita-wanita? Kan lelaki kan menyusahkan. Actually, I agree. Di mana? Okay, again. Sekarang ni, apa kata akhirnya kita nak bagi soalan kepada you guys. Adin. Dekat sini soalan dia adalah, pasukan manakah yang mempunyai hero pool terbesar semasa regular season? Adakah RSG-MY S9, Team Caracal S9 ataupun Homeboys S9? Dekat sini saya boleh cakap, jawapan dia bukan Homeboys. Jawapan dia bukan Homeboys. Jawapan dia kalau bukan homeboy, so ada 2 saja jawapan yang tertinggal. Sejujurnya Lafel, saya akan buy time sedikit sebab saya pun tak tahu sebenarnya jawapan yang tepat mungkin sekarang ini. Adakah pasukan dia masih lagi ada dekat playoff sekarang ni?
Okay, hold on. Untuk pasukan RSG, kita kena tengok banyak perubahan kita nampak adalah kat kawasan roamer. Tetapi Zakus paling pun Johnson, Matilda, Baxia kadang-kadang pakai Cho, dan untuk pasukan Team Caracal, mereka, saya masih ingat pada minggu ke-3 tak silap saya, mereka dah start eksperimen dan start dekat situ mereka start kalah dan mereka cuba untuk try draft baru dan benda tu kadang jadi, kadang tak jadi. Playoff pun mereka dah tukar. So
susah sebenarnya.
Paling logik I rasa Caracal yang hero pool paling besar.
I mean, since you talented, berpengalaman, I setuju je dengan apa yang you cakap. So guys, kalau salah salahkan Lafel lah, jangan cari I.
Kalau ramai orang PM saya, pastikan follow sekali. Jangan PM tak follow.
Yang tak follow kita tak reply.
Yang tak follow kita memang tak reply. But ya, itulah MPL Learning. Pastikan anda tulis S9 sekali, nama team dan juga S9. Dan sekarang, make a wish kita tambah difficulty juga. Kita ada pantun dekat sini daripada Adam. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan 10,000 diamond dan juga Nescafe gift box. So, Adin lah baca. Semalam saya dah baca.
Saya baca ya. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salam dihulur tanda ingatan. Moga Ekuah sentiasa berkekalan. Epic meal dan Nescafe yang diharapkan menonton MPL bersama keluarga dan kenalan.
Okay, here's the thing. Mereka punya pantun like alunan tu ada.
Mantap lah.
Lagi satu, kita punya bacaan pun bagus. But ya, tanya kepada Adam berjaya untuk dapatkan 10,000 diamond dan juga Nescafe gift box kalau you guys nak menang. Again, every single season kita akan buat make a wish. Ya? Kita tukar konsep sikit je. So creativity tu kena ada.
Kalau Adam nak PM saya akan reply.
Yes.
Adam nak PM IG, Facebook, TikTok, in-game pun saya akan reply. Jangan risau Adam. Saya akan sentiasa reply dekat awak. Demi Adam.
Sebab sekarang ni banyak skin yang best-best keluar.
515.
Kita punya diamond pun berapa ribu je. Macam flex pula. Macam flex. Tapi either ways, kita akan tengok di mana you guys boleh menang banyak prizes, tapi yang penting adalah perlawanan seterusnya. Kita akan ada break yang panjang. So, akan bagi banyak masa untuk pasukan Caracal dan juga pasukan SMG untuk restudy apa yang mereka lakukan. Rasanya kedua-dua pasukan ni boleh ke tak mereka take advantage dengan masa yang panjang ni, ataupun benda tu akan jadi detrimental disebabkan tunggu lama sangat. Mereka dah start hilang fokus.
Sejujurnya kalau mereka tak mengambil advantage sebab rehat yang panjang, agak merugikan. Namun begitu, kalau kita tak nak rugi yang berpanjangan, apa kata kita beralih kepada save dekat stage?
Alright, terima kasih Aiman Lafel dan juga saya Adin di atas ulasan mereka berkenaan dengan games yang baru saja habis sebentar tadi. Dan anda telah pun kembali bersama saya Sid selaku station. Tapi kali ini saya bersama-sama dengan 2 orang audien dan satunya audiens yang cukup istimewa. Kita sebenarnya bersama dengan Mak Hoi sendiri dan juga penyokong pada pasukan SUHAZ. Apa khabar makcik? Alright, makcik, nama apa makcik? Madiwati. Nama adik?
Muhammad Amirul.
Jadi kedua datang ni menyokong pasukan SUHAZ ya?
Ya.
Alright. Makcik dulu. Selaku mak kepada pemain pasukan SUHAZ iaitu Hoi, apa perasaan makcik melihat anak makcik bermain di pentas yang cukup besar ni depan mata dan berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan?
Rasa seronok lah.
Makcik angkat
Rasa seronok lah kalau Iwan main.
Bila Iwan main seronok lah. Lagi-lagi dah menang kan?
Sebab menang kan.
Alhamdulillah. Amirul ni sebagai penyokong melihat apa yang berlaku sekarang ni dengan tadi kita dapat lihat sorakan yang cukup menggamitkan. Apakah perasaan tu boleh dikatakan diluahkan dengan kata-kata?
Sangat seronok daripada tengok dari rumah dengan kat sini.
Ya, betul. Alright. Sebelum kita pergi dengan lebih panjang, apakah kata-kata kepada pasukan SUHAZ untuk mereka yang telah pun melayakkan diri ke peringkat seterusnya? Kita mula dengan makcik dulu. Semoga maju jaya.
Semoga
dekatkan mic makcik.
SUHAZ sentiasa bangkit dan berjaya menjadi juara.
InsyaAllah, amin. Alright, Amirul pula.
Okey, semoga SUHAZ berjaya di peringkat playoff ini dan menjadi champion.
Alright, insyaAllah, amin. Jadi, terima kasih makcik, terima kasih Amirul kerana sudi bersama dengan saya. Alright, itulah sikit sebanyak kata-kata daripada peminat kita, dan kita akan berhenti rehat seperti kata Lafan dan juga Din, rehat yang cukup panjang, tapi kekal bersama kami di dalam MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. Besok is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali, bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Laba-Laba. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuat tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo. Halo. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk dia dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Lagi diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi
tak jumpa macam dia. So, saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu, so far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh!
Langkah pokok.
Silam flick. Bagi tepuk. Alhamdulillah.
SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je, kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okay, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Malah ni untuk episode tu bang.
Perasaan tahun ni agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player. Jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything
we start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terima lah sebab memang season lalu kami underperform lah. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we'll smile and laugh together.
GG! RSG!
Bener? Like always, let's give faith first.
The team Todak Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as jungler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak continue kawan boleh. Tak, aku poke dia, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Kan bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Chiku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Chiku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Chiku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Chiku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Chiku.
Kalau ada Chiku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Chiku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam team daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series, sebab tahun lepas saya tak main. Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Ray?
Momennya, every week the boys up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Ray Esports is COO untuk Ray Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Ray Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Kodak dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan senatan.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach SUHAZ tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya, tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat team ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke rap ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player rap ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama, lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat rap. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk rap Esports.
Zahid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zahid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zahid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro team. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin diorang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk rate champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba lah try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni. Dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni. Dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia lah.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
Dah sampai pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, pemandangan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi.
sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk tu kan.
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya. Ha? Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati. Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia M1. Sebelah kiri saya, Zora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may. Become the champion, and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not laws. This is more than a game to me. was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the song. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nuradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal. Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susah lah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah, sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Squad playstyle tim ni lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati woi. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Ili, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Masih back. Masih back dengan tidur.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susah lah kita nak pecah.
Langkah pokok. Silam flick. Bagi tepuk. Alhamdulillah.
SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je.
Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Memanglah ni untuk tapi dah.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform.
Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni.
Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
Bener? Like always, let's give faith first. The team Todak Semai take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit, sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan, and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah team rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood macam tu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungle. Kau nak kerja sama boleh. Tak, aku poke je. Aku tak lagi. Aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak aja kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya, kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi. Untuk week keempat, Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main. Boleh kurang 4 minggu dah, kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni, kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, betul, kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
#Todak Langgar.
#Todak Langgar. #Todak Langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap division yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua division tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Ray?
Momennya every week the boss up. The guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada Bosco.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi rate pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Todak dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, yeah, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam seorang ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh baca kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kat Zatang dengan Sinatang.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi sejajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk dorang supaya dorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab dorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang dorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah dorang support saya, dorang dengar cakap saya. Saya happy lah untuk berada kat sini.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin. Bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya. Dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwakilan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
dah sampai pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok, kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya.
Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom ngopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati. Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia MY. Sebelah kiri saya, Zora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
Tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may, become the champion and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not laws. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi suara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari.
Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Liza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Ling Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Squad playstyle tim ni
lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Woi, mati woi. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni Ili, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni kat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. So, lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang? Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Masih back. Masih back dengan hidup.
Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susah lah kita nak pecah.
Oh!
Langkah pokok.
Silam fix.
SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je, kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Malah ni untuk dah bang.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform.
Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni.
Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day, we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we'll smile and laugh together.
GG RSG!
Betul? Like always, let's give paper.
The team Todak Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season, kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak, kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar. Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Siku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So time tu lah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah team rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jangka.
Kau nak continue zaman boleh. Tak, aku poke je, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Kan bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Chiku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Chiku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Chiku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab kita dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main, boleh kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Chiku.
Kalau ada Chiku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Chiku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah. Kita nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar. Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Untuk league ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Rick?
Momennya every week the boss up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ni. Kalau Season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada bosku.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Kodak dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam seorang ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan map dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh mati kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan final time.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke rap ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player rap ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat rap. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk rap Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya. Dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk rate champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya.
Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend betul.
Push. Jom Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati. Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia M1. Sebelah kiri saya, Zora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World.
It's true.
Fight as you may. Become the champion and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah, sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Liza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau! Squad playstyle tim ni
lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay? Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Masih back. Masih back dengan hidup.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi. Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh! Langkah pokok. Silam flick.
SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Malah ni untuk $1 bang.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terimalah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform.
Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni.
Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GG RSG!
Mana? Like always, Nescafe first.
The team Todak Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season, kita orang ada kat grand final. So, nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak, kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit, sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebabkan kita orang guna Discord kan, and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah
2 kali berturut tu biasalah kena kecam kan. Satu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So time tu lah dia jadi masalah. Dan tu jugalah team rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood macam tu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jangka.
Kau nak continue sama boleh. Tak, aku point je. Aku tak lagi. Aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Kan bila kau tak ada shadow ni teratap. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya, kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah.
Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam team daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Toda Langgar.
Toda Langgar. Toda Langgar.
Untuk league ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap division yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua division tu sama.
Halo, ada orang? Halo. Rick.
Momennya every week the boys up. The guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita orang ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada bosku.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Produk dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan mic dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dengan final tank.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Haz tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat team ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution. Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya dan saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya. Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya.
Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, nampaklah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati. Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia M1. Sebelah kiri saya, Gezora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World.
It's true.
Fight as you may. Become the champion and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bombs. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nur Hadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Im. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susah lah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Semakin lama semakin kita menghampiri ke Grand Final. Tetapi ini baru game yang kedua pada hari yang kedua. Anda sekarang ni masih lagi bersama saya Sid selaku stage host, dan MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 ini dikuasakan oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, raikan bersama Nescafe, dan gaming bersama dengan Cadbury Zip. Dan seperti yang anda tahu, selepas ini game yang cukup sengit di antara pasukan SMG bertemu dengan pasukan Caracal. Semalam pasukan SMG telah pun tewas di tangan pasukan Todak dengan 2-0. Adakah mereka mampu bangkit? Tetapi selalunya saya ada dekat belakang stage. Tapi hari ini sebab saya nak interact dengan kita punya fans, jadi saya akan pilih seorang fans untuk saya nak tanya apa pasukan yang mereka sokong dan apa perasaan mereka. Jadi saya terus jumpa brother pakai baju hijau ni. Boleh bangun abang? Alright. Apa khabar?
Baik.
Okey, boleh perkenalkan diri tak?
Saya Irsyad. Daripada Perak.
Datang daripada Perak? Okey. Datang dekat sini nak sokong pasukan mana?
Saya sokong Team SMG.
Oh, sokong Team SMG. Memang datang daripada Perak semata-mata untuk sokong SMG dekat sini?
Yep.
Alright, terbaik. Alright. Apakah expectation Irsyad? Apakah expectation Irsyad perlawanan SMG bertemu dengan Caracal sekejap lagi?
Saya expect untuk pertandingan ni akan jadi sengit.
Right.
Tetapi saya yakin final result dia SMG akan menang.
Berapa?
2-0.
2-0.
Yakin.
Tak nak tukar jawapan?
Tak nak.
Alright, okay. Sebelum saya pindah kepada orang lain, mungkin ada kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan SMG yang akan bertanding sebentar lagi.
Saya harap dapat buat yang terbaik dan walau apa pun terjadi, kita tetap bersama-sama dan terus kuatkan semangat.
Alright, mantap. Terima kasih Irsyad. Tapi saya dah nampak seorang untuk pasukan Caracal pula. Tak fair lah kalau kita tak ada Caracal. Jadi, apa kata kita pergi dekat abang yang paling hujung sekali ni? Alright. Kesemua yang saya pilih semua tinggi-tinggi.
Boleh pegang
Boleh pegang. Okey. Boleh perkenalkan diri tak?
Boleh.
Okey, siapa nama abang?
Nama Yoni lah.
Yoni, alright. Kita pun tahu Yoni datang sini untuk sokong Caracal, alright?
Betul.
Sekarang ni Yoni, kita dah masuk kat playoff. Caracal pun dah ada kat playoff. Apa perasaan Yoni sebagai salah seorang peminat ambassador Caracal sekali?
Okey, perasaan saya seronok sebenarnya, excited bila tengok improvement diorang tu sangat ketara lah bila kita tengok dia lawan dengan Homeboy semalam kan.
Betul.
And sebenarnya memang tak sabar untuk tengok dia kalahkan SMG malam ni. Hari ni ya.
Alright, okey, bercakap tentang kalahkan SMG. Berapa Yoni rasa kemenangan Caracal terhadap pasukan SMG?
2-0.
2-0? Betul?
InsyaAllah.
Senangkan kerja caster?
Bukan senangkan kerja caster, tapi kita percayakan tim kita.
Alright, itu yang penting. Kena sentiasa percayakan tim anda. Jadi, kata-kata sebelum mereka memulakan perlawanan mereka pada hari ini.
Okey, kata-kata good luck to both teams sebenarnya untuk SMG dan juga untuk tim Caracal. Kepada penonton semua, sokong je tim korang. Kalah menang tu cerita belakang, yang penting kita support MPL Malaysia kita.
Itu yang terbaik. Betul kata Yoni, kalah dan menang itu ada pertandingan. Jadi anda pastikan sokong pasukan yang anda lawan kerana kita dah tak sabar untuk masuk game yang kedua di antara pasukan SMG bertemu dengan Caracal. Jadi, BM caster dan English caster, please take it away.
Perhaps the key phrase for MPL-MY Season 9 playoffs is expect the unexpected, as many twists and turns have brought us until now in another lower bracket match. And of course, we will be here on the English caster desk bringing it to you. My name is Staffa. Alongside with me is, of course, Gideon, here to once again remind all of you that none of this would be possible if not for our wonderful sponsors, the official gaming chair Secret Lab, partners in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI.
Thank you to all of our sponsors for making this happen. Again, day 2 of the playoffs continues to be as exciting as ever with our second matchup of today. We saw how yesterday went for Team SMG and as well as Caracal. Caracal still have the momentum from day number 1, but I want to see whether Team SMG can bounce back from day number 1. With that being said, guys, we still have our rewards here for you guys, and also the promo codes down below. Use the promo code MPL Rewards on checkout when you are purchasing at least 50 ringgit worth of McDelivery here today, and you guys will be rewarded with some extra stuff on top of your meal. You're gonna get your exclusive skin on top of 6 pieces of chicken nuggets, so add on the extra value.
Yeah, we know lots of you at home are fans of McDonald's, so why not top up your next order with a little bit extra and stand a chance to win some in-game prizes as well. I'm sure all of you are already familiar with this deal, so make sure you guys don't miss out on that. But besides that, something else you guys also should not miss out on is our MPL Predictor Challenge. If you are thinking that, I have what it takes to predict which is going to be the winning team, even though honestly, this season, it is really, really difficult. Then of course, put your prediction down in the comments which team is going to win alongside your game ID, your server ID, and you stand a chance chance to win the Ruby Edelweiss skin.
It's so easy to do, and also it gives you the street cred for later on. Let's see, what is your current accuracy so far here at the playoffs? Let us know down in the comment section of the live stream while you still can. With that being said, this upcoming matchup is something that's really exciting because Team Caracal, there's some very clear holes in their drafting and as well as their gameplay. Let's see if they're warmed up for today, because Team SMG, on the other hand, after a dominant regular season, losing over the Todak, not exactly the best, but I don't know, it's a little bit tough. But what about you guys at home? Scan the QR code down below and you can get the mystery prizes here once you fill up that survey.
Yep, it's not a very difficult survey. It's very easy. You guys just gotta answer some questions, scan the QR code below, and you stand the chance to win a mystery prize. So why not check that out? I don't think it'll take you guys very long. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to complete it before the game even starts. But make sure to do so quickly, because again, this is going to be a very exciting match. Whoever ends up losing is going home. And to see Team SMG in this position after such a dominating regular season is really surprising to me.
Yeah, it's just the nature of competition, right? Somebody has to eventually get eliminated here in the playoffs. It is a double elimination format, but Team SMG has already lost that opportunity, and hopefully they can bounce back. Team Caracal, that momentum is looking great, and Lexia coming back into the lineup. It may have patched a couple of holes, but is it enough? It's time for this matchup. Let's bring out both the teams.
Team Caracal.
Starting off, we got none other than Team Caracal after a dominating victory yesterday against the Homeboys, sending them packing. The Team Caracal lineup is looking to continue their domination.
It's showing a lot of potential with this roster. This is what we've been wanting to see from the superstar team since the regular season. But as we know, MPL-MY, we only show our true colors when it matters here at the playoffs.
Yep, it's gonna be an exciting match to watch, but we gotta introduce their opponents as well on the opposite side.
Team SMG.
Now, with Coach James as the big factor, making the big decisions of fielding Win instead of Harpist this time around, is this going to be enough?
Yep, with Win coming in to replace Harpist, this is going to be a very similar lineup to Team SMG during M3, with the exception of Stormy. Will this be the final form that Team SMG is searching for to keep their dreams of moving on in the playoffs alive and, of course, protecting their championship title?
Defending champions, if they make it to the grand finals and win, it's going to be back-to-back titles. No one has ever done it before, and with a rough start, hopefully this is going to be enough motivation. Now, if we're talking about mentality and also just the raw attitude you have to have in this position for Team SMG, you've got to make sure that you aren't shooketh, you aren't shaken. But on the other hand, Team Caracal, after yesterday's dominating performance, it builds up confidence.
Absolutely. Team Caracal have to be feeling real good there, and we can see from their stats, Team Caracal, although their performance in the regular season had a lot of inconsistent up and downs, they look to be playing at full performance, maximum potential as we enter into the playoffs. And I think part of that is related to the fact that they have changed up the way that they're playing their positions here, with Neo in the EXP lane and AIM taking more of a supporting roamer position.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. However, when you look at AIM, right, he's playing for a majority of the games for Team Caracal during the regular season. He was playing the mid-mage. Now that Lexia's taking it over, AIM now reverting to that role of a roamer, using enchanter type supports. There's only so many that are viable as of right now. And the one thing that I would love to see from AIM is maybe an Estus today.
Yeah, that would certainly fit the style of play that we have seen from him, but we of course have to be concerned about his hero pool. As a mage player transitioning to roamer, will he be able to match up in this position, especially when you compare to the opposite side, Team SMG, Zyam Sempoi in a similar position, previously a mage player, now perhaps one of the best roamers in MPL-MY.
I mean, it feels like the story is happening all over again. Team SMG, we were questioning whether Zyam Sempoi will be able to kind of take this mantle, will be able to take that leadership role. And yes, he has checked all the boxes. On top of switching roles, he has made such big strides and impact in the game as a roamer that relieves a lot of the tension from Sasa. The same can be said about Smooth. He is playing even better than he was last season, but then we have to talk about the jungle, right? Consistently being changed time and time again.
Yes, Win is going to be returning to the jungle position. Before, we have only seen Win play once, and that was on the Johnson jungle. Will they be repeating this strategy, or was this just a red herring during the regular season to throw other teams off and say the next time Win comes on, you don't know what he's going to be bringing to the field?
Personally, I do think it is a red herring here because Win, we know what his hero pool is going to be looking like. He generally revolving around the assassins, Ling being a potential threat here. And now, it's something that we have to keep in mind as we move on. Stormy has been looking really, really good, but let's come back to the talk about the roamers here, right? AIM as well as Zaim Senpoi. And Zaim Senpoi's stats through the roof.
Yep, absolutely. Both mage players that have since shifted into the roamer position. Zaim Senpoi obviously having a lot more experience with that, considering he's been playing it since the beginning of the regular season. He's got higher average assists, quite a notable bit more average damage taken, but AIM in comparison seems to be participating in more kills for Team Caracal.
That's the thing about Team Caracal, right? The team fights are looking sharper than ever. They know how to maneuver around it. They have the mechanics to back it up to make some insane plays, but that's when you see the difference with Team SMG, where Zaim Senpoi actually has at least a wider range in terms of what he is capable of doing on the roamer position. Not only can he play, yes, for team fights, but he can also babysit a lane. He can also open up the map. He can also play enchanter type supports, and I think that's the major difference between the two.
Yeah, what is definite between these two though is that they will be the dictators of the momentum of the game. They will be the ones controlling the tempo, creating space and scouting things out for their team. So very important roles overall. Having a look here, the talent predictions are up on the screen. Looks like it's going to be a majority leaning towards Team Caracal, with Adin and Shamilo believing that SMG will be moving on today.
I don't know. I feel like we've been testing out this theory for far too long, and the suspicion started coming around yesterday during day 1 of playoffs. As we move on to day 2, I feel like Caster Curse is more real than ever, and half the time it's been coming true lately.
Yeah, if you guys were more observant, you guys might have noticed that every single time there were 2 casters voting for a specific team yesterday, that team ended up winning, and in a dominating fashion as well. 2-0 victories all around. Wondering if that Caster Curse will be continuing today.
I don't know. If it is 100% today, I am scared for Saturday. But let's look at your predictions at home, and it looks like, ooh, this is interesting. I thought there would be more of a fight here, but it looks like a good majority of people are leaning towards Team Caracal, and Team SMG fans haven't rallied just yet, even though, well, I guess most of them would be here at the arena.
Yeah, but all things considered, this is a pretty close prediction overall. I think both teams definitely have their share of supporters. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people wanting to see the defending champions raise the trophy once again. And on the other side, the brand new players to the MPL, Team Caracal, but familiar faces, definitely going to have a lot of fans. But I'm sure that there's also a lot of fans for our official smartphone, Samsung.
Guys, if you haven't gotten a new Samsung phone just yet, well, let me tell you about the A535G, because if you do purchase one right now, scan that QR code to get the information that you need. You will stand a chance to win an MLBB bundle worth up to 2,200 diamonds. Just scan that QR code. It's so simple. And key in MLBB VIP during checkout. All purchases comes with a protective phone case, a super fast charge power adapter, and a camera filter with up to 397 ringgit.
That sounds like a good deal to me. So if you guys are in the market for a brand new device to increase your ML potential and gameplay skill, look no further than this. But also, look no further than the next 15 seconds, because the game is about to begin. It's gonna be our second best of 3 series of the day, determining who is going to be the third team eliminated from the MPL playoffs. Time to bring up the draft.
All right, draft has begun. We have Team SMG on the blue side with Caracal on the red side. immediate bans. Enchanter type roamers are getting axed here. Team SMG starting things off with an Angela. Caracal obviously starting off with Valentina.
Alright, we don't know for sure whether or not Team SMG is gonna be continuing to target down AIM's potential hero pool, because the Angela nowadays is actually becoming more of a universal ban due to how well he is able to supercharge a particular hero on their team. But since we're seeing them ban out the Matilda now, it does look like Team SMG is challenging the new roamers hero pool on the side of Caracal.
I think it's a good idea. This is how they should punish an opponent. If you are limited in your hero pool, just the small smell of weakness could be more than enough for Team SMG to start breaking through. They want to punish AIM right now, and I think he realizes this very evidently. Caracal, ban out Valentina, ban out Ling. It wouldn't be too surprised for SMG to actually get rid of another Enchanter type. This could be Raf, this could be Estes. Something along that line would make sense, but I do have a sneaking suspicion, as I did have a conversation with Zan Karakuri from the BM desk. There could be a Kadita support this time round.
That wouldn't be a bad choice at all, considering that that's a hero AIM is comfortable with in the mid lane role as well. Team SMG, they're not going to focus too hard on denying all these Enchanter supports, and will now shift their focus towards more of these OP heroes getting rid of the Fanny.
Let's not forget, there is a possibility that AIM could switch on over with Neo. Neo previously playing the roamer role for Team Caracal, and AIM can take the can actually move on over to the gold lane and play the mage while Lolios takes the EXP. They could still shuffle around their roles if they wanted to for the side of Caracal.
And that is true. It allows them a lot of flexibility here. And Team Caracal, they want to have that early game flexibility as well. So they're going to be removing Franco from Zion Senpai's hero pool, which means that we're going to be seeing certain heroes open, such as the Grok, which is something that Team SMG has recently been prioritizing.
Yeah, I mean, Grok has been the traditional start for a lot of teams, but Karina as well has been opened up. An instant lock-in for the side of Team SMG. Caracal look to respond. Let's see what answers they're going to have to this. Could be the Balmond. They could opt to go for Xborg, Paquito. There's still some good options up on the table. Wanwan going to be the first pickup coming in for Loliels.
Yeah, we already saw a dominating performance on this Wanwan from Loliels in the lower bracket match yesterday. So it looks like Team Caracal are going to be replicating these results. As for Link as hero, I don't think they're going to be locking it in very soon. I think they can definitely even leave it for the second phase if they wanted to, because they already know what Win is going to be playing.
Oh, what is their second pick here? And it looks like the... Oh, I thought it was Grok initially, but Phovius as well, making sure that the counter pick isn't there for Team SMG. I like the way Caracal is thinking, right? They're taking one step at a time. They don't want to go too far into the future and maybe get counter picked later down the line, especially during phase 2 for Team SMG.
And we can see as well from their game yesterday, Team Caracal seems to have a much better understanding of the meta now, so they are very comfortable playing on the second side of the draft, playing more for counter picks rather than having to base their draft around more OP pickups. Team SMG now, they're going to have the choice to decide what they want to go with for their next 2 picks. And I think it should be quite important for them to lock in a hero for Sasa pretty soon, because Team Caracal are going to be blocking those out in the second phase.
Yep, Grok, Cecilion going to be the go-to lock-ins for Team SMG. I think they're going to comfort picks right now for the side of Team SMG. They can't afford to lose, so they have to make sure that they are on heroes that they are comfortable with, and more importantly, secure this win. Caracal, on the other hand, they do see this, right? And this gives us a couple of answers. So Grok probably going to go into the EXP lane, but potentially could be rotated out for Zion Senpai and allowing Smooth to play something along the lines of Dairoth, maybe even Yuzong. Baxia going to be the lock-in for the side of Team Caracal to deny this carry her quick invades, and more importantly, stopping her from getting on top of the Wanwan.
Yep, a very solid jungle counter to the Karina on the side of Team SMG, as you mentioned, doesn't quite allow them to be quite as aggressive in the early game, simply because it's very difficult to kill a tank jungle. However, this is still a flex pick for Team Caracal. Yes, we have seen Link Eza play the jungle Baxia many times, but it is still very possible that Caracal want to flex this somehow. We could even see it in the EXP lane.
All right, let's move to the second phase of the draft here. Caracal now holds priority and will start focusing on the second half of the bans. Currently, they want to make sure that this Phovius isn't going to get punished. Dyroth is going to get banned out. I wouldn't be too surprised if Esmeralda as well is going to get banned out to force Team SMG to take Rock in the EXP lane.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, especially since we know that Smooth is very scary on Esmeralda. A direct counter to the Phoveus Team Caracal since they banned out the Dyroth, who wants to make sure that this Phoveus Neo in the EXP lane is going to have the best time he can so that he doesn't require too much assistance from the rest of the team, allowing them to apply more pressure throughout the rest of the map.
I'm surprised that Team SMG didn't pick up Selena within the first rotation. I mean, they could have easily thrown it on towards AIM, and he should be able to be fine on it. That would have been very ideal. They can have a lot of aggression and then maybe look for either Xavier or arguably even Sicilion later on. But they didn't, and now Team SMG are just clamping down on these mages. The only exception being Fanny that was banned out within the first phase.
Okay, banning out the Xavier at this point makes a lot of sense. We've already seen how dangerous the hero can be on day one. But Team Caracal electing to ban out the Yu Zhong does make me wonder whether or not this actually is going to be an EXP lane Phoveus. What are the chances that they could be flexing this into the mid lane instead?
In the mid lane, so that means Lexia will be the one playing it. There is a possibility, it is very possible, but then if they do that, you know what? I don't want to think too far because Lilia is going to be the lock-in for the side of Team Caracal, which does mean that Neo is most likely going to have his hands on the Phoveus, but we'll theorize about that for game number 2. Team SMG now will finish off their composition knowing that they have to face against a mid laner who can hard shove on top of having a Boxia, right? Let's see what the EXP laner is going to be. Is it Grok? Is it? Nope, it's Esmeralda. They have the counter matchup and even a Brody down on bot side. Gold lane is going to be pretty hectic this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Sasa on the Brody versus Loliels on 1-1. This is going to be a matchup that we really want to watch out for, as both these players are very highly mechanical and will take things into their own hands when necessary. The Esmeralda, of course, going to be the obvious choice for Smooth, a hero he's very comfortable with and directly counters the Phoveus, but will require a bit more time to come online, which means that the EXP laners aren't going to be contributing much to the rest of the game until they get their third items or so.
Oh boy, okay, all right, so now we need to predetermine where is, yep, there we go, Kadita gets locked in, and it looks like Karakuri was right with his suspicion. You can see the smile on Aim's face. He's ready to play ball. Team SMG, hopefully they're going to be ready for this because again, the engagements from Kadita could set up for bigger things. I'm guessing Petrify is going to get picked up as well. Hopefully Sasa has a good time.
Yeah, hopefully so, because Team Caracal, they're going to have a lot of DPS potential at the cost of having a slightly less durable front line as compared to Team SMG. But this Boxia jungle should be more than enough. You mentioned you hope that these teams are ready. Well, the crowd is certainly ready because I'm sure even you guys can hear the amount of noise in the arena right now. The support from the fans is incredible. But as we prepare to enter the land of Dawn, Team SMG going to have a strong early game lineup into late game scaling with the Esmeralda and the Sicilion, where this Team Caracal going to be hedging most of their bets on the late game, where the Phoveus 1-1 and Lilia all are going to come online and just blast out massive amounts of AoE damage.
Welcome everybody to the land of Dawn. It is going to be playoffs day number 2, game number 2. Team SMG on the blue side up against Caracal on the red side. This is going to be the elimination match in this best of 3. Good luck to both teams. They're going to start things off with Lexia and Aim instantly invading into the purple buff side. Win, he's not going to get a lot of support from Zyme Senpoi here, so he's forced to walk away. He takes one small camp off of purple and makes his way towards orange, which Link Eza instantly has rotated to invade.
This is a beautiful start from Team Caracal and already a new style of early game that we literally saw them playing yesterday. I'm surprised Team SMG did not draft in a way to prepare against this potential early game aggression, and that's going to be putting Win notably behind Link Eza in terms of jungle rotation.
Yeah, but this is great. This is really, really great. Slow down this Karina. Don't let Team SMG pump up the pace of the game, because now Stormy, unfortunately, is forced to stay back in his lane. He used a lot of mana, in a matter of fact, to make it happen. Sanguine Claw does connect. Bat Impact, he won't be able to get the third tier of it. He doesn't have enough mana, and they need to call this off. Link Eza gets the purple buff. Win is only level 2. Ooh, the Breath of the Ocean doesn't knock up Zyme Senpoi, but look at Link Eza. He literally does not care.
Yeah, Team SMG, they're very unprepared for this. The Sanguine Claw is going to be locking Linkeza down and keeps him in place. First blood going down. They're going to be able to pick up yet another on top of aim, and he already knows that his life is forfeit, so giving the double kill over in exchange for 1 kill onto Zion Senpoi.
Yep, this is a little unfortunate for Win, but Team SMG do get the punish on Team Caracal. Hopefully Win is able to hit his level 4 sometime soon, but you can tell the shield unity coming in from Moxia, being able to roll across the map and rotate really, really fast to help continue this oppression. Now, ideally Team SMG will leave bot side alone, because Smooth on an island by himself against Neo is a good time.
Yeah, this is the ideal matchup for Smooth down here. So Team SMG are definitely going to just leave that alone. Team Caracal, I'm pretty sure they're going to decide not to give much assistance there as well, because even if Neo doesn't win the matchup, he at the very least can play safe to keep the Esmeralda in lane.
Speaking of Win, I mean, he does not have his purple buff. He does not have enough mana. I think he's going to eventually recall after. Oh, no. He still regenerates just enough in the time. And Zion Senpoi doing some good work disrupting the turtle while mid lane gets a full recall.
I'm going to be very interested in keeping an eye on Zion Senpoi here once he hits that level 4, because we've seen Zion Senpoi play on this Grok before. The way he initiates with the Flicker Wild Charge is unlike any other roamer in the MPL, and is going to be a major factor in allowing Team SMG to gain the advantage in team fights.
Yep. As they continue to rotate towards gold side, they want to make sure that Sasa is going to be untouched. And now, a very close steal coming in for Win. He's on the run as Linkeza chases him down. Win dashes across, but it's not going to be enough. Lexia finds the kill, but in the backline, Stormy gets picked off by AIM.
Team Caracal having complete mastery over the way they want to take these fights. Win, unfortunately, playing a bit too aggressive in desperation to claim a turtle for Team SMG, ends up forfeiting his life. And because so much attention from Zion Senpoi was attracted by the engagement onto his jungler, he ended up leaving Stormy by himself, dying to not the mage, but the roamer on the side of Team Caracal.
They continue to press their advantage on towards top side. I mean, Sasa is in a really good position. Like, Lolios is a full level down, and because of those 2 kills he was able to get down by River, he can basically bully him every single time he lands the Abyss Strike. Now, this is where it gets a bit scary, because now Wanwan's in a position that if a single mistake is made and all the weakness points are procced, instantly it can guarantee a kill against Sasa.
Yeah, Lolios will definitely be playing around that, and I think we're going to see more of a focus from Team Caracal onto making sure that this gold lane is going to come out victorious in the next few minutes, because they already know that Neo shouldn't have too much problem holding the lane on his own, and they've already been able to bully out Stormy from getting as much EXP as he would like.
Yep, Smooth continuing just to regenerate, sustain the lane, proxy the waves whenever he can, and 30 seconds until the next turtle is up. But this is what Smooth wants to do. He wants Neo to just hard shove these waves as much as he wants to, utilize as much mana as he can, but now walks into the Tri-Brush where Lexia and Linkeza on the bottom side is going to be waiting for him. The Toys Poissons is up, falling Star Moon going to be expanded to get over the wall.
Smooth going to easily survive that, but that means that they have information over where the enemy jungler is, and with 5 seconds left coming up on the turtle, Team SMG will be the first ones in position to secure a more advantageous position over the turtle pit. Linkeza though going to be challenging that as Smooth takes a very nice 1v1 trade against Neo.
They're going to continue onwards. I mean, yes, the trade is good, and that does mean that Win finally gets the first turtle, but the initiation has started. Stormy, unfortunately, gets zoned out of that fight. Zion Senpoi trying to split the fight into half. Lolios and AIM can't do much, but the power of nature makes sure that Zion Senpoi is not going to get punished if he walks into CC on accident.
Yep, that's a much more classic style of play from Team SMG, not going over aggressive for kills and disengaging the moment they're able to secure the neutral objective, because they know that they want to play for the late game, no need to take unnecessary risks.
I feel like Team Caracal understand that if they make plays and are pretty successful, pulling that pressure from Team SMG's roamer, Zion Senpoi, away from that bot side is a very good idea. Because right now, if Esmeralda rotates towards mid side, that means Neo has a good amount of time to just free farm in the lane for a bit.
Yeah, Linkeza though gonna be roaming up top, looking for Sasa, but Sasa already reading this in advance, as Zion Senpoi will be zoning out AIM as well, chunking out a fair amount of HP. Stormy now coming in, they already take out the tier 1 tower, and Team Caracal will disengage.
Oh, good moves from Team Caracal, securing the first turtle as well as the first tower of this game. It's going well. Early to mid transition happening now. Team SMG haven't come to a point where they can actually take on Team Caracal in a full 5v5 fight, but Neo, he doesn't mind. He wants to scale, and the lane swaps have happened.
Yep, Neo gonna be going into the top lane, allowing Lolios to get his farm down bottom, but this might be a mistake as Wild Charge gonna find Neo, allowing Win to secure the kill. But Smooth, he's gonna be caught out on his own as well. Both EXP laners being ganked by their respective teams, but Smooth having no issue at all defending himself. This is gonna be a 2v3. It's gonna be a nice Sanguine Claw kicking down Lexia, forcing out the rough ways for AIM to be able to survive.
Backs away now. Can't do too much about the situation, but a really good trade so far. Team SMG will slowly build this lead from here on out. And now that we've transitioned to a very comfortable mid-game, let's pull up the item list. I do see Win purchasing a Cursed Helm. The next turtle should fall into their hands. But as of yet, Team SMG, despite having the Brody, should have been able to get first tower, no problem. But again, the oppression.
Yep, Team SMG have started to regain control over the map now. They're going to have a 2k net worth lead, already securing another turtle. We can see most of their cores are completing their second item at this point. Though Team Caracal not too far behind, so it still comes down to the better initiation in team fights to be able to start things off well.
Yep, AIM doesn't find the right targets here. He sees Stormy, but unfortunately he doesn't have the Petrify to follow up. AIM is just making sure he opens up the map in a very unique way, and very unique to Katina specifically. I mean, the Ocean Oddity allows you to go in and out of fights, but it can also be used to check these brushes and face check them because you know you get a free escape.
Yeah, but we already saw from the damage that he took from Stormy that the Sicilian is starting to stack up well. While Stormy, he did die once, he hasn't done so another time, so he's definitely getting the space he needs to farm up, and that's going to be a lot of DPS coming out of this late game Team SMG hero.
Yep, Sasa just taking his time. The torn apart memory shredding through AIM down on bot. I don't think it's looking too great as of yet, but then again, anything could happen during the playoffs.
Yeah, Win gonna be jumping in. Wild Charge finds Lolios as he's forced to use his cleanse to get away. Rough ways being used by AIM, but blocked off by the Guardians. Barriers. I Am Senpoi secures the kill for his team.
Yep. It's going to be the turtle crab, the gold crab falling into the hands of Team SMG. Here comes Linkeza. No, he backs away. He notices that Lolios is getting particularly low, so he absorbs as much EXP and gold as he can, while Smooth is proxying the mid lane.
We can see that this is Smooth's most natural state right now. He's reached a point where it's very difficult to kill him, so he will be creating havoc and space across the map, drawing as much attention from Team Caracal as possible so that the rest of his team can get farm and get pick off without needing to mind him too much.
Yep. Team Caracal playing this extremely slow. Radiant armor recently being purchased by Neo. He hasn't come to the point where he actually gets an Ice Queen's wand, or arguably even a glowing. Hold on, Lexia, he's in trouble here. Smooth is chunking him out significantly. No black shoes being expanded just yet, but even AIM doesn't connect. Rest of the ocean. Oh, AIM is stuck. He's forced to use his ult. He's on the run, and now Smooth can actually go for the chase. He doesn't have his falling star moon so far just yet, but he needs Link. Is a falling star moon. It comes back off of cooldown, and AIM was a little too late. Crossbow of Tang is out for Lol Yells, and that's Sasa who bites the dust.
Yeah, but Stormy is able to get away with the sprint, so he is still fine. Smooth now going to be causing a lot of chaos. He's able to take these 1v3 trades as long as he is not too... Lolios taking a lot of damage from the falling star moon. He's still getting chased down. Smooth still alive. Win in the backline, going to be able to secure the kill, and he's now chasing Neo down. Linkeza finally picks off Smooth, and it's going to be a fairly even trade for both teams.
Oh boy. In terms of objectives, yes, we do see that Team SMG and Team Caracal are in exactly the same position. However, nobody wants to make that first mistake, so you can see the hesitation coming out from either side just before they move into the fight.
Yeah, we can see that Team SMG, they're making very good use of their resources to force out cooldowns from Team Caracal, and once they know that important abilities have already been used, it is a much safer time for them to be able to break into the front line, especially using Smooth right now, who has already completed his blade armor and is going to be quite a problem for Team Caracal.
Yep, Lolios on the other hand has the Demon Hunter sword as well as the corrosive scythe. Looks like he got a Juggernaut armor to protect himself against Sasa, but that's not really going to do too much for him yet. Ice Queen Juan just recently being purchased by Stormy, who is scaling beautifully in this game. Team SMG's secondary win condition is on the line, but there we have it. Sasa getting knocked out by the Breath of the Ocean. The full combo not enough to kill him, but here comes Neo jumping in with the demon power. Wow, he got that off just in time. Lolios with the crossbow of Tang secures the kill, but now Neo has to get on out of there. Phobius can only do so much, but the demonic power is going well, buys enough time. Aim doesn't necessarily land the Ocean Oddity, but it does force SMG back into a corner.
Team SMG attempting to split up the fight themselves, but being completely counter-attacked by Team Caracal, who identified the weaknesses in their lineup and went for the back line. We could see Smooth, he was trying to contest Link Eza on the Lord, but the rest of Team SMG were attempting to take kills. Some slight miscommunication there, because there's no way the Esmeralda will be able to steal that objective away from someone with Retribution, and this ensured that the backline was being targeted by Team Caracal. Getting the crossbow of Tang off there allowed Lolios to very quickly pick off Stormy.
Well, here we go. Link Eza, he finds the initial hit on towards Smooth side. The Toys Poissons is still ticking him down, but it allows Lexia to run him as well. Lolios, crossbow of Tang is no more, but they break the tier 2, and this is not looking good for Team SMG.
Team Caracal have the much stronger team fight potential here as compared to Team SMG, whose DPS is reliant on very squishy backline heroes, and no matter how tanky their front line is, Caracal are becoming a problem as Wild Charge gonna find two, but Zyme Senpoi is the one taking all the damage. Instantly gets picked off. Rough Waves keeps Kame alive, and they get the inhibitor as well.
With the inhibitor gone, I don't know. I feel like by the time the next Lord comes out, Team SMG, they may not have a lead right now, but look at what Team Caracal has made so far. 1.7k isn't enough to even be considered going for checkmate at this point, because you don't have that item power spike. However, the late game is looking great, considering that Loliels has been quite the standout. He is playing a hot Wan.
Yeah, and if we compare just in terms of late game scaling, I do think that Team Caracal just generally has more damage potential as compared to Team SMG, which means that even though Team SMG, they're not that far behind in terms of network, the style of play that they have to go for is completely different. They have to find pickups rather than going for full 5v5s, which is what Team Caracal are currently trying to target for.
Yep, Win taking the brunt of that damage, making sure that the weakness point isn't exploited just yet. Lilia on bottom to shove it out here. As you can see, Link is completely clearing out his jungle. I think Team SMG at this stage of the game need to figure out a way to actually get hold of Loliels and force him to use his abilities early.
Yeah, but it's going to be very difficult to do so, especially since Link Eza is going to be there holding up the front line, and Aim and Neo going to be quite disruptive as well. Zyme Senpoi already forced to use his flicker as Lolios is trying to activate the crossbow of Tang.
Yep, Aim and as well as Lexia both get a Genius one as well as a Holy Glaive in just in time. That's the 42k mark that we were talking about here. With that sort of damage, even Athena's shield might not necessarily protect you, but Lexia has full vision. He sees Link Eza, and now they're looking to turn this around. Lexia goes into the middle of the fight. Stormy pops his ult, however, it's going to be Lolios taking out the Esmeralda. 1v1. Stormy almost down here, but the minion wave just spawned. Link Eza so very out of position here. Smooth on the run by himself. Immortality keeps Link Eza alive as Aim and Neo look to hold the ground. Demonic power, there we go. Comes on to Zyme Senpai immediately after the wild charge, but Lexia walks up too close to the sun.
Yeah, both teams just taking advantage of any opportunity that the opponent gives them. Lexia playing a very safe position there, looking for the backline, going on top of Stormy, and honestly, it is just by luck that the Sicilian was able to survive that engagement. And since Smooth was doing such a good job of holding up the backline 1v3, it allowed them to slowly inch forward and pick up a trade for themselves, keeping things quite even for Team SMG for now.
Now, let's see how Team Caracal wants to play around this Lord, right? With an inhibitor missing from Team SMG on the bottom side, they can just wait, take their time. It's a naturally pushing wave, and if Team SMG walks up too far, that's when Team Caracal will whip around on them as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Team Caracal, they're aiming for the backline right now. They know they have a lot of burst damage, and as long as they can whittle down Stormy and Sasa, Team SMG literally has no damage potential as compared to many of their heroes, which means that it's very important for SMG to be able to defend their backline. But as a result of that, they're going to be forced to play quite closely together, whereas Team Caracal can safely farm the majority of the map.
This is one of the few slower game paces here. We aren't seeing Team Caracal go balls to the walls. They haven't started throwing bodies at the situation until it works out. They're playing extremely cold, extremely disciplined here as Linkeza checks the brush. He sees one, doesn't know that Win is actually there too.
Now, I'm pretty sure he actually did see Win. I think he was just barely out of the bush. I can't say for certain because the colors aren't that obvious, but I do think that Win was accidentally one step out, which means that Team Caracal has information over where most of Team SMG is, and Linkeza are gonna go for the engage.
Yep, Loliels fortunately can't really do too much. He uses his cleanse and hops over that wall. Smooth, on the other hand, chasing down Neo. He doesn't realize that AIM is so nearby. AIM, he finds the target he was looking for. One shot, Stormy, and now the initiation for Team Caracal to start chasing down the members one by one. Win, unfortunately, unable to get his kill just yet. The Toys Poissons is up with their Truncheon. Won't stop him from falling. It's going to be 3 kills for nothing in favor of Team Caracal, and Linkeza continues to chase.
Smooth now going to be the next target as Team Caracal just completely wailed down on him, and Sasa in a bad position, gonna get focused, but the crystal is wide open. Smooth gonna be able to clear off the minion wave. Sasa still alive. Black Shoes forced out. Team SMG just barely hold on to their defenses, but the Lord going to be wide open for Team Caracal.
Oh boy, this is not looking good. Team SMG slowly crumbling away, and while while the Lord is being done here, let's have a look at the item list and see where they're currently at. Ice Queen's Wand as well as Immortality coming out from Alexia and Neo respectively, but Smooth should be able to break open this tier 1 at the very least.
It's hard to say. He should be able to do so, but it's definitely taking a lot longer than you would expect. And it actually is going to survive as Lexia comes in to defend against it. Right now, Team SMG, they have a really difficult way to start these fights. The Wild Charge is going to be activated on top of Neo, but will it be enough as the fight now begins? AIM targeting the backline. Phoebe is already being taken out. Rope Waves going to be expanded for AIM to stay alive as Loliels, he gets the crossbow of Tang, but it's on top of Win. Going to be able to pick off the Karina, but that is all. Unstoppable streak going over to 1-1.
Oh, this is going great. This is going great for Team Caracal. The gold lead doesn't really matter at this point. Once we're past that 50k mark, that's when you're looking to get situational items, and that'd be ideal for Team SMG. But again, time is ticking. The Luminous Lord walking down to the exposed inhibitor side, but they managed to clear the Lord empowered minions down by mid lane.
Now, Team SMG, they should be able to defend this as long as they don't get picked off. They're going to take some damage to their mid inhibitor. Going to be leading the Lord over to there so that the Crystal does not take any more DPS. But this is going to be quite the defense. Already forcing out the Black Shoes from Lexia. Lord going to be taken down. Linkeza slightly out of position. Going to get caught out as Smooth is just zoning out AIM and Lexia. And Linkeza going to be left in the lurch.
Yep, Lixia doesn't really do too much when he doesn't have his cooldowns ready to go. Smooth, on the other hand, still is quite disruptive, and even Win, there could be an argument for him here, but I want to see it happen first before I call it.
Okay, so far though, Team SMG have been doing a good job of defending their base. Yes, the crystal is wide open and Team Caracal has many more structures in comparison, but they are still able to take solid fights. They just need to go for the pickoff and prevent Stormy and Sasa from being targeted. They are now going to be the aggressors as they push up the mid lane.
That's some good moves. That's some sweet moves, as a matter of fact, as Team Caracal, they're pushed back to the mid tier 2 here. They've lost lost most of their outer turrets at this point, with the inhibitor still alive. Team SMG, with 40 seconds on the clock, patiently waiting to make sure that Brody gets everything he needs.
Yep, this is classic Team SMG gameplay style. When they are in this position, they will only take engagements when they know for sure they will come out on top, and will just completely forego any attempts at picking someone off if they're not certain where the rest of the team is, resulting in slightly slower games. But if it's enough for them to claim victory, anything is on the table.
Yep. Sam Senpai walking up very aggressively against Linkeza and as well as Loliels. He knows that AIM is in Pixel Brush, but so far with bot side continuing to push for them, someone eventually has to make their way down. Oh no, and even a Luminous Lord in its final form is going to be dishing out a lot of damage.
Yep, this is the final evolution of the Luminous Lord, so very important objective for both teams. And Team SMG, they're already making their presence known, telling Team Caracal, if you want to take this, you are going to have to fight us. Simon Senpai and Smooth scouting out the bushes to know where all of the enemy team members are.
Yep. continue to pull on backwards as Team Caracal will start the Luminous Lord. 21 minutes into the game. Sanguine Claw does connect on towards Zyme Senpai, but now he's in some deep trouble. It's going to be the demonic power again from Neo, who is able to find the kill. Stormy is trying to slow everybody down with his Ice Queen's wand, but it's not working out well. That's going to be 2 for nothing. Can they get a third? Yes, they do. Immortality breaks onto Stormy. He can't even participate in these fights.
Yeah, and it looks like Winter Drunkian not going to keep Win alive for long. That's going to be a 3-4-1 trade in favor of Team Caracal. Smooth going to be focusing his efforts on clearing up the mid lane minion wave, and Stormy still alive in the back line will be able to clear up the bottom side as well. But Smooth, he is still out of position, so he has to be careful. He is 1v4 and taking quite a lot of damage. Will he be able to survive this? I think not, but the Winter Drunkian keeps him alive. Sanguine Claw is going to be able to find Lexia. Lolia's crossbow attack, not enough. Going to break the immortality, but Stormy has been taken down. Smooth, the only survivor. Lolia's, he's focusing on the crystal aim. He's just delaying the Esmeralda. Besides that, boy goes back. He picks off Lolia's. He traps Ligeza with the wall. Ligeza is 1v2 right now. Team SMG still successfully defend their crystal.
Wow. What a game this is. Team SMG is not backing down. Stormy may be having a little bit of a rough game, but now this team fight equalizes things, and hopefully Team SMG will be able to contest, Team Caracal can contest for this upcoming Luminous Lord. If they get it, I think they will be able to break the final inhibitor on top side against Team SMG, but giving this away, this is the swing we were waiting for.
Yep, Team SMG against all the odds have been able to defend their base time and time again, and after winning a very decisive engagement there, Win will finally be able to claim the final evolution of the Luminous Lord, even though they only have 1 inhibitor standing against 5 towers on Team Caracal. This is going to be a massive objective that Team SMG will want to make use of fully.
Yep, hopefully they can end the game off of this, but it solely depends on the high ground defense coming in from Team Caracal. It shouldn't be an issue when you do have the when you do have the Lilia on top of having Link Aza. They just need to start early here, and they may not necessarily burst it down, but at the very least they can slow it down. Smooth taking the brunt of that damage. He can't seem to get on out of here. Even with the shields, it's just not enough. Zyme Senpai comes in with a wild charge, allowing Yells to actually get the crossbow of Tang. In the meantime, Sasa got the full shove on mid-tier 1, and they lose an inhibitor at the same time. Stormy has been traded off, but again, it's too late. Smooth wants to get a little bit more. Win wants to be greedy too, but again, discipline is key for Team SMG.
We are seeing a much more even matchup than any of us could have predicted in our wildest dreams, as Team SMG takes a successful fight and uses it to push up. AIM identifies a weakness in their flaw. They find Stormy in the backline and prevents Team SMG from continuing the engagement. But we also have to highlight that Smooth able to survive a 1v5 situation and allow the rest of Team SMG to catch up. Right now, 25 minutes into the game, we still don't know who is going to come out victorious.
50-50 are the odds. Neo hasn't really been securing these kills. Yes, he's been dodging a lot of abilities with the iframes, but now, here we go. Caracal looking for an opportunity to zone Win off from his own purple buff. Yes, you're not going to be able to touch this. This is my jungle.
Yeah, but Win, he's going to be heavily disadvantaged here without that buff, which is exactly what Team Caracal are looking for. Shield Unity already being used up. Link Eza looking for an opportunity to engage. Loliel taking a fair bit of damage himself. He has to be careful about being caught out here. He's the one that wants to be doing that himself. And Team Caracal looks like they're going to elect to play it safe. Wait for the next Lord to come up, because right now, literally a single fight will shift the tides in either's favor.
Yep, Team SMG can't afford to make a mistake here, but same can be said about Team Caracal. They're moving their way over towards Lord's side. If they fall into the trap, it's over for Zyme Senpai. Maybe he could get the Bloody Hunt off, but look at the positions of Team SMG. They're just hovering around the mid lane, all spread out, making sure that Cecilion can walk up to the wave and get that farm in to build up stacks.
Yeah, Team SMG unfortunately are going to be forced to split up quite heavily in order to defend against the pushing waves from Team Caracal. And with the next Lord coming up in 5 seconds, this is basically basically guaranteed to be the final neutral objective. Whoever secures this has basically a 90% chance of ending the game in their favor straight away. Team Caracal will be the ones in control of the pit.
Yep, they're going to start off with the Lord, but look at the map. 1-1 on top side, Lilia on the bottom. Both sides don't really want to start this Lord, and it's unfortunate because this is just dragging the game even longer. Maybe, I don't think the teams want to coin flip it, but they gotta bait it out. They gotta make sure that Team SMG moves together and moves towards that Lord pit to potentially get punished by the 1-1.
Team Caracal have confirmed that Smooth is in the bottom lane, but he will be shifting over very, very quickly. Zymsempoi gonna be taking a fair bit of damage, but not at any danger right now. This is going to be a very delicate dance for both these teams, as a single pickup will be the impetus required to start a full-out engagement. And we don't know who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, this is so awkward. I mean, Team SMG, they've got 2 pushing waves. Caracal, they only have 1 naturally pushing wave. But still, the stalemate holds strong. I don't know, unless Zymsempoi is able to get a really good pick on Loliels, which I think it's a little tough to do, especially since he has a inbuilt cleanse. What can Team SMG do?
It's really difficult because Loliels is obviously going to be the primary target, but if they can at least force out AIM to use his cooldowns, that'll guarantee that Stormy will be safe for a while. But the Conceal comes out, they see Lexia is in the bottom lane and they're starting the engage.
Yep, they're going to be starting things off as Loliel gets takes some good damage from that wall charge. Zymsempoi is on the run. Sasa ends up getting caught off of position, as we already seen before. Another might be falling. AIM still holding strong. The one-shot potential from AIM's Kuja is from AIM's Kadita is just devastating.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v5 situation. Normally Team SMG would retreat, but they know that this Lord will guarantee Team Caracal ends the game. They can't afford to give it away even if they are 1 man down, but they have to be careful. Loliels, he's still looking for that crossbow of tank.
Yep, Loliels can't get out of this one. He's getting some good damage onto Sasa so far, but they pull it off. It's not looking good. A crossbow of tank does come out with the Winter Truncheon to protect himself. It's going to be the Demonic Force the first time. Can he get a second one? No. Doesn't get the reset. AIM. Rough Waves already expanded, hopefully to try and kill Smooth in the process. He's caught out of position, and Lord finally falling into the hands of Team Caracal. They trade AIM for Sasa.
Yeah, and Team Caracal will be very happy with that trade, because securing this Lord when Team SMG literally has 1 inhibitor left standing basically guarantees that they will be able to end this game. So far, we've seen Team SMG mount some miraculous base defenses against Team Caracal, but this is going to be the end all of defenses. If Team SMG manages to survive this, it will be nothing short of a miracle.
Yep, we're moving on to the 29th minute of the game, and this Luminous Lord is what Team Caracal needs to end the lives of Team SMG. They walk up confidently, knowing that the Lord can only do so much, but with Lord empowered minions means that you have waves that will fall into your favor.
Yep, a top inhibitor going to finally fall down. Smooth gonna be delaying the Lord for as long as possible, and Team Caracal, they're actually going to choose not to engage with this. They just went for the top inhibitor. They're actually going to wait for the next Lord.
I mean, this game is getting unnecessarily draggy here. I feel like Team Caracal don't want to coin flip. They realize the gravity of the situation. They're allowing it to get to them. I would have loved to see when they had the lead to be a little bit more aggressive against Team SMG, but the mechanical mistakes did cost them quite a bit. With 94 seconds left on the clock for the next Lord to come out, this one is going to be good, because the 4th Lord onwards, do they infinitely scale? Not necessarily, but they come back stronger each time.
And Team Caracal is going to be betting on that, but I wonder if this might be a bit risky for themselves as well, because the longer they wait, the more time Team SMG has to be able to pick themselves up and refocus going into the next engagement, being more prepared to deal with the strategies that Team Caracal is going to throw at them. At first, it looks like Team Caracal should have this win in the bag, but 1-1 fight, and Team SMG will be able to instantly push in and end the game due to how long respawn timers will be now that we're at the 30-minute mark.
I would have expected more people to die here, but now they're walking out in groups of 2. They can't afford to leave any man behind, or at the very least give that free gold and donate it for Team Caracal.
Yep, it's going to be a tense one here. 31 minutes in. I don't even remember what the longest game in Season 9 has been so far, but we're looking at a contender for it, folks. Team SMG, Team Caracal, neither willing to take the risk. Even though this is only game 1 of the series, they know how much momentum a victory will give them going into game number 2. And since we are in the lower bracket, there's so much risk involved that neither team wants to make aggressive action.
That's why they have to take their time, but winning, he does find the initial kill on towards AIM, who did pop the sprint, and now this is a great opportunity for Team SMG to force. They're going to clear out that bot wave and immediately start making their way downtown for the Lord.
Laleel's going to be waiting in the bush here, expecting someone to come in and respawn with the bottom lane. They're going to be able to find Zion Senpoi, who's taking quite a lot of damage. Laleel's choosing not to pop the crossbow of Tang. He knows Zion Senpoi still has immortality, so he's going to be saving it until then. As they pick off the kill, Lexia gets it. Laleel's now in a lot of danger. Demonic Force going to be popped down, doing a fair bit of damage, but Neo is the one taking most of it. Lexia already forced to back off, even though he has the immortality. A 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, a good 1-for-1 trade indeed. And Smooth continues to walk up the lane, trying to scout out, make sure that everything is going according to plan here. Maximum Impact does not change a thing. Chemical Refinement, though, Loliel's coming in, hopping away, making sure that he can actually pull it through. Legeza, he finds Sasa, but unfortunately, they can't follow up. The damage dealers are too low. Neo is already gone. Aim dead, with Lexia soon following in pursuit. It's going to be the Winter Truncheon. Stormy on the run. Loliel chases him down. He doesn't have Inspire, but this is all he has left. Smooth, unable to catch him. Stormy doesn't mind dying here. He has immortality, but Loliel positions himself perfectly to finish him off. It's all up to him. Loliel ends up dying to Smooth. He's too strong, and the minions are already there. Loliel's down. Win on the run, and Smooth here to save the day.
But with 2 survivors from Team SMG, they do still have the resources needed to protect the base. Zion Senpoi coming back up, pops the immortality on Linkeza. They take him out. Aim gonna get caught out before he can pop the rough waves. He is in a lot of trouble right now. He's gonna get chased down. Win gonna be in charge of clearing up the minion wave in the backline, as Smooth gonna follow aim up with the falling star moon, gets knocked up with the breath of the ocean. Will he be able to pick off the Kadita? No, he gets away with the ocean oddity.
Oh, he breathes for a second. A sigh of relief for all Team SMG fans out there. Top side is still getting shoved in. Aim, he's just gonna knock it up, let somebody else take the farm. He doesn't need it as of yet, but now Team SMG have an opportunity here, a huge one in a matter of fact, to sit on top of this Lord.
You can see Smooth, he actually just got a Feather of Heaven as well, so I'm assuming he has sold his shoes because he no longer needs the movement speed. Neo gonna be right in the tick of it, popping the Demonic Force, just buying as much time for his team as possible. As Zion Senpoi gonna be chunked out quite heavily by the rough waves as well, forcing him to use a wild charge right into Neo, who is stopped by the falling star moon. So Zion Senpoi gonna survive this, but Neo already forced to pop the sprint to get away. All of them are going to survive.
Oh, I think Win was trying to get the Bloody Retribution on top of Neo, but it ended up targeting the Lord instead. That's a bit of a blunder. 15 seconds until it comes back up, and Linkeza only needs 3 more to get back into it. Loliel's probably sold his shoes at this stage and has a Haz's Claw for extra sustainability.
This is perhaps the most ridiculous game we have ever witnessed in MPL Season 9. I, again, don't know what the longest game is, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was going to be it. We're going to have to check that afterwards, because 35 minutes in, and both teams are still hovering on a nice edge. A single mistake is going to cost them this game, and considering how many resources they've already poured into it, whoever wins this one is going to have a massive morale advantage going into game 2.
Well, let's see. I mean, considering how long this game is going, it's starting to pay a toll on the mentals, right? When are they going to be able to break it? Can they still stay in this high stressful situation? Because Team SMG are missing all inhibitors. They're always looking at the map.
But the mid lane.
Wait, no, they already found it. That's going to be Sasa already down, and Aim, he's out. He brings himself back up to full HP, and that's Smooth, the next to fall. Loliel doesn't care. He's got more than enough damage as Link is willing to throw his life away. away. He's got the... Oh my goodness, he also has the Winter Truncheon already purchased after the Immortality.
We now see a 3v5 situation, more than a minute left on the respawn timers for both Smooth and Sasa. It's time for Team SMG to truly mount the defense of a century as Team Caracal going to use this chance. They all buy Immortality at the same time because they know this is it. Linkeza jumps in on top of Win. He is still fine. They don't have much of a minion wave just yet. SMG going to be focusing primarily on clearing that up as the Breath of the Ocean going to knock Win up. He's going to get taken out. Winter Truncheon keeps him alive with just a little bit as Lexia gets picked up by Stormy. Win, he is still alive, but Team Caracal don't care. The crystal is open and they finally break it down.
That is one hell of a game coming out from Team Caracal. Tough luck for Team SMG, but the momentum is there, and Caracal, GG, well played.
In what is most definitely the longest game of MPL Season 9, Team Caracal finally finds the opening to break through the crystal. This was a ridiculous game 1 coming out from both these teams. 35 minutes long. Team Caracal, they come out victorious. I am really worried about both teams' physical and mental states because that was only game 1 of the series.
Yeah, that one was hurting my brain. I was staring at it for so long and there were moments where, is this an interaction? Are they still fighting? Are they still going to pull through? And then the full team fight blows open halfway across the map and the fight is just split. Oh boy, I don't know. These split decisions from both sides, I think that's when you start thinking about it macro-wise. Hey, we've got everything that we need. We have that advantage, and we're going to keep applying this pressure until somebody breaks. And this time, it was Team SMG.
Yeah, I think the winning play there was AIM recognizing that, okay, they're hovering around the Lord Pit, but not all of them are here. They can see Sasa clearing up the wave in the bottom side, so he goes in for the intercept. And once they pick off the Brody, they know they have an advantage going into that final crystal push.
The interceptions here has been the name of the game for a lot of teams so far in the playoffs. They're understanding reading these rotations very, very well. But let's pull up the item list so far. AIM, he's got everything he needs to one-shot Sasa. And even with an Athena shield, it just was not enough.
And we can see this was the 36-minute game. It got to the point where many players on the field were already selling off their shoes to just make room for more items. You can see that Smooth and Zion Senpoi, they don't have their boots anymore. We can see on the side of Team Caracal, most of them, they do still have their shoes. Loliel's the only exception, but 1-1 usually doesn't buy shoes anyway. So Team SMG, they were definitely pushed into more of a desperate position. And once Sasa was caught out, we already know that the rest of them simply don't have enough damage to break through Caracal.
Oh, how heartbreaking it is for Team SMG fans, but still a close game as it was. Team Caracal pulled out victorious. Now, Neo was very... well, how would I say it? Uninteractive the entire game, right? I mean, the moments that he was actually in the fights was waiting for the right opportunities, waiting for the CCs to connect, right? AIM, Linkeza in particular, when he makes that first initial collision after the shield unity is something that Phoveus can take advantage of, and unfortunately, for the most part of it, he was slowed down, but that Ice Queen's wand makes all the difference because when dashes are used by Team SMG, they're most likely low.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Team Caracal, I think their lineup overall is one that's very disruptive to the style of play that Team SMG wants to go for. Team SMG, they have a very traditional front to back, so they have to keep their backline alive. But then they have to think about Loliel's, about Neo, about AIM jumping the backline, and you can see how that would dwindle at their resources, resulting in an MVP going over to Loliel's on an excellent 1-1 performance once again.
I don't think we have any questions about why he's the MVP. 11, 3, and 8. He had more than enough damage, goes for an extremely greedy build to make sure he can start chunking down the bigger, beefier tanks on the side of SMG. The Inspire, just the value you get out of it with the crossbow of tank, or just in general. If you're in a tight situation, pop that Inspire to get that extra bit of distance. Every auto attack sends you in a dash animation.
You can even see that Rose Gold Meteor was an item that he purchased at the very last minute, alongside the immortalities from the rest of his team. Loliel, so confident in his ability to make a play that instead of going for immortality, decided to secure the Rose Gold Meteor just so he could ensure that he hits those weakness points as consistently as possible and can pop the crossbow of Tang. That last-ditch effort from Team Caracal to finally end the game, even willing to throw their bodies in at the crystal to finally secure victory, was what made the difference.
Oh, let's check out the highlights here, brought to you by a Galaxy A series. This has been a quite an interesting game so far. I mean, the early stages of the game was very, well, I wouldn't say it's one-sided. Both sides had their moments. I mean, for every single objective that was being taken, somebody was going to get punished for it, whether it be the junglers or the supports. And in this case, Lexia in some good positions, but you can tell he's been preparing for this role for a while.
Yeah, I think it was just really even overall, and both teams were trying to take advantage of as much chaos and disruption in their team fights as possible, having their frontliners buy as much time as they could while the backline was dived on by the enemy team. And it really did come down to the wire because both teams were just playing at 200%. It all came down to the fact that Team SMG, they kind of forgot about aim. They kind of didn't think about where this Kadita would be, and that catch was the factor that allowed Team Caracal to finally end this grueling game one.
Yeah, but let's not forget that aim. His snipes so far onto Sasa have been phenomenal here, right? Sasa unable to stick around in the fight half the time, getting hit by the rough waves at some stage of the game, allowing Loliels to create, well, not really Loliels, but it allows Link Aza to create that space for Loliels, and then he gets like in these free auto attacks. Senpoi Smooth did not stand a chance against that Demon Hunter sword at the end of the day.
Yeah, but Team SMG also put up some incredible base defenses here at the end of the game. Being able to prolong the game this much in such a disadvantageous position just goes to show how much discipline, how much mental strength they have to be able to keep this sort of gameplay until the very end, where Team Caracal just forced their way through by degree of strength in numbers.
Ooh, but that's only game one here. This elimination game is not going to be easy for either side, and it looks like Team SMG may need to kind of pivot on their priorities now. Looks like, I mean, I think Lilia needs to go. I do think Lilia is a great way to peel off your opponents once she has the Ice Queen wand. Similarly with Sicilian, but unfortunately, I'm feeling like Stormy, he's getting punished very often.
Yeah, Stormy is just in a really rough spot, and we already know that Stormy as a player is really strong in terms of mechanics, in terms of positioning.
Yes.
He actually, all things considered, didn't die that much that game as compared to most of the rest of his team, but it's very difficult to have to position yourself when there's so much on the enemy team that you have to pay attention to. So personally, in terms of changes, something has to be done. But speaking of things that are done, we have just hit our 800 share milestone.
Thank you to everybody who contributed from the English broadcast with that claim your code, and thank you McDelivery for making this happen. Remember, there's still 2 more milestones to be achieved, the 1,000 and 1,200 milestones to be reached. And once we do that, again, same thing, you're going to get the codes with even better prizes. So keep your eyes out for that as the meter goes up. Game number 2, what do you think the adaptations are going to be for either side here for SMG or even for Team Caracal?
I think the first thing that Team SMG needs to identify is that Team Caracal now has a very fixed way of starting the game. They roam into the enemy jungle with AIM and Lexia, and have Link Eza come in and invade if he feels more confident. So they need more of these early game options to deal with that, and perhaps in order to refocus themselves after a really long game, they can look into grabbing some Nescafe.
Again, it is going to be Nescafe who's giving you a 30% discount using the code NESMPL30. So scan the QR code below, get it delivered to your doorstep, and when you do, you know that 30% is thankfully brought to you by the MPL. So thank you to our sponsors for making all of this happen. And once again, finding deals and even exclusive designs here can be considered a collector's item in due time. But look at those designs here. You have Amon, Brody, as well as Badang and Valir all listed out on your favorite flavors. So if you're a fan of Nescafe and MLBB, this is the can to get.
Yep, I've already had a look at the cans. I've actually been able to grab some for myself. They are pretty cool. So if you guys want a collector's item to remind yourself of this grand event, this exciting MLBB experience, make sure to grab some for yourself today.
Well, that being said, I do agree with you on some of the adaptations here, but I do think that they might need to take out Wanwan here, because I do feel Sasa was getting punished time after time. Yes, he is playing a solid game, but there are some things that are out of his control. Similarly to, hey, you don't have a Purify, you are taking Sprint, you're hoping not to be caught, yet aim still got him. So I think maybe hold on. You guys have taken this a little too literally, but you guys have already pushed on over to the 1,000 share milestones. That is going to be another code dropped to you by McDelivery. So thank you to you guys and who contributed in the English broadcast. Still, 200 more, and hopefully we might be able to, honestly, we might hit it before the game even starts.
Honestly, that was really, really fast. It's only game 1 of the series, but understandable, honestly. After watching that game, who doesn't want to share it with your friends and family? So if you're one of the few people who have not, as Gideon highlighted, we have one more share milestone, so make sure to click on that button below so that not just you, but all of your friends, all of your acquaintances, anyone who wants to watch MPL will not miss any of the following action.
Now, let's not forget that even Caracal is going to take a couple of pointers from that game. Number one, I do think Win did struggle a little bit with a couple of moments, especially with that initial invade. But once we got around the mid-game, he still was capable of executing, well, low targets when they are trying to escape.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Team SMG, I do think they really need to focus more on that early game. They can't allow Team Caracal to just so easily invade into their jungle without being punished.
Yeah, now looking at the game recap here, we have the entire draft listed out, and look at that damage coming out of Smooth. He was still so very valuable, but at the end of the day, it's about that scaling that helps. And the marksman here, Wanwan, did so much work for the team when given the space and time to really just kite around their opponents with a Demon Hunter sword. The more HP you got, the more that Demon Hunter sword is gonna hit.
Yeah, honestly, looking at these numbers, it's just ridiculous. How often do you see multiple people hitting over 100k? Lolios nearly breaking the 200k damage mark. A 36-minute game, this is to be expected, but you never expect to see a 36-minute game. These players are going to be exhausted going into game number 2. I'm really hoping that they have the focus to still pull this off, because right now, the defending champions of MPL-MY are one game away from elimination.
It's serious. It really is serious, but there might be some adaptations that could be had. Maybe James has something in the back of his pocket to help out for the team. It feels like, you know, Team SMG is playing a little uncharacteristic, and especially since the adaptations on the fly haven't been as sharp, it does take them a little bit of time. This could just be the warm-up round before they try to go for that reverse sweep, but I think Caracal, with the momentum that they have and the hype that I'm hearing behind me in their player rooms that we can hear straight here on the desk, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a real tough battle.
It really, really is. But I think teams are starting to pick up a little bit on the weaknesses of Team SMG. This was a team that was absolutely dominant in the regular season. No argument at all. The strongest team of the regular season of Season 9. But now teams are starting to realize they have a groove that can be broken. They have a tempo that can be disrupted. And if they're not able to play the game to the strategies that they're attempting to pull off, there are weaknesses that can be taken advantage of.
Well, let's see how they're going to do so. Oh boy, game 2 is going to begin shortly. The teams are going to be moving on and setting up. And in the meantime, hopefully you guys can zip on over here. If there are still, well, I mean, obviously there aren't any more tickets, but a quick shout out to all of the boys at the Homeboys Pit Stop. If you guys are checking this out, hopefully you guys are having a good time. Now more chocolatey Cadbury Zip can be delivered straight to your doorstep. But if you feel like, you know what, I want a bit of a walk, I so happen to be passing by a 7-Eleven, you can also purchase it from there too.
And honestly, I feel like after that game 1, all of us will be requiring a little bit of an energy boost, and what better way to do that with a sweet snack in the form of Cadbury Zip. So make sure you guys check that out, scan the QR code below. I think you guys know the drill by now. Don't take too long because game 2 is about to begin and Team SMG will be fighting with their lives on the line.
Oh boy, oh boy. I'm looking at the faces. I'm hoping they're looking calm, and especially looking at Kuja's side. The coach for Team Caracal, he's looking mighty fine here. He doesn't seem too nervous about the entire situation, especially with the confidence that they got from game number 1. Hopefully it carries over to game number 2.
Yeah, Team Caracal will have the momentum that they're looking for, and this is a very heavily momentum-based team. That is why they always play so aggressively in the early game to disrupt the enemy team's tempo, because they know that they give that space over to their enemies. They're the ones who will be at risk of losing through snowballing, which is why Team SMG, they need to take advantage of that fact going into game number 2 if they want to stand a chance. They can't allow their jungler to be disrupted so early on.
Exactly, but this is a high-tension situation for SMG. They haven't been put in this spot in a while after a dominant run in the upper bracket of Season 8. Season 9 has been proving fruitful during the regular season, but now with Coach James, I think there's a lot of stress going on amongst the players. They're not seeming, well, I mean, based on body expressions alone, smooth, knowing that he did everything he possibly could, getting 5-man falling star moons, but still unable to win the team fight, must take a toll on the mental.
Yeah, Team SMG, their draft overall is very strong in the early to mid game, but falls off in terms of late game damage even though they have a Sicilian, simply because Team Caracal has better late game heroes, which is why they needed to play off that mid game power spike. Team Caracal, recognizing this, disrupted them from the early game onwards, delaying that power spike for as long as possible and allowing them to put up a much more balanced fight.
Well, at the end of the day, it all starts with the draft, right? Whatever happens in game has already happened. Hopefully they can set up for better advantages and situations in this second game. With 32 seconds on the clock here, I think at this stage, Team SMG has a good idea of how Caracal is going to play. I don't know if they're going to be banning out the Matilda or the Angela this time round, but I think they might just pivot to shut down Lexia.
Lexia, I wonder if that's going to be enough here. I think definitely one priority ban they have to get rid of is going to be this 1-1. Lolios, he is just way too good with this hero. We'll see whether or not they do so, because the draft for game number 2 has now begun.
All right, let's see how they're going to play this out. This time Team SMG is on the red side against Caracal on the blue. Sicilian going to be the first ban for Caracal, targeting Stormy, making sure that he is not comfortable. And let's not forget that Stormy technically still is a rookie this season.
Yeah, you kind of forget it considering how consistent and how highly mechanical his plays are. But Stormy, this is still his first season of MPL-MY, so you can bet that there's going to be some nerves up here on stage. There's going to be a little bit of inexperience in dealing in situations like this where you are teetering on the brink of possible elimination.
That's just the nature of competition, my guy. And now Ling gets banned now for the side of Team Caracal. SMG looking to reply. They hold priority. They ban out the Angela. It looks like they're back up to their same antics here. I'm guessing if Angela's going to get banned, either Fanny or Matilda is going to be the follow-up ban, right?
That does make sense, but I think Fanny has to be the answer here for Team SMG. Linkeza is way too good with this hero, and it creates way too much space. Unless Team SMG intend to play heroes like the Ruby or the Kufra, the Fanny needs to go.
All right, Caracal holding priority so far. They're hovering over tanks at this stage. Based on game number 1, they haven't taken too many of the same bans here. Well, then again, it is very early on into the draft. With only 13 seconds on the clock, it seems that they're deliberating about the future bans. But Baxia, again, I've noticed this with a lot of teams. They pick a lot of the heroes that they think is really, really strong, and then once they're on the opposite side, they start banning them out against their opponents, assuming they are on the same wavelength.
Yeah, it's a lot of respect, not necessarily to the other team, but to the heroes themselves. They know how good they are simply because they themselves themselves, play them, and are fully aware of how dangerous they can be in the right hands. So Team Caracal going to be recognizing that, banning out not just Baxia, but the Ling as well, just to make sure that they're going to be able to continue messing with Win in the jungle.
All right, Team SMG now with the final ban of the very first phase here. Are they going to get rid of this Fanny? Even though it has been nerfed to change its recharge rate, it still is extremely dependent on the purple buff now, more so than when it was revamped. Karina this time going to be the ban.
Yeah, I think that makes sense for Team SMG. Yes, the Fanny is dangerous, but arguably in the hands of Link Eza, Karina is even more dangerous, and they recognize that, which is why they're going to be banning that out for themselves. We're not going to be seeing that in this next game, leaving the Fanny open for Team Caracal. But personally speaking, I don't think they're going to prioritize it for first pick.
I feel like Caracal might go for the Grok opening this time.
Grok opening, would that be the best choice? It is a safe flex pick for Team Caracal, but I feel like they're the types of people to prioritize more aggressive laners.
Oh, no. Instead, they're actually going to take Lilia as their very first pick here. I thought if they were going to allow Lexia to play any kind of mage, it would probably be Eve, but I guess that could be a liability so early on in the draft. So Lilia is just a safe go-to.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It already worked out for them in game number 1. Lexia can be very aggressive with the hero very early on. And we know that Team Caracal, they want a more aggressive mages in the first couple of levels so that they can invade together and mess with Team SMG's early game jungle.
I think if Team SMG wants to try to counteract this, they could look to get Candida. It does shut aim out a little bit and force him to play something along the lines of Matilda or another type of Enchanter type support. But Kagura is the usual go-to answer that Stormy takes up against the Lilia. But instead, it's going to be Xavier Grok for the side of Team SMG.
Grok has been a very reliable hero for Team SMG for a very long time, so it doesn't look like they're intending to vie away from that option right now, but instead going to be relying heavily on Stormy Xavier, which was what allowed them to perform some really good plays in the previous games. But will it be enough?
I don't know, because now Caracal can open up the options of saying, hey, we can go for Wan again. Big tanks, somebody we can kite, somebody that we can actually, oh, you wild charge me, I just cleanse out of. This looks like a perfect situation to do so, unless Team SMG wants to punish with a potential Phofius afterwards. But Fanny going to be the lock-in for the side of Team Caracal, and Caracal fans are happy about it. It's good to see Link Eza on it again with a 67% win rate so far in the league.
Yeah, and they're going to be locking in the Matilda on top of that. Definitely a hero that AIM will be comfortable on, which means we are 100% going to be seeing this Lilia Matilda invade into the enemy jungle once again. Wouldn't be surprised if Link Eza used that opportunity to steal the other buff too, just like in game number 1.
Well, I mean, they've got the priority to do so, and they can do it even more effectively than before. At level 1 itself, the disruptions is just frustrating. It's so annoying, and especially since Lilia is so good at level 1, not a lot of heroes can compete, especially in the mid lane. Team SMG, on the other hand here, they're going to be looking back at this and saying, okay, maybe we can't really do too much about the mid lane unless Simon is able to kind of help out and immediately turn to try to punish and fight it. So Lancelot is going to be the go-to for SMG. It's going to be the weird Lancelot once again. He didn't have a very good game the last time, but that game had no weight. This game means everything for Team SMG now.
Yeah, this is a notable comfort pick for Win, but personally, I think it's a very risky choice to make right now because Lancelot is very easily invaded in his own jungle. And now, with the type of early game aggression that Team Caracal has in these first 3 picks, I feel like Win is going to have an even worse time than he did in game number 1.
Well, hopefully they do adapt to this, right? Because again, the first time he did it was like, okay, you guys do what you want in the mid lane. The roamer is going to go help out the side lanes. I'm going to go over to my buff. Oh, my buff is already gone. So with that in mind, it does tell Zyme Senpai, okay, here's a couple of things you got to worry about in the early stages of the game. And that way you can help me out, help the rest of the team out at the same time. SMG follow up the Phofius as Caracal ban out the Moskov. If Phofius is getting banned out, I think Sasa is going to be playing Wan.
This has been an interesting choice here from Team Caracal to ban out the Moskov. but I do think that they're expecting Sasa to pick this up now that things are desperate. Now that it is the last game, because this is a curious thing for me, but I actually managed to ask Sasa what his favorite hero was a few weeks ago. It is Moskov. I think the teams know this and they're expecting Sasa to just go for, you know, it could be the last game, I'm gonna play my favorite hero.
I suppose, but I think it's risky here. Moskov, yes, he does have mobility, yes, he has a knockback, but again, in certain situations, it is just not good in lane, and later into the game can also be a problem because of his range. Esmeralda going to be the follow-up ban here from the side of Team SMG. Caracal, final ban. Is it also going to be a gold laner? Are they going to get rid of this Wanwan? Maybe even a Popo and Koopa, maybe even a Beatrix?
I feel like the Wanwan should be the ban from Team Caracal because this is a hero that can jump around and kind of juke out the Fanny in addition to the crossbow of Tang just connecting despite the Fanny dashing away, but not going for it.
I think Caracal are making a very good read here. There is the possibility that Sasa is going to wait until the very last second to lock in his gold lane, knowing that Loliel's, oh, hey, if you go for Popo and Koopa, I have Melissa. If you decide to play something along the lines of Beatrix, I can play Clint as well as Brody to try to bully you out. So Team SMG, yep, as I said, going to be locking in their roamer first. I think Kufra would have been devastating for Caracal, especially when you're talking about the purple buff needs for Fanny.
Yeah, I think Team SMG, they recognize the risk that Team Caracal could pick up the 1-1 again. So they're gonna lock in the Kufra first because it not only counteracts the Fanny, but also pre-counters the 1-1 if Loliels goes for it once again. They're going to be taking this risk.
All right, I like it. I like it. Cho gonna be locked in as well as 1-1 for the side of Team Caracal. SMG, Sasa, ready for round 2 against 1-1 this time. Is he gonna bring back the Brody, or is he gonna go for a safer option in Beatrix?
This is going to be a risky one and basically is the pick that will determine Team SMG's lives here at the MPL. If he wants to go for a safer marksman, I think Popo and Koopa is the answer. Otherwise, if he wants to go for something safer, a fighter gold lane might not be a bad choice for Team SMG. Something like the Paquito or the Yuzong.
Paquito or Yuzong? I think Paquito might be slightly better than Yuzong in this particular situation, but it looks like it's going to be Kimmy instead. Team SMG, oh boy, this is going to be potentially their final composition here. This is some scary stuff, I'm not going to lie.
It really is some scary stuff. Team SMG, they have solid solutions to what Team Caracal are going to bring to the table, but just in terms of mobility, in terms of teamfight disruption, in terms of damage potential, I feel like Team Caracal have them beat unless Team SMG can get that snowball into the late game. And whether or not they do so will determine whether or not they can move on in the playoffs and defend their championship title. We are now preparing to enter the Land of Dawn once again, potentially the last time for Team SMG. Team Caracal going to be the only obstacle in their way. High amounts of mobility, high amounts of DPS, but there is a flaw in that they lack durability, which is something Team SMG are going to be taking full advantage of. They have Grok and Kufra to hold the front line and Lancelot to die for these squishier heroes. Will it be enough to keep their back-to-back champion dreams alive?
Welcome to game number 2. This is the elimination match between Team SMG versus Team Caracal here. Caracal going to be on the blue side with Team SMG on the red. The score is 1-0 in this best of 3, and Caracal are already a game up. The same strategy is being deployed here. Lexia checking the purple buff first, and very smartly so, they're making sure that Lancelot on the orange side has the coverage needed.
Yep, you can see this time Lexia and AIM are not going for a hyper-aggressive invade against Win, which means that he will be able to secure this orange buff, but he actually was forced to use the Retribution to secure it just by AIM walking into the bush.
But notice, they've already cleared out towards Little Wanderer. Link Aza realizes what's going on, and Smooth has already hard pushed to make sure he can cover for his jungler, cutting him off. Because Retribution is already gone, Little Wanderer is a non-factor, and Stormy, he doesn't mind come in, go, do whatever you want. I just want to farm my wave.
Yeah, this is a good defense from Team SMG, but it looks like there's going to be an engagement as Lexia has the purple buff, gets first blood. That catch from Stormy not going to be enough.
Nicely done by Neo. They just delayed the timings of it. Win once again using his retribution early. He's focusing on getting level 4, and it's all right for Zyme Senpoi to die at this stage of the game. Neo, on the other hand, can be a little bit frustrating to deal with. Takes a bad trade, and Smooth will continue to try and shove out this lane as soon as possible. Win's already level 4. Can he actually win this? I don't think he wins that 2v1. Doesn't even get the beetle in time.
Yeah, but he is actually out-leveling Lingeza, all things considered, which is a very good start for Win, something he's desperately looking for right now. Neo, he actually was able to steal the gold crab away from the Lancelot earlier as well, so that's just a little bit of extra insult to injury. With both jungles now about to hit level 4, the first turtle going to be a huge point of contention.
They're trying to do this fast here. They know for a fact Neo is not level 4. Smooth is going to start zoning out. It's going to be the wild charge. Already getting the stun. Dawning Light as well. On towards Lingeza. He can't seem to move, but nobody can punish him in time. They get the turtle. They walk away.
Yep, no casualties from either side, but Team SMG will walk away with the turtle, which means that Lingeza still going to be slightly behind Win in terms of EXP, but this is expected considering the Lancelot has Demon Slayer. Team Caracal are actually still slightly ahead in terms of net worth.
Zyme Senpoi, he's forced the flicker on out of there. Crossbow of Tank targeting Sasa here, minimizing the damage using the chemical reaction to create the distance needed to cancel it out. Loliels now has control over the lane, knowing that Matilda is nearby. He is going to play passive for the time being.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine for him. He wants to scale up into the late game, but Team SMG, they also have some pretty strong late game heroes. The Kimmy and the Xavier going to be massive points of victory for Team SMG, but they catch out Neo with the wild charge, but he gets away with the flicker.
I mean, he can still go for it, but Lexia is here to cover him, and this is some good team play from Team Caracal. Anybody who's about to be punished can be defended. Same goes for top side, but oh my god! Zyme Senpoi, he finds the lockdown onto Lingeza, but it's too late. Lolios has all the weakness points. Even the Dawning Light isn't enough to take out Lingeza. Again, a successful dive from Team Caracal, taking no casualties.
Yep, they're going to be able to pick off Sasa, and that basically means the gold lane is won for Loliels. Definitely a bad situation. So Win, he wants to look for this execution. He's looking for Loliels, but I feel like there was a slight mistake there, going for aim instead.
He couldn't risk it. Knowing that Lingeza might have cancelled his recall, he managed to hold on towards the left side of the brush. If Lingeza does show up, he can still get out.
I guess that is true, but Team SMG, they've already got a pretty risky draft. I feel like they got to make some risky plays if they want something to happen, as the wild charge going to be able to find aim right into the Dawning Light, but not enough damage just yet.
Oh my goodness, he is just surviving here. Stormy has been landing each and every one of these important Dawning Lights, but he doesn't have the damage to scale up just yet. Now, Loliel's a full level ahead, and Sasa just forced to back away. He's just waiting for the timings that is right and allowing his team to do the rest of the work. This turtle is going to be important for him to maintain his level against Loliels.
Neo going to be scouting things out. Aim already here, getting caught out by Zyme Senpoi as the wall blocks him out. Dawning Light not going to find him. A circling eagle looks like Retribution will be able to secure the turtle for Win. Neo gets the way of the dragon, but no casualties from either team.
Yep, Sasa pulls all his forces back. He doesn't want to die to Lingeza. This early game is theirs, and that's fine, but Team SMG will minimize the damage as much as they can. Top tier 1 already falls. Now, Lingeza continues to be annoying as ever. It looks like he's coming up in the lane for Grok, and he's setting things up here. But Zyme Senpoi, on the other hand, looking for Neo, doesn't actually land it. The Shunpo timed perfectly to get out of the way. It also dodges the gate.
What is important to note right here is that Team Caracal, they're still ahead in net worth, but Smooth going to be able to find the wild charge right into the Dawning Light. They're stuck inside the wall, but they managed to transfer! They transfer the tower aggro and both walk out alive!
Such a small interaction. When Lexia uses his black shoes, he is considered in an invulnerable state for a very split second of time, allowing the turret to change aggro onto a different turret. And luckily, Lingeza, he was very healthy healthy.
Yeah, just enough in order to keep Lexia alive. So now Team Caracal are taking names. Lolio's already breaking down the bottom tower. Team Caracal, they already have 2 tier 1 towers in their name. And even though Team SMG have all the turtles, Team Caracal have a 1.6k net worth lead because they were able to break through these gold shields.
This is a comfortable spot for Team SMG, and mainly because, again, these leads don't really mean too much as long as they can minimize it. Again, Zyme Senpai getting kicked by Neo, not going to mean too much. Big ultimate already used. Dawning Light tried to steal away maybe the purple buff from Link Eza, but they are reconfirming, okay, he is there. That is fine. Zyme Senpai, he finds the initial knock, but it doesn't matter. Aim is coming right back at him with a circling eagle. Team SMG don't have the damage just yet to punish.
Yeah, and Team Caracal will take this as an opportunity to retreat. Team SMG right now doing a good job of limiting Team Caracal's potential aggression. But I can't help but think this is part of Team Caracal's plans as well, because Team SMG, they have to play together, so they're getting less EXP and farm.
Here comes Zyme Senpai. He still has the flicker. He opens up the mid brush. Pixel Brush still in danger. Smooth can't really do too much about this. Dawning Light doesn't steal away the turtle, but Smooth, he's in a lot of trouble. He's forced the flicker on out of there. And here we come. Link is nope, not going to die further than that. Zyme Senpai tries to intercept, but now he's stuck in all 4 members. Sasa tries his best to peel them off, but it really doesn't matter. The Cutthroat, as well as the Soul Bloom from AIM, finishes him off.
Smooth able to separate them from the orange buff so that Win can secure it, but Team Caracal, they're still extending their pressure here. 4 members pushing down the top tier 2, having Neo defend their bottom tier 1. Team Caracal, they haven't lost a single structure up until now, and Team SMG are slowly losing objectives.
It's an early dominant game here, but Loliel's getting chunked out huge by the Dawning Light. Lexia, on the other hand, Black Shoes already being expanded. Let's pull up the item list. Let's see how far Sasa is away from that 3 items. Ice Queen's Wand is a very big pickup for him, in a matter of fact. And with Mystery Shop in hand, he will speed up as quickly as possible to get that 3rd. He's got Genius Wand. He's already got the Ice Queen's Wand as well.
Yeah, in comparison, though, Stormy only has his Clock of Destiny so far, and they need both the Kimmy and the Xavier to really start coming online to compete in terms of damage. They lose another tower, this time the all-important mid-tier 1 over the Caracal.
I mean, we've seen bigger leads before. Team Caracal 3.7. They can't afford to lose tier 2s at this stage. Losing all the tier 1s, that's fine. They've already lost a tier 2 on top side. That's fine as long as their inhibitor turrets are still alive when this Lord is going to be taken up by Team Caracal, unless Team SMG plan on fighting right under the Lord Pit.
And Neo going to be able to create a lot of space, give a lot of information over to the rest of his team. The Guardian's Barrier not going to matter. Shunpo just allows Neo to escape. And now Team Caracal going to be playing together again. 4v4 in the bottom lane, allowing Link Eza to just split push top side and get even more farm.
Somebody needs to actually defend that here. Link Eza is going to get some free hits on towards this inhibitor turret. Lord is already up, but it really doesn't matter. The inhibitor turret should be able to defend itself. Zyme Senpai finds the catch, but Neo manages to get out just with a single shot. Poe flickers away from the maximum impact. The gates are open. They got the speed, but Smooth is already down, and Lolios instantly pops down that crossbow of Tang. Link Eza wants to finish this off, but he sees no target. Zyme Senpai is already dead. He wants to go on win, but it's just not worth his time.
A 4k net worth lead for Team Caracal as they are slowly but surely asphyxiating Team SMG as the minutes take by. The more Team SMG aren't able to find plays against their opponents, the more their chances at moving on in the playoffs dwindle, and this would be unprecedented if Team Caracal are able to send SMG home on day 2.
Oh, this is scary stuff. Team Caracal with a 4.4k lead in hand. Dawning Light, another attempt. He will keep trying it because he's got lower cooldowns now, but Win now with a Blade of Despair hopefully will be enough to finish off the low targets in the backline. Right now, Team SMG has not been able to find a really good fight, and Team Caracal are playing so very hot.
Yep, a 5k net worth lead, 6 kills to 0. Team SMG have literally been able to find nothing so far, which is understandable. Most of their damage is in the late game, but Win, he is the one that really wants to be creating space right now, and he's not able to get the snowball he needs. Smooth and Zyme Senpai have been constantly attempting to create space for the rest of the team, are just getting picked off repeatedly as a result.
Yep, this is tough. This is really, really tough, and Team SMG will have to keep taking these blows It was a rough early game, and now we've already transitioned into mid-game, and Team SMG just has to play defensively until the mistake is made by Team Caracal. It's not under their control unless Smooth finds a god-tier wild charge and manages to get, I don't know, maybe 2-3 knockups and stuns.
It's gonna be a pretty tough condition to hit though, as look at Linkeza, he's almost taking out, he gets him! He gets the pickup! And now the Lord is pushing down the top inhibitor. It's a 4v5 situation. Wild charge only finds Neo. Dawning Light not doing enough damage. Lexia getting drop loaded by Sasa with the way of the dragon. Team Caracal, it's a 5v3. They're breaking into the crystal. Team SMG, they're being threatened right now. They're seeking a lot of damage. Looks like Smooth will be able to chunk them out, so Team Caracal will be able to disengage. Even Neo still sticking around to add insult to injury.
Stormy still holds on strong, but unfortunately Sasa getting flickered on by Neo and kicked back in towards Team Caracal's side. It looks like Team Caracal have everything. They have the nuts and they are ready to end this. They've set up check and Mate is coming soon in about 65 seconds when they secure that Lord.
My goodness, I don't think anyone would have anticipated this. A dominating performance by Team SMG throughout the regular season, coming into the playoffs. We're as the favorites, the defending champions, eager to defend their crown, and now being threatened to be sent home unceremoniously by Team Caracal in a potential 2-0 victory on the second day of playoffs. It's unprecedented. They're going to have to bring out 300% of their energy if they want to avoid this future from coming to pass.
They're solidifying their lead right now. I mean, Team Caracal are not forcefully not pushing the lanes, waiting for Team SMG to walk back out. And if they do, they're going to continue to punish them and deny them this EXP. They want a guaranteed win, and they are not forcing anything out of the ordinary.
Yep, they've already shown they can wait very long in game number 1. They don't mind waiting to secure this victory. They want to have that ego check of sending the defending champions home. Linkeza continues the split push. The Luminous Lord has returned to the land of Dawn, and Team SMG are eager to contest.
Oh, Lexia, he is going to lose his black shoes very early on, but here comes the Circling Eagle. All 4 members going to be locking down Smooth. He's gone. He tries to make a god tier play, but unfortunately, the backup just was not there. Where was the dawning light? Where was it?
Who knows? But right now, the Lord is going to fall into the hands of Team Caracal. They have a 8.5k net worth lead. We've already seen insane underdog stories throughout the 2 days of the playoffs, and this is just going to be the cherry on top. Nearly a 10k lead now for Team Caracal. They will have a Luminous Lord pushing down the top lane, and Team SMG, this is going to be the defense of their lives.
Oh boy, here it is. Most teams don't survive this. 13 minutes, a 9.5k, basically a 10k gold lead, 42-32 at this stage. It is, in most cases, I would say it's game over, but this is Team SMG, and they have pulled off some extremely difficult high ground defenses before, but nothing of this magnitude.
Yep, the stakes are now the highest they could ever get, and now Team Caracal are pushing in. Win gonna be able to clear up the wave, and they now have to deal with the Lord as well as 2 waves pushing in mid and bottom side. AIM gonna be buying some time, keeping the Lord alive for just a little bit longer as Lalios slowly whittles down the bottom inhibitor. Going to be able to take it. Dawning Light not gonna be able to do enough as now they get the kick onto Zion Senpai, pushing him back. Lalios gonna get chunked out by the Venom Execution, but Linkeza in the backline. Killing spree. The crossbow of Tang already completed. Killing spree going over to Lexia as well. The crystal is open. Neo gonna be able to go on top of Stormy, but the crystal has been broken down. The defending champions have been sent home by Team Caracal.
Superstar team. Everybody's been hyping them up. Regular season devastation. Lexia takes out a team who rented him for half a season, and now he's back home. GG, well played for Team Caracal.
No one could have anticipated this result, and goes to show anything can happen at the playoffs. Let's see what Team Caracal have to say at their mic check.
Dapat.
Mati dia.
Oh.
Let's go. Dia jaga aim. Gerak dia flick.
Bro dia mati.
Ni gerak aku. Dah SP tempat aku. Boleh war kita. Gas.
Dapat stack.
Dapat stack. Dapat stack. Dalti.
Nice. Gas. Woo!
Boleh minta.
Nice. Kau jangan low, kau jangan mati.
Dia boleh minta.
Tak boleh aku.
Weh banyak, boleh.
Boleh lah.
Aku
Weh banyak.
Nice.
Dorang Alin.
Gas.
Dorang Alin. Dorang Alin. Gas.
Let's lock aku ala dia. Tengok aku.
Wow.
Kau franchise.
Aku tak masuk lah. Aku ni je. Ni aku.
Nice.
Gas. Aku masuk.
Aku.
Grow dalti. Ini Ali grow dalti. Grow dalti. Gas.
Ni aku.
Mati.
Pasukan defending champion terkeluar kerana Caracal berjaya menewaskan 2 berbalas kosong. Anda bersama saya Sid selaku stage host dan bersama-sama saya coach Caracal sendiri iaitu Kuja. First of all, Kuja, tahniah.
Alright, terima kasih. Alhamdulillah.
Alright. Soalan pertama saya, soalan yang klise. Apa perasaan Kuja selepas menewaskan defending champion dan terus keluarkan mereka daripada playoff kali ini?
Soalan klise.
Soalan
Nak
klise.
jawapan rare ke nak jawapan klise?
Jawapan rare. Tolonglah. Ramai
Jawapan
peminat ni.
Sedih lah.
Sedih lah. Okay, alright.
Sedih sebab kita orang hantar champion balik.
Okay. Tapi perasaan selain sedih, ada perasaan gembira?
Okey,
masih?
dia sebenarnya sedih ni dia banyak faktor sebab kita orang teruk kena kecam.
Okey.
Kita orang tak ambil benda tu sebagai benda yang menjatuhkan lah, tapi lebih ke arah benda tu untuk push kita orang punya semangat lebih tinggi untuk kita orang kerja keras. Cuma kita orang sedih dengan ada beberapa netizen yang dorang tak support Malaysian punya orang kata apa, komuniti kita tak begitu sihat lagi sebenarnya dekat luar tu. Dia kalau macam kita nak buat meme ke tu semua okey, tapi janganlah sampai kita mengkeji orang, kita macam jatuhkan moral sampai main family tu semua macam toxic tu tak bagus lah.
Itu satu statement yang terbaik sebenarnya Puja. Betul. Kerana kita ada dia punya batas. Alright. Okey, tapi berbalik pada game sebentar tadi di antara pasukan Caracal bertemu dengan pasukan SMG. Apakah persediaan pasukan Caracal berhadapan dengan pasukan SMG dan ini adalah perlawanan kalah mati. Sekiranya kalah tersingkir terus. Jadi apakah persediaan pasukan Caracal?
Okey, persediaan kita orang boleh dikatakan persediaan yang mengejut untuk yang SMG ni sebab kita orang expect yang kita orang training untuk kita orang homeboys dengan Todak sebenarnya. Sebab kita orang tak expect yang Todak tiba-tiba dia menggila pula. Dia menggila dekat playoff. So kita orang preparation kita orang yang untuk SMG ni sehari je kita orang ambil. Tapi kalau untuk Todak dengan homeboys kita orang memang the whole week tu yang masa cuti tu lah. Yang kita orang seminggu tu. So memang sebenarnya tak cukup masa preparation lawan SMG tapi kita orang cuba jugalah bagi yang terbaik.
Betul, tapi bukan Todak je yang menggila sekarang ni. Ada Caracal pun menggila, right? Kata-kata terakhir sebelum kita lepaskan Kuja untuk happy sama dengan Caracal kepada peminat-peminat pasukan Caracal yang berada di dalam pentas, yang berada di dalam venue dan juga yang sedang menonton rancangan ini secara live.
Okay, first kali Alhamdulillah, terima kasih untuk semua family players yang support dorang, yang support kita orang punya management, support semua benda lah, senang cakap family. Okay, untuk yang kat audience ni, thank you so much. Thank you sebab datang support, thank you korang habiskan duit untuk datang. Yang untuk dekat live, terima kasih sebab support. Walaupun ada yang toxic yang bukan untuk membina, kita orang still ambil benda tu sebagai positif lah untuk kita orang lebih maju. Dan apa-apa pun, tolong respect each other lah guys. Jangan terlalu toxic di social media.
Alright, terbaik.
Okay, ada last. Gang, last. Support Caracal merchandise. Itu je.
Alright. Okay, terima kasih dan tanya sekali lagi diucapkan kepada Kuja. Kita akan pas terus saja kita punya segmen kepada post show bersama dengan Lafel dan juga ada yang jadi dipersilakan.
Guys, seperti mana moto pasukan Caracal, jangan nakal-nakal, jangan expect mereka tak boleh mendapatkan kemenangan. 2 berbalas kosong. Prestasi yang cukup cemerlang dan lebih cemerlang lagi adalah dengan tanpa sebarang kematian. Anda bersama saya Adin dan juga Lafel untuk kita bincangkan apa yang telah terjadi tadi, Lafel.
Okay, so first of all, ini adalah pengajaran how kita nak buat impact.
Okay.
How do you send a message kepada semua pasukan yang akan lawan dengan Caracal lepas ni? Bukan setakat menang 2-0.
Nope.
Game yang panjang diorang tunjuk mereka boleh main.
Betul.
Game yang sekejap mereka tunjuk boleh main. 12-0. This is a statement. This is how you bagi tahu tim lain take it seriously.
Bro, I mean talking about buat satu statement, inilah cara yang terbaik sekali.
menewaskan bekas juara musim yang ke-8 di mana pasukan SMG main dengan sangat-sangat baik, tapi dengan tanpa sebarang kematian dan juga prestasi yang cukup cemerlang menyebabkan pasukan Caracal berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tetapi untuk kita kupas lebih dalam, Lafaz, sila izinkan ataupun terangkan apa yang telah terjadi sebentar tadi.
Ya, dekat dalam game ni di mana Lexia. Bro.
Alah.
Tak apa. Kita abaikan dulu. Yang penting dekat sini, kita tengok untuk pasukan SMG, actually mereka try. I believe the draft sebenarnya. Sebab kita tengok ada Kufra, ada Grok. I rasa apa yang mereka cuba lakukan is actually counter engage Link Eza. Because Link Eza akan masuk ke depan. Ada dua source of crowd control yang very, very good. Number one, bouncing ball daripada Zion Senpoi punya Kufra. Dan Smooth dengan dia punya wild charge dengan 1.8 second punya stun. Diorang boleh bunuh Link Eza. Tapi Link Eza laju sangat. Like the cable punya angle is so good. Di mana kalau dia nak pergi, dia still boleh elak all this crowd control daripada pasukan SMG. But unfortunately, kita tengok mereka punya style is still the same. Control win, control Stormy, and then diorang boleh menggila, mengganas. Walaupun tak kill Stormy, asalkan Stormy tak boleh memberi impact dalam team fight, that's good enough.
Ya, kita lihat bagaimana mereka ignore je Zaim Sepoi, mereka ignore je semua, tak pedulikan mereka sangat, cuba untuk sekat pergerakan Win dan juga Stormy untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan dekat sini pasukan SMG, saya a bit hypercritical di sini sebab perbezaan yang sangat-sangat ketara di game yang pertama, mereka fokus meletakkan benteng pertahanan yang tinggi, tapi kali ini segala perkara yang telah dilaksanakan oleh mereka semuanya tak menjadi. Composition tak begitu baik, team fight mereka pun tak begitu kemas sebenarnya.
Dekat sini tengok itemization Sasa, actually dah boleh keluarkan damage. Dia dah ada Genius 1, Ice King 1 dan juga Berserker Fury. 3 item damage ni sepatutnya, again kita tengok pasukan Caracal, mereka punya HP tak besar, but look at dorang punya draft, susah untuk Sasa fokus. Sebab macam mana nak aim you punya basic attack dekat Fanny, macam mana you nak tembak Lilia. Matilda juga dekat bahagian depan,
even
dia boleh dash. Even 1-1 yang boleh dia fokus sebenarnya adalah Neo yang menggunakan Chow. But again, dia flicker, dia tangkap dulu. Before you attack me, I tangkap you dulu. So dekat sini pasukan SMG, kalaulah Zion Senpoi dengan Smooth boleh counter engage pasukan Caracal, game ni akan nampak berbeza. Stormy pun saya rasa berkali-kali dia cuba untuk stun engagement daripada pasukan Caracal, but it's a situation where SMG tak prepare for the speed Link Eza masuk dalam team fight.
Ya, dengan adanya mobility yang tinggi, dengan adanya kepantasan daripada pasukan Caracal berjaya untuk menguncang-ngancirkan pasukan SMG. At one point pun Win, kita tahu Lancelot mobility yang tinggi, tapi dia still boleh dikejar oleh Link Eza sebentar tadi untuk mendapatkan kill one-on-one yang sangat-sangat baik. Tetapi untuk kita lihat lebih mendalam statistik post game sekarang ini, di mana damage terbesar daripada pasukan Caracal dimenangi oleh Lexa. Namun begitu, purata damage itu sangat-sangat baik. 30,000 daripada Lolials, 41,000 daripada Lexa cukup sebenarnya untuk tumpaskan ahli-ahli pasukan SMG.
Dan kalau kita tengok damage to tower, ini menunjukkan that pasukan Caracal mereka menang semua lane. Daripada level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Pasukan SMG 72 damage sahaja. You know, not, kita bukan try to throw shade, tapi ini menunjukkan Lexa dekat bahagian mid menang untuk lawan dengan Stormy dan juga Zion Senpoi. Kemudian Lolials menang lawan dengan Sasa kat bahagian bawah. Lexia jumpa dengan Stormy, Lexia punya damage lagi tinggi. And it's just a combination of macam mana pasukan Caracal mereka pergi ke depan, and SMG mereka tak boleh nak lawan balik. Sebab I setuju dengan apa yang Adin cakap. Lagi bila kita tengok highlight sekejap lagi, pasukan SMG mereka punya positioning everyone off. Dan sebab itulah saya bring up the fact that game yang panjang, 36 minit something, dia akan effect, because Mobile Legends is a mental game. Kalau you tak boleh nak fokus, a lot of mistake akan terjadi.
Ya, dengan bagaimana pasukan Caracal pun bijak bagaimana main dengan posisi di hadapan. Namun begitu, untuk kita lengkapkan post game show kita sekali ini, MVP yang dibawakan khas oleh McDelivery akan diberikan kepada Link Eza. 303 kill tak banyak, tetapi impact dia yang sangat-sangat besar. 50% kill participation, 763 goal per minute. Dengan item yang saya paling suka adalah Blade of Aftertaste. The first damage yang dikeluarkan tu tak kira sesiapa, even Grok sekalipun boleh dirasai kesakitannya.
Dan apa yang saya suka dekat sini adalah Link Eza, dia sebenarnya fokus untuk survive, di mana dia punya emblem juga adalah fighter emblem. Dia menggunakan, you know, dan tambah lagi dengan Bloodless Axe,
Festival of Blood by the way.
Festival of Blood, dia ada Radiant Armor just in case kalau Sasa, kalau dia punya energy habis and Sasa dapat tembak dia, ada Radiant Armor dan juga ada Immortality. So dekat sini Link Eza dia prepare for the worst, Tapi dia still boleh keluarkan damage yang besar.
I mean, kalau you tangkap, okay, first of all, tangkap Fanny tu adalah satu ayat yang sukar untuk dilaksanakan. Even if you dapat tangkap dia sekalipun, dengan adanya Radiant Armor, dengan adanya style Vamp yang tinggi dan juga Immortality, belum tentu you boleh killing Eza. Kalau dapat kill pun, dia akan dihidupkan semula.
Ya, macam mana pun kita akan tengok highlight dekat dalam game ni. Macam mana pasukan Caracal, mereka initiate the team fight. Macam mana SMG punya response. Sebab itu yang penting. How do they respond? Pasukan Caracal, again, mereka akan masuk ke dalam jungle. Dan kali ni, SMG sepatutnya mereka dah nampak. Lagi-lagi bila Lexia menggunakan Lilia, sangat-sangat ganas. Of course, dia akan dapatkan power spike yang sangat kuat level 1.
Okay, Lafaz, since you ada analyst kat sini kan, adakah drafting daripada pasukan SMG kurang hero lock?
Dekat sini, dia bukan kurang hero lock sebab crowd control tu ada. But, dia bukan crowd control yang reliable. Dia bukan point and click. You kena aim betul-betul and dapatkan. It's very, very difficult. Dia berbanding dengan macam Chow dekat sini. Kalau dia dapat dia punya stun yang pertama, then it's easy untuk dia menggunakan dia punya Way of the Dragon macam mana kita nampaknya dekat sini. Manakala untuk Kufra, dia kena aim kat mana dia nak lompat. And then bila dia kena, great. Kalau tak kena, dia stuck dekat situ. Tak boleh nak larikan diri.
Yeah, I mean,
sama juga dengan Grok.
Setup tu ada tapi nak laksanakan dengan sempurna sangat-sangat sukar. Kalau nak tangkap ke semua ahli pasukan Caracal pun sangat-sangat sukar. Dan kerana itulah pasukan Caracal boleh berdansa sahaja sebentar tadi. Tapi sekarang ini kita akan lihat bracket terkini terlebih dahulu. Dengan tewasnya pasukan SMG melayakkan pasukan Caracal untuk masuk ke pusingan yang seterusnya sebenarnya.
Ya, dekat sini pasukan SMG, siapa sangka during regular season perform dengan sangat bagus, tapi itu yang kita cakap. Regular season sekarang kita dah boleh lupakan. Because bila dah masuk kat playoff, semua pasukan main dengan a different style, a different strategy. Caracal ubah banyak sangat. Dan dekat sini Caracal teruskan perjalanan mereka di mana mereka akan berlawan dengan sesiapa saja yang menang antara pasukan Red Esports lawan dengan Orange Esports. Malam ni akan ada lagi satu pasukan yang akan di-eliminate.
Wow, I mean dua pasukan yang akan dikeluarkan pada hari ini sama ada Red ataupun Orange Esports itu akan berlangsung pada malam nanti. Manakala Todak dengan SUHAZ Esports mereka duduk selesa dekat upper bracket final. Match mereka akan kita saksikan pada hari esok. Tetapi malam inilah Fal yang akan menentukan siapakah oponen Caracal nanti.
Ya, Red performance hari ini kita tengok dekat bahagian atas mereka kalah dengan SUHAZ Esports 2-1. So kita berbual pasal the mental strength. Kita tengok macam mana Red Esports dia boleh datang balik because Orange kita kena ingat macam mana Min, especially dengan dia punya Atlas. I suka Min punya Atlas. The initiation is very good. Orange Esports dekat dalam playoff juga. Actually sejak Valence masuk, it's a different kind of Orange. Kita kena tengok macam mana Red boleh ke tidak prepare. Sebab kalau mereka tak boleh nak hadap engagement daripada Min, it's going to be very difficult.
Ya, to be honest, dengan kekalahan pada awal hari sebentar tadi, mungkin akan ada efek yang kurang baik untuk mereka. Tapi harapnya dengan rehat yang panjang, mereka dah reset balik mereka punya mindset dan Seorang Payang pun telah dictate, okay, apa salah silap kita sebentar tadi untuk diubah dan untuk mendapatkan kemenangan ke atas Orange Esports. So, kedua-dua pasukan ada fair chances untuk mendapatkan kemenangan.
Saya suka di mana bring up Seorang Payung sebab saya rasa antara benda yang kita kena tengok adalah mereka punya draft. Sebab saya rasa Orange Esports, mereka punya kemenangan antara sebabnya adalah mereka berjaya untuk menang draft lawan dengan pasukan RSG. So, Orange Esports, they are in a better position kalau kita tengok daripada segi momentum. Red, diorang dah panas badan sikit. So, I think for this game, siapa yang menang game pertama, dia akan set tempo sepanjang best of 3 ni.
I think that's a very, very good point. Satu pasukan dah panas badan. Satu lagi pasukan baru saja nak memulakan perlawanan mereka. Dan kalau Orange Esports dapat memulakan dengan baik, mungkin pasukan Orange Esports ada momentum yang lebih mantap untuk teruskan perjalanan. Tetapi dengan berhadapan dengan Red Esports yang kita nampak ada sedikit sebanyak isu dekat sini. Lebih-lebih lagi kalau saya sempat untuk highlightkan di sini adalah Zaid. Saya risau sedikit hero pool dia. Adakah yang terbaik untuk patch kali ini?
Ya, kita boleh nampak di mana sebelum ni pun interview dengan Zaid yang dia cakap, yes, patch ni susah untuk dia adjust because dia memang true assassin player. Tetapi kita boleh nampak macam mana assassin boleh di-counter dengan fighters dan juga tanks. So untuk pasukan Red, yes, mungkin drafting tu susah sedikit. I rasa mereka boleh succeed lagi. Cuma kita nampak pasukan Red, diorang still ada style, diorang nak flank, pergi ke arah belakang. Tapi orang dah boleh start baca, which Orange Esports dah tengok macam mana Red bermain hari ni. Dan Red, mereka cuma ada berapa jam saja untuk tukar mereka punya playstyle. For this one sebenarnya, I rasa Orange Esports mereka ada advantage.
Orange Esports ada advantage, Red Esports pun juga ada advantage. Masa agak sukar untuk kita nak dictate siapa yang boleh menangkan sebab kedua-dua pasukan ada kelebihannya masing-masing, ada kekurangan masing-masing, di mana Orange Esports, kalau mereka, apa yang saya kurang gemar untuk Orange Esports adalah mereka belum lagi mahir macam mana nak main di bahagian belakang. Kalau goal lead mereka jauh 5,000, 6,000, mereka agak sukar untuk dapatkan momentum semula untuk melakukan comeback.
Dan dekat sini kita juga kena tengok, kalau Red Esports kalah, kita boleh nampak dua team yang sangat dominan di regular season telah dijatuhkan dekat playoff. So, kita dah betul-betul boleh cakap, next season, MPL season ke-10, bila regular season, just nak masuk dalam playoff. Bila dah masuk playoff, everything is out of the table.
Ya, benar sekali. Tetapi sekarang ini untuk kita umumkan MPL Predictor winner, kita ada 3 pemenang di sini, iaitu Muhammad Al-Fajri, kita ada Amiruddin Zamzuri dan juga Muhammad Fadil. Tahniah diucapkan kepada mereka kerana berjaya predict, percaya kepada pasukan Caracal dan dapatkan Ruby Skin.
Ya, kalau you guys nak menang, it's very, very simple. Just pastikan bila game tu start, kita predict siapa yang akan menang. Which selepas ni adalah Orange lawan dengan pasukan Red. Jadi predict siapa yang akan menang dengan hashtag MPL Predictor bersama dengan Game ID dan juga Server ID, supaya kita senang untuk memberikan skin kepada you guys. Again, ini adalah skin cuma, make sure you guys dapatkan.
Kalau I vote dua-dua, ada possibility tak?
Ada. Sebenarnya ada. Itu the way you want to cheat the system lah. Macam,
I mean guys, tak dengar, korang kena vote satu je guys. Vote satu je. Tapi sekarang kepada anda semua yang sedang menonton, MPL ni ada di sini untuk berikan hadiah lumayan. Soalan dia macam mana, Lafel? Apa soalan dia sekarang ni?
Pasukan manakah yang berjaya mendapatkan Lord terbanyak sepanjang regular season? Saya almost nak cakap Homeboys, sebab Homeboys,
okey,
bukan jungler saja yang boleh securekan Lord. Betul tak?
Betul.
Irfan masa awal, dia punya tangan ada retry.
Betul juga sebenarnya. Regular season, saya nak sebut Orange, tetapi sebab ada regular season, sebab saya teringat semalam Orange sempat curi a lot juga sebenarnya. Tapi disebabkan regular season, saya rasa point daripada Lafel tu sebenarnya agak tepat lah. Sebab walaupun tak ada retribution, kita tahu Homeboys the king of stealing lot.
You know what? I dah remember. Kita nampak Chibi, even dia punya season lepas, dia yang mendapatkan lot tertinggi. And I rasa season ni juga dia dapat lot tertinggi. So, it makes sense. I mean, I boleh salah, tapi tak silap I. The last time I tengok stats, Chibi berjaya untuk dapatkan lot paling tinggi.
Okay, kalau korang yakin dengan jawapan Lafel dan juga jawapan saya jugalah, sebab saya memang yakin dekat Lafel, korang kena tulis jawapan dengan semua caps lock. Jangan tersilap supaya anda boleh mendapatkan peluang untuk memenangi skin eksklusif daripada Mobile Legend Bang Bang.
Ya, dan sekarang kita ada Make a Wish. Tapi ini adalah pantun di mana Zafri kat sini berjaya untuk... Oh, ni I punya ke? Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan 10,000 diamond dan juga McDonald's voucher. So, kita akan bacakan. Patutlah suruh saya. Passion make 20s roar. Every season, epic war. I have big stomach wall. Bring me all
Zafri! Come on, Zafri!
I was building it up!
Roar! War!
I have big stomach wall, bring me McDelivery.
Aduh.
Dia macam setengah jalan. It's like,
aduh.
I dah tak ada idea. So, asalkan message dah sampai yang I nak McD.
You ni memang macam boyfriend Fatima lah. Anti-climax betul. Dah build up dia punya ni, lepas tu...
You know what? Ini menunjukkan kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok MPL sekarang. Effort tu yang penting.
Betul.
Kalau tak cuba, memang tak akan dapat. Betul. Kalau Zafri pun boleh dapat,
apatah lagi anda?
Everyone has a chance.
Ya, mungkin buat lagi simple daripada Zafri pun boleh mendapatkan kemenangan. Namun begitu, tahniah kepada Zafri.
Lari.
Mana nak sama dengan kucing belang?
Kita akan tengok siapa pakai gelang.
Dan kita akan lihat siapa yang juara gelanggang.
Not bad.
Alright, untuk kita pas ataupun teruskan show kita, kita akan pergi kepada Seth kerana dia ada segmen interview. Silakan Seth.
Alright, terima kasih Aiman Lafel dan juga Adin. Saya tak tahu itu pantun ke, sajak ke, tapi macam Lafel kata, percubaan tu yang penting. Alright, anda masih lagi bersama saya, Sid, selaku stage show dan ditemani dengan dua jejaka kacak merupakan peminat Caracal. Alright, jadi apa khabar?
Baik, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, sihat. Okey, boleh perkenalkan diri, siapa dan datang daripada mana?
Hai, nama saya Sultan Rick, saya dari Kapar.
Oh, dari Kapar.
Hai, nama saya Aiman Izzat. Saya dari UM.
Oh, daripada UM. Alright. Jadi, datang ke sini menyokong pasukan Caracal, betul? Alright, jadi apa perasaan Rick dan juga Aiman melihat pasukan Caracal depan mata berjaya menewaskan pasukan SMG sebentar tadi? Kita mulakan dengan Rick.
Okey, perasaan saya dapat tengok Caracal depan-depan rasa lebih semangat lah. Biasanya sebelum ni dapat tengok dekat dalam live stream je. Dan bila tengok semua orang dekat dalam tempat ni, venue ni, makin bersemangat lah dan aura dia lebih seronok lah.
Yes, betul. Aura tu yang penting. Cik, bagaimana pula dengan Aiman?
Saya rasa happy dan lagi semangat lah sebab keadaan lagi meriah daripada berbanding dengan tengok online di rumah.
Yes, itu yang lebih best. Okay, alright. Bercakap tentang pasukan Caracal, ada tak salah seorang pada pasukan Caracal ni yang korang memang minat ataupun favourite player lah? Kita mulakan dengan Sutarik tu. Favourite player daripada pasukan Caracal?
Okey, bagi saya minat Link Ezra sebab saya hyper masih kurang, jadi banyak belajar gameplay daripada dia lah.
Oh, kira jadikan dia macam Sifu lah.
Sifu.
Alright. Okay, Aiman, siapa idola player?
Saya minat Lolials.
Oh, Lolials. Sebab
gameplay dia selalunya kebanyakan game Caracal ni dia yang banyak carry. And positioning dia bukan macam player golden biasa lah.
Oh, okay. Oh, bagus lah. Awak tengok benda ni, awak jadi analis. Alright, okay. Sebelum kita berpisah, sebelum kita untuk pergi kepada break, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir kepada pasukan Caracal yang telah pun masuk ke peringkat seterusnya. Kita mulakan dengan Sutarik.
Simple je. Jangan pernah give up walaupun orang kutuk dan do your best.
Alright, Aiman.
Kepada pasukan Caracal, teruskan usaha, jangan hiraukan apa yang orang kata sebab orang kita ni nak tengok hasil je, tak nak tengok usaha. Jadi teruskan yang terbaik.
Oh, ini kata-kata daripada seorang pelajar UM. Alright, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Sutarik. Terima kasih kepada Aiman. Jadi, sudahlah segmen saya bersama dengan tetamu daripada Quill City Mall. Tapi, seperti biasa, lepas kita habis event MPL, sekali lagi saya ingatkan kepada penonton-penonton di luar sana, selepas MPL kita ada MSC yang melibatkan pasukan terhebat di serata Asia Tenggara yang akan bermula pada bulan 6 nanti. Jadi tunggu segala maklumat di page ataupun di semua social media di MPL ataupun Mobile Legends Bang. Tunggu, MSC menanti anda. Jadi kita akan beristirahat, selepas ini kita ada game yang lebih mencabar dan jumpa anda sebentar saja lagi.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always
bagus, jadi hero. Ku ada skill, berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. I'ma go hard for the win. Win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen. Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nur Hadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam Team Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Link Eza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Squad playstyle tim ni
lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Ili, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk dia kat sana. Inilah rutin harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legend. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legend ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh!
Langkah pokok.
Silam fix. Bagi tepuk.
Alhamdulillah. SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Malah ni tapi dah bang.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player. Jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English. And of course, the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Nah, definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terima lah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform lah. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah.
Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we will smile and laugh together.
GG RSG! Bener? Like always, let's give paper.
The team Todak Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak, kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab
Dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insya-Allah dia boleh jadi main jangka. Kau nak kutip kawan boleh. Tak, aku poke je, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang. Ya tu lah. Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan. Masih lagi activate tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Chiku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Chiku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Chiku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab kita dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main boleh kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Chiku.
Kalau ada Chiku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Chiku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah. Kita nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan. Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main. Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world. Hashtag Todak Langgar. Hashtag Todak Langgar. Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Untuk rate ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap decision yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua decision tu sama.
Hello, ada orang? Hello. Rick?
Moment je, every week the boys up. You guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti, oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau Season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada bosku.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Todak dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, I sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan. I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan map dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata
kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kaedah tank dan final tank.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap, jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach Has tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya. Tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution. Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama. Lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya. Dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zahid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zahid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zahid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya dah saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title.
Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
Dah sampai pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya. Ha? Assalamualaikum Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin.
Selamat Raya Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okay, on.
Defend betul.
Jom Mopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati. Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia M1. Sebelah kiri saya, Zora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may, become the champion and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not laws. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the song. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nurhadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah, sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Link Eza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Tepat setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif, diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu sepatutnya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami belum kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni kat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita orang semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Masih back dengan tidur.
Assalamualaikum, nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni, and saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia lah. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament emisi baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh!
Langkah pokok.
Sisi Lamfi. Bagi tepuk.
Alhamdulillah. SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Malah ni untuk episode dah. Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi captain lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach, dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting. Sebab sebelum ni, Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legends. Jadi, dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi, dia memahami player. Jadi, bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team, and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges, as well as I'm not there with them physically. So rather I'm not able to read their mood, or rather how they are feeling through their webcam. So I think these are some of the biggest challenges that I'm facing right now.
Definitely underdog, because this season we reshuffle everything. We start back from scratch, but we trust in our system. Sistem kami insya-Allah akan membawa kami, at least kami akan target ke playoff dahulu. Underdog is the best thing that orang kata boleh describe RSG untuk season ini.
Season ni kalau ada orang yang anggap kami underdog, kami terima lah, sebab memang season lalu kami underperform lah. Untuk saya sendiri, saya rasa saya perlu lebih confident dan kembalikan gameplay season 7 saya sebelum ni. Bagi saya, meta sekarang ni boleh fit dengan RSG sebab Kuza ni dia bermain hero assassin, dan meta sekarang adalah meta-meta hero assassin. Dan saya juga hero-hero yang meta sekarang ni adalah match-match yang perlukan farming lah. Jadi saya rasa season ni sesuai lah dengan meta kami lah, di stage yang lebih tinggi lah. Kami telah pergi ke M Series beberapa kali untuk RSG Singapore, dan kami confident dengan apa yang ada, bukan sahaja dari segi management tapi dari segi knowledge dan skill dan juga sistem. Kami percaya di setiap negara yang kami masuk M4, contoh seperti Singapore, Filipina dan Malaysia, kami boleh pergi ke N4 lah.
Maybe to my boys as well as to the fans out there, like I mentioned previously, we're gonna have a rocky journey, but at the end of the day we will reach our destination lah. I hope that you guys, fans and boys included, continue to believe in what we are doing. At the end of the day, when we reach the journey, then we'll smile and laugh together.
GG RSG! Bener? Like always, let's give paper. The team Todak Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season kita orang ada kat grand final. So nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak, kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit, sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebab kan kita orang guna Discord kan, and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu. Semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just trust each other lah. Dan alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah, and alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as juggler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag Todak Langgar.
Time minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Saya tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Siku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So time tu lah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood macam tu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak kerja sama boleh. Tak, aku poke je. Aku tak lagi. Aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak je kau. Bila kau tak ada shadow ni dia datang. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya, kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Chiku. Legendary untuk beliau. Zaraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Chiku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi. Untuk week keempat, Chiku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Chiku dah nak main kembali lah kan. Sebab dah lama dia tak main, boleh kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Chiku.
Kalau ada Chiku ni, kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda. Kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Chiku. Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni, saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, diorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, lepas tu kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan.
Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar. Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Untuk league ni sebenarnya daripada awal masuk ni saya target macam orang kata organisation macam football lah.
Playstyle rate ni kita main macam sekepala lah. Setiap division yang kita nak buat ni pastikan semua division tu sama.
Hello, ada orang? Hello. Rick?
Momennya really weak the boys up. The guys are dead. Oi, bangun. Dah masa nanti view nanti oi. IGN Uncle is obviously Uncle Cikano. And Uncle punya role dalam Red Esports is COO untuk Red Esports lah.
Hai, saya Kak Pen daripada Pen Halo dan saya adalah owner ataupun founder bagi tim Red Esports yang sedang main dekat MPL Season 9 sekarang ini. Kalau Season 9 ni orang fikir tim kita orang ni tim laut sebab dapat slot daripada bosku.
Banyak sangat kesilapan yang kita lakukan, so kita orang repair at times.
Pada pandangan saya, prestasi Red pada musim ni sebenarnya agak konsisten. Walaupun kita orang ada kalah dengan Kodak dan Caracal, tapi kita orang dapat revenge balik. So, feels good.
Sebagai seorang player and also student, saya sanggup je nak hadapi apa-apa as long as I keep improving daripada segi kehidupan, I still yakinlah dengan diri I untuk maju ke hadapan.
Bagi saya, Red Esports nampak perform season ni disebabkan kemasukan coach kita orang, Sora. Player dah punya pengalaman and skill individu yang tersendiri. Cuma just perlukan guide dari seorang coach yang berpengalaman.
Saya ni macam kata apa, boleh-boleh je. Tapi disebabkan macam Sora ni, kadang-kadang saya tengah malam duduk berdua je dengan dia. Duduk depan map dia macam memperbesarkan hero pool saya lah. Kiranya dia dalam masa yang sama dia kata kita nak bawa kelainan setiap week lah untuk lawan opponent supaya opponent tak boleh pasti kan.
Lepas ni kau kena belajar kalah tank dengan final tank.
First time Sora datang tu, soalan pertama saya tanya dia, Sora boleh tak bantu tim saya? Dan dia cakap jangan risau, dia boleh jamin dia akan bagi tim saya nombor 1 hingga 3.
Perbezaannya ialah season lepas masa coach SUHAZ tu kita orang mungkin lacking somewhere dan mungkin apa yang dia cuba nak bawa tu kita orang tak boleh bawa, tak kena lah. So dengan Sora ni dia fix tau kita orang punya kelemahan tu, dia tahulah macam mana nak handle. Mungkin gameplay Sora tu kena dengan gameplay tim kita.
Saya kena bagi ajar sedikit bagi jalan untuk diorang supaya diorang lebih berkembang. Saya agak risau sebab diorang adalah player yang lama. So saya risau yang diorang tak nak dengar cakap saya, tapi alhamdulillah diorang support saya, diorang dengar cakap saya happy lah untuk berada kat tim ni.
So Sora ni saya respect dia sebab dia rajin bincang teori semua sampai dapat solution.
Saya masuk ke Red ni start dari second tier lah. Saya kenal dengan seorang player Red ni, Ash. Lepas tu dia main dengan dia lama-lama, lepas tu dia pun minat dekat saya, dia kenalkan saya dekat Red. Dari situlah saya dapat masuk Red Esports.
Zaid ni perangai budak-budak dia memang ada. Friends tu nampak lah dia macam dia masih perlukan kena ada orang tegur dia. Benda-benda tu lah sebab dia muda lagi kan.
Zaid ni perwatakan dia seorang yang pembersih lah. Saya terkejut lah sebab muka dia macam gangster tapi rupanya pembersih.
Zaid pada mulanya agak keras sedikit. Dia player yang kuat, selalu menang dekat rank. So agak susah untuk kami tegur dia. Tapi lama kelamaan dia rasa yang dia perlu belajar lebih lagi bila masuk dekat pro scene. Tu buat saya happy lah sebab dia dah berubah untuk menjadi lebih baik.
Saya dapat merasakan main game ni berhasil lah, tak sia-sia. So, saya bangga dengan diri saya dan saya dapat capai apa yang saya nak. Saya jadikan sebagai ini kejayaan saya.
Sebab ramai orang ingat kita orang ni team underdog, team yang mungkin dia orang tak expect yang kita orang akan dapat nombor 1 placing dalam bracket.
Impian saya untuk Red champion lah. Kalau boleh saya nak champion lah season ni. Wakil MSC dan cuba try untuk grab that title. Dream saya nak sangatlah champion untuk MPL season 9 ni dan saya nak banggakan kat ibu bapa saya yang saya boleh pergi jauh dalam dunia e-sport ni dan saya bukan main game hanya sia-sia.
Pertama sekali saya fokuskan untuk lepas playoff. Kedua, saya nak player nampak ke mana kesilapan diorang, mana part yang diorang boleh baiki supaya boleh jadi champion.
Dah tiba masanya untuk aku mencari pewaris Dragon Master. Antara kamu berdua, siapakah yang layak?
One fatal blow is more than enough. I shall regain what I deserve.
Kemenangan bukan datang dari kuasa yang kita ada, tapi datang dari dalaman kita.
dah sampai pun. Bolehlah tolong Tok buat persiapan hari raya.
Tok, memandangkan kami dah buat tugas Tok tadi. Sekarang ni kami ada tugasan pula untuk Tok, kan?
Cucu Tok selalu main game macam ni.
Cucu Tok, mana dia? Dia tak balik raya.
Assalamualaikum, Tok.
Akmal!
Wawan, Ling, Yin. Selamat Raya, Tok. Maaf zahir dan batin.
Selamat Raya, Mal.
Lepas ni jom. Okey, on.
Defend bottom.
Push. Jom ngopi.
Defend top. Okay, nice try. Uish, gempak lah korang. Korang kena join MPL musim baru ni.
Aku senjata tu atau kau akan mati.
Jangan harap.
Siapa hantar kau?
Hidup Black Dragon.
Selamat datang ke pusingan akhir Martial Arts Warrior. Juara pada malam ini akan dibawa masuk ke dalam dunia M1. Sebelah kiri saya, Zora. Dan di sebelah kanan saya,
telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
Give it up.
Welcome to the M World. It's true. Fight as you may, become the champion, and the M World will grant you your deepest wish. Today, the game is defeat the Trophy Guardian.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bombs. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Make some noise, everybody!
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Caracal! IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nur Hadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lok Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap baguslah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro-pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah, sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Meow!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh! Wow!
Halo. Everyone yang dalam tim ni diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal, sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step, kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion, lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. mesti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam Team Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nur Hadim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah AIM. Saya bermain mid laner untuk Team Caracal.
Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah, qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lord Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ni majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all-star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni, player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Squad playstyle tim ni
lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal sama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Okay, rambut dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Iwi, apa korang tengah buat sekarang ni?
Tengah mencuba mengkaji-kaji gameplay negara luar.
Tim sekarang tengah review game Region MPL Philippines. Buat analis lah, cari ilmu untuk tim juga.
Itu katanya. So kalau boleh, paling penting kita semak. Semak.
Kami cuba buat yang terbaik je lah. Walaupun diorang kuat, kami pun kuat.
Guys, sekarang ni pukul 8. So setiap hari kalau ada game ke tak ada game, kita akan morning walk. So morning walk ni dekat sana. Inilah rutian harian kami untuk panas badan. Lepas tu kita akan fokus kat game. Okay, let's go guys. Let's go.
So far semua okey. Jaga diorang pun senang walaupun diorang lelaki. Tapi bila diorang dengan saya, diorang okey lah dengan cakap macam kita nak kena jaga diorang punya schedule, diorang punya makan apa semua. So far diorang okey dan diorang ikut je.
You suka game yang awal-awal ke atau game yang lewat petang?
Anytime, anywhere, any set time, set place, saya ready. Kita semua ready. Just call us. Bring it on!
Sekarang band Muntun dah sampai untuk bawa kita ke arena. Kita jumpa di sana ya.
Okay guys, jangan lupa pakai seat belt.
Dengan mask sekali.
Mask, seat belt. Mask, seat belt dengan tidur.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Muhammad Fadil bin Hishamuddin ataupun saya lebih dikenali Fadil dalam Mobile Legends ni. And saya merupakan manager untuk SUHAZ Esports. Okey, kenapa saya join SUHAZ? Saya mempunyai group bosses yang sangat support dan sangat meminati Mobile Legends. Mereka ada visi dan misi untuk membuat esports scene Mobile Legends ni lebih ke hadapan dengan menggunakan nama SUHAZ Esports.
Kita orang
kekalkan 5 pemain yang sama sebab kita orang maybe ada chemistry lebih sikit daripada tim lain dan kita orang percayalah sesama sendirilah kita orang boleh buat 5.
Okey, kita reset balik.
Masa je lepas dia habis season 8, AV bincang dengan family dia nak stop. So dia nak fokus ke family dia. So kita pun tak ada nak halang kan. So it's okay lah kan. Lepas tournament MEC baru-baru ni, kita orang dah try out banyak orang. Tapi tak jumpa macam dia. So saya try call dia, dia kata dia nak main lagi.
Untuk transfer window yang akan datang, maybe SUHAZ akan ambil player yang flex lah, yang boleh main banyak posisi. So senang lah kita nak tukar-tukar, mengelirukan enemy lah.
Untuk pelan jangka masa panjang SUHAZ, for sure sekarang kami nak bermain di MPL Season 9 dan kami memang nak sangat main dekat MSC, Sukan C ataupun M4. So itu bermula daripada sekarang, perjalanan tu adalah daripada sekarang. Dan untuk kami tak pernah pegang lagi trofi MPL tu yang katanya berat tu. So far tak pernah pegang. So season ni ialah milik kami, milik SUHAZ.
SUHAZ ni macam saya dah pernah cakap dulu, kita orang dah stick together, dah macam keluarga. Bagi saya susahlah kita nak pecah.
Oh!
Langkah pokok.
Silam fik. Bagi tepuk.
Alhamdulillah.
SUHAZ untuk saya, SUHAZ is me.
Satu family.
Satu family lah.
Family je. Kita tak boleh nak berpecah.
Yes, SUHAZ is my family and segalanya.
Okey, semua dah and cut.
Masuk cepat. Malah ni untuk tapi dah bang.
Perasaan tahun 16 agak teruja untuk buat benda dengan player yang baru, dapat chemistry yang barulah untuk next level punya journey. Secara jujur saya sedih lah sebab mereka bukan lagi satu tim dengan saya, tapi saya harus terus move on lah. Yang tu sedih lah, tapi nak buat macam mana, semua orang ada perjalanan masing-masing. So kita orang masih dalam kontrak berjuang untuk tim ni.
Ramai yang keluar tapi saya lebih gembira dengan teammate saya yang sekarang lah sebab dapat perubahan yang besar lah.
Ini adalah first time saya menjadi kapten lah, jadi agak takut lah sebab takut tidak dapat lead team lah. Saya cuba untuk lebih matang lah dengan teammate-teammate yang lain dan saya belajar untuk memberi info-info lah semasa in-game.
Bekerja dengan player-player yang agak baru sebenarnya satu cabaran sebab target kami sangat-sangat tinggi. It's a very good learning process, bukan sahaja untuk mereka tapi saya, sebab season ni ialah kami mempertaruhkan sistem yang telah selama ini RSG daripada season yang lepas sampai sekarang. Sebab tu kita bawa Jason daripada Singapura datang ke Malaysia. Agak memberi cabaran sebenarnya sebab Jason tidak fasih berbahasa Melayu.
Hi, my name is Jason Koh Wei Hao and I'm the coach for RSG Malaysia.
Bagi pandangan saya, Jason ni sebagai coach dia memang baguslah dari segi drafting, sebab sebelum ni Jason ni adalah bekas player Mobile Legend, jadi dia fahamlah dengan player-player, apa yang player mau main, apa yang player takut. Jadi dia memahami player. Jadi bagi saya itu amat baguslah.
I became a coach to go to other regions to coach a full-time team and hoping that with my many years in the mobile experience, I can help all the talented kids in the other region reach somewhere that I couldn't reach lah. Some problems that I faced while doing online coaching with the team is that first of all, I think language barrier is a thing that definitely we have to face. So not all players can speak fluent English, and of course the things that I say they might not fully understand at times. Maybe they can only understand 90% or 80% of what I'm talking. So that's one of the biggest challenges.
Wow,
Welcome, welcome, welcome to MPL-MY Season 9 Playoffs, Day number 2. My name is ICBaby12. Joined with me is going to be Stafa, as we are going to be your English commentators for today. Exciting games so far and also upsets throughout the entire 2 days here in playoffs. Expect the unexpected. But without further ado, shout out to our amazing sponsors. You must understand that MPL-MY is powered by Moonton, presented by McDelivery, and our official smartphone Samsung, celebrating moments with Nescafe, as well as gaming with Cadbury Zip are your sponsors, and without them we will not have all this amazing setup, amazing casters, amazing audience, amazing people, and amazing games for you guys to watch.
Yep, the playoffs so far have certainly been an amazing experience and really unexpected as well. I get the feeling we've been witnessing a lot of underdog stories, a lot of teams that we feel should have made it further, not going as far as we think. But what has gone far is our share milestones, because we have officially hit 1.2k. Thank you very much, everyone, for clicking on that share button. Make sure to claim your reward below.
Exactly. Thank you guys so much for helping us achieve our milestones. Of course, don't worry, today's milestones, we've hit it so far. If you guys are tuning us with us tomorrow as well, be sure to do that as well, because we are going to be having milestones throughout the entire final few days here in MPL-MY Season 9. We're closing towards the end, but we have seen a lot of teams being eliminated so far. Unexpected turns of events has happened, and I'm looking forward to give you guys a little bit more surprise about. And for you guys at home who are having their open, I would say, buka puasa session, this is going to be a little bit more promotion for you guys here. It is going to be the McDelivery promotion for you guys. With a minimum spend of 50 ringgit on the McDelivery app, you can get yourself free 6 pieces of nuggets on top of a chance to walk away with exclusive MLBB skins by using the promo code down below, MPL Rewards.
Yep, that is MPL Rewards with an S on the back. Make sure you guys don't miss that out, because it'll end up with you missing out on this very nice deal. And of course, you guys don't want to miss out on that. More nuggets is always good, but on top of more nuggets, more skins is also good, which you can get by participating in MPL Predictor. All you gotta do is predict which of these two teams is going to win the next game. Tell us in the comments, include your game ID, your server ID, and if you are selected, you will stand a chance to win the Ruby Edelweiss skin.
Well, here at the playoffs, there has been a trend coming in. All the casters has not been on point with their prediction. Most of us as well has kind of flipped the table. Expect that unexpected. Everyone kind of messed up the predictions. If you guys think you got a big brain better than us, why don't you guys let us know down in the comments who do you think is going to win? And of course, is the curse gonna continue? Because the caster's curse is just so strong in this one. But without further ado, let us invite the teams for you guys, as they are gonna be walking in to the stage for you.
Orange Esports.
Starting off, we have Orange Esports, perhaps unexpected underdogs who have managed to claw their way through the playoffs, now going up in another lower bracket match. Will they be able to create another upset today and create a brand new legend in the MPL playoffs?
Yep, ever since Valence integration, they have been making wonders here in the MPL stage, and they're looking to continue their journey further up the brackets. But it is going to be a very difficult task to do so. Can they keep up the momentum that they've garnered from yesterday? Because their opponents are very
Esports.
Yep, their opponents, none other than Red Esports. Super consistent performance throughout the regular season. And after a close defeat this morning, it's going to be pretty rough for Red Esports to bounce back in such a short time. But I think they definitely have what it takes.
Yep, what will coach the Sora Payong be able to keep up the morale despite having an amazing win rate thus far coming from Red Esports? This is going to be a do or die moment coming from them. They had an early start today. Hopefully they are rested, as they are going to be fighting for their MPL lives right here, right now.
It is the age-old battle of the colors here, as Orange Esports will be going up against Red Esports to determine whose lives in the MPL will continue. Starting off, we're looking at the player stats for Orange Esports.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more on the min and mark factor, right? They have been shut down multiple times. We've seen teams kind of draft and denying them their picks. However, little did they know, they weren't expecting a little bit of plot twist, especially coming from playoffs day one, where Marn was able to hit like 100 to 140,000 damage on the Xavier alone as a single carry coming in from Orange Esports, coming in from yesterday's game, which is very interesting. And we did see a rise in, I would say, popular picks coming from Xavier, which is very hard to actually execute. So I'm looking forward the same momentum coming from Orange Esports from yesterday's game after researching Red Esports right now after earlier games today.
Yeah, the research is going to be very important because Red Esports here, their performance in the regular season has been super duper consistent. And even in the upper bracket game this morning, they only just barely lost out to SUHAZ Esports. So they're going to be playing at top performance to make sure that they make up for that previous loss and preserve their championship dreams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what are the strategies as well. We did see the Franco being brought out coming from Red Esports that kind of made wonders coming for their team. So I wouldn't be surprised a contestant coming from Franco, coming from this game, but it all comes down to whether or not are they going to bring it from game number 1 or maybe save it for the pinch match, which is game number 3. But now, let's take a look at the key to success here coming from Orange Esports. Contesting Karina and Ling is going to be the priority coming from Orange Esports, being creative with their rotations, increase early aggression, and bait for overextensions.
Yep, these keys to success make a lot of sense. Contesting for Karina and Ling are obvious choices because these are both heroes that Gary as well as Zayed on the side of Red play very well. In terms of increasing early aggression, Orange Esports, in my opinion, is already one of the most aggressive early game teams, but they definitely need to up the ante here because Red Esports play off of snowballing very hard, so if you can stop them in the early game, it's really good.
Exactly. Now, as for the key to success for Red Esports right now, is going to be better map awareness, disrupting Gary's farm. Ash and Ma must be able to dominate the game while also prioritize mid-game objectives. And I would like to add a little bit more on this as well because they do have the tendency to prioritize mid-control to actually scale towards the later stage game. We did see Red Esports kind of make a little bit of a fumble in earlier games today against SUHAZ, but hopefully, all things considered, they are going to be prepared for this match because they are warmed up and looking to partay right here.
Ash and Mom, though, definitely gotta be able to up their gameplay here because they're going up against the deadly combo of the twins, Min and Man, who so far have been a huge determining factor in allowing Orange Esports to gain early game control. They also gotta make sure to disrupt Gary so that they can allow Zayed to get an advantage in the jungle and translate that into lane priority that will allow them to control the map and tempo of the game.
Yep, let's take a look at the talent predictions. You guys have been waiting for this year. Who is it gonna be? It seems like everyone is going to be signing on Red Esports except for me, as well as Ardeen is going to be believing on Orange Esports. And you know what's up, stuff.
Yep.
Am I going to finally get a prediction correct?
I guess we will see. For those of you who might be out of the loop, we have a bit of a caster's curse going on here on the playoffs. Whenever exactly true casters vote for a team, it tends to be 2-0. But we'll see which team will come out on top, especially in you guys' opinion. Oh!
Let's go!
Wow, okay.
Let's go! You guys are Team Icy Baby right now, alongside with Orange Esports. Thank you guys for believing in the caster's curse. I hope it's not broken, but not gonna lie, this is the first ever MPL-MY season where the caster's curse is so strong that you gotta believe in it, man. Like, none of us we knew for a fact that every single time playoffs is gonna be different, you know, expect the unexpected. But this past few days has been upsets after upsets after upsets, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really unexpected gameplay, but an unexpectedly good device for you to improve on your MLBB gameplay will be none other than our official smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G, a brand new smartphone with a sleek design. And if you guys buy it right now, you stand a chance to win an MLBB bundle worth up to 2.2k diamonds. What you gotta do is just scan this QR code on the screen. Make sure you use the key MLBB VIP during your checkout, and you might even get a little bit of an extra in your purchase: a protective phone case, super fast charge power adapter, camera filter mount, and so on.
Exactly. As a wow, protective power phone case, super fast charge power adapter, camera filter mount. That's a steal for sure. But now, speaking of steals here, ladies and gentlemen, do or die moment. This is the moment we have been waiting for because we are heading into the draft between Orange Esports as well as Red Esports. Now, as of yet, looks like Red Esports, they are going to be on first pick once again. But are they going to draft a little bit different, or will we follow the trend of drafting similarly to how they did against SUHAZ Esports, which is going to be denying all the majors away and then prioritize on contesting Karina away from Orange Esports?
Yep, that is going to be the big question here. Red Esports right now, they are obviously feeling a little bit of pressure, especially since they ended up losing that upper bracket match in the morning. They don't want to get sent home here on day number 2. But the same can be said for Orange Esports, a team that wasn't really performing too well during the initial stages of the regular season, but has really come up into their own and are now charting a course straight to the grand finals. They also want to maintain their momentum.
I really don't know. Is this the Orange Esports miracle run again? We've seen this exact concept as well from previous season where Ling Eza was playing Orange Esports. They played from lower brackets. They made it all the way to top 3, almost qualifying for M3. So, I don't know. It seems like this is going to be a very risky ask, but if that is possible, it feels like Orange Esports is ready to take on the world.
We have to remember there has been a trend with Orange Esports. For the past few seasons, they have consistently achieved 3rd place in the MPL playoffs.
With different rosters.
Yeah, somehow they managed to do that. They want to break that trend by going higher, but they are right now at risk of ending that trend by going lower, and that is the one thing they don't want to happen.
Oh, Orange Esports' key to success was to be contesting both the Link on the Karina, and unfortunately will be denied immediately. So it's not going to work out in their favor, and seems like Red Esports, they're taking worried about what Orange Esports can bring to the table, which was the Atlas. We saw Orange Esports bringing up yesterday's game, and also earlier today, they did lose to a D-Ace Atlas special. So it's something that Red Esports is a little bit traumatized now, and you can see it from his drafts, but hopefully it wouldn't be all too bad. Franco is something that they might be hovering to coming from Red Esports, and I feel like the only game that Red Esports has won thus far was because Mom was able to stall in progression with his insane iron hook. So it might be something that they might prioritize. But as of yet, Orange Esports, they are gonna ban off Grok based on the draft from Red Esports. Knowing them, they do have the tendency to first pick Grok. And it's happened today as well, historically.
Yeah, Grok is a very common first pick for Red, but since Orange Esports are banning it out, that also means that they are leaving options like the Fanny wide open for Red Esports. That's a hero that we know Zayed is capable of playing, so if they want to go for that, it's very possible.
I like how the camera is panning on Mao right now, and it gives us a little bit of intention, right? Saying that once upon a time, his 1-1 was something to be feared as well, and throughout today's games, we saw a lot of insane 1-1 games. So, are they going to pick the 1-1? Looks like it's not going to be the case. They are going to prioritize the Franco instead for Mom, leaving the 1-1 up for grabs, which is kind of interesting considering that when they faced against SUHAZ Esports, first phase bans has been 1-1 all the way through, respecting that Mao was a very formidable 1-1 player, and it's a little bit surprised that they did not let him play that hero.
It's understandable that they wouldn't first pick the 1-1 because it is a little bit risky, but I am surprised at how early they lock in the Franco.
Oh no.
Which means that 1-1 wide open for Orange Esports. We know Valence is quite comfortable with it as well, and they even snatch up Fanny.
Okay, Gary bringing the Fanny. We did see Orange Esports bring this to the table in yesterday's games. However, now, this is going to be a very, very risky. I like how Orange Esports is so confident bringing this Fanny from the get-go, knowing that, hey, they picked the Franco, they're not going to pick a Kufra anytime soon. Forcing to go for a Kufra jungle is going to make their lives a little bit hard. It's not entirely impossible, but at the same time, it is going to mess up their momentum and gameplay. So Orange Esports picking this very preemptively just shows you a statement. They're here to not mess around.
Yep, they're just going straight for the damage. They were quite comfortable with this. As you've mentioned, some notable counters are no longer viable for Red Esports. So Red going to go with slightly safer pickups here. They lock in the Veil, they lock in the Popol and Koopa. Really solid lane matchups. And Orange Esports going to complete up their first phase with the Xavier, which we already saw in the previous games. Man is really scary on this hero.
Yeah, yesterday's games was just something that they figured out as well. And seeing how we have the tendency, right, to understand that Xavier is a very late game or item dependent hero, and we saw adaptations coming from SUHAZ Esports where they send the Xavier down to the gold lane with mystery shop to get those kind of economy. Meanwhile, Orange Esports' idea is a little bit different. Instead of sending him to the gold lane, you are going to have this Fanny go super aggressive to make space for Mon to scale in. So it's a difference in approach. Hopefully this strategy is going to work out for Orange Esports again. However, Red Esports, they've got to figure out how they want to deal with this.
Yeah, they need to ban out more frontline heroes that can just create space for this Xavier, because that's exactly how Orange Esports like to play. It wouldn't be surprising if they ban out more of Min's options at this point, like the Ruby. Interestingly enough, go for the Natalia here, whereas Orange Esports are now prioritizing on banning out Zayed's junglers.
I'm a little bit surprised with the Natalia pickup, but at the same time, it makes a little bit sense considering that Orange Esports did bring a Natalia tank as well as an XP laner coming from board, as well as I believe Min was actually playing it. So it's a little bit interesting, but at the same time, it's understandable considering that the heroes coming from Red Esports are very backline diveable. And in this case, if you think about it, Mao didn't exactly have the greatest of game earlier today, especially when SUHAZ Esports, we had Dirov diving in all the way through. Mao needs to put a little bit too much pressure when it comes to setting up over-aggressions, right? So they want to look to punish this kind of over-aggression from Orange Esports, but I feel like Orange Esports in the current game has a similar approach to how Red Esports wants to respond. They don't want to force a fight. They want to bait Red Esports to overcommitting and then go in for those kills.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense to me. Right now, Orange Esports has a lineup that is quite squishy and will require solid frontliners to be able to distract Red Esports. Interestingly enough, they're gonna go for the Dirov ban here. I personally don't think this is something Orange would pick up.
This is hilarious. I'm not. I feel bad that I'm laughing, but it makes so much sense because these are the heroes that they are traumatized with. Like earlier today, SUHAZ Esports just had one of the biggest game of his life. Like eBay was having the game of his life with his Dirov, and you can see it start to sip in towards Red Esports draft currently, just because of how SUHAZ Esports played early game. I feel like Orange Esports, are not that worried about this bans. I don't like you said as well. I don't think it's heroes that Orange Esports may consider picking, but at the same time, it does give RenQT a better LAN matchup. And what I mean by that is that any other XP laner is gonna have a better lane matchup that is not Dirov.
Orange Esports be locking in the Esmeralda here, so they are stealing it from RenQT. An interesting choice here, because I thought they would lock in Min's hero first, since we already know Red is gonna play the Franco Roamer, and keep the EXP lane for later, since they don't know what RenQT's hero is yet. But instead, they're gonna keep Min's hero until last. Looks like they are going to be prioritizing heavily on Min's playmaking abilities and go for a safer choice in the side lane first.
Yeah, I like this approach coming from Orange Esports as well. They got the hard read. Dirov ban, we're taking Esmeralda, we're playing late game. All we gotta do is just stall towards this later stage game. Yes, Fanny will scale off, but it's okay. We have a Xavier and 1-1 to compensate in that regards. Yuzhong gonna be the pretty obvious team here to go trade 50-50s, even though it's something that they don't really like to do. But Red Esports, they're forcing the double marksman composition today, as we did see a success in Roger gameplays, especially coming from SUHAZ Esports as well as Toda in these past 2 days.
An interesting choice, considering that this is definitely not a typical Zayed hero, but considering that his Hayabusa and Lancelot have already been banned out, not a lot of options left for Red Esports. Either way though, I do actually like this lineup from them. I think the Yuzhong is a solid option, especially since they want to go for these big team fight compositions. Just a really good front line to be able to deal with this Esmeralda and just sort of delay Orange Esports' approach. Now, final seconds ticking down. What's going to be Orange Esports' final pick?
Okay, they definitely need a frontliner, and in this case, Ruby is just so great in sustaining, right? When it comes to buying time, I feel like Orange Esports has got a very clear cut. They're buying time for the Xavier to carry their game. They're buying time for the 1-1. However, do they have what it takes to buy enough time? Because considering Red Esports' playstyle, they do have the tendency to go for these pickoffs. And I feel like this Yuzhong is going to be a very, very important factor for Red Esports if they want to make a comeback.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Looking at these lineups from both these teams, they have evidently different power spikes and therefore different strategies that they're going to be fielding as we enter the Land of Dawn. Just to give you guys an idea again of the stakes in this game, looks like we're going into a short pause. So just to remind you all, this is a lower bracket match, the final series of day number 2, which means that whichever team loses this best of 3 series, we will be seeing them go home and therefore officially cut the field of the MPL playoffs in half.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like this is just so much pressure, especially where Red Esports didn't exactly have the rest they need as well, considering that they started rather early. But I don't know about them, because I feel kind of refreshed as well, considering that I have a pretty, 6 to 7 hours break in between. I actually fell asleep in the car, so I'm pretty rested. I'm ready to rumble. I'm ready to cast out amazing games, and I hope Red Esports is not out yet.
Yep, we're just gonna wait for a little while. As per usual, if there's any issues with the players here, we gotta make sure to address it before the game starts to make sure that all the players can be playing at 100% potential. For that reason, we hope that you all can be patient with us for just a little bit. We'll be entering the land of Dawn pretty soon. But overall, what do you think about these team lineups, Terrence?
Honestly, I like Orange Esports draft a little bit more. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy to play and execute. Whereas Red Esports draft has very tight, important, crucial timings to hit and win conditions to actually pop off. And if you think about it, double marksman is amazing and all, but it scales in towards the later stage of the game. But the problem with the double marksman composition is that even if you scale, you may not necessarily have enough tankiness to sustain a potential one-shot Xavier where out of nowhere a random Dawning Light comes in and chunks more than 60 to 70% of your health.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from there, but actually, I have a completely opposite mindset here. I actually think Red Esports has the easier lineup to execute. Orange Esports requires a lot of individual mechanical ability, because I feel like, yes, they will do more damage in the late game, but they're gonna be individually more squishy against Red Esports that has a really tanky team fight combination. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the land of Dawn, and Mom already starting things off by hooking the ball.
Well, you talk about easy composition here. This is going to be the do-or-die match here in the lower brackets, game number 1. And of course, Mom setting the tempo right now is going to go for the reset on Fanny. They have Min for the disruption. Unfortunately, a little bit late in that vicinity, and Gary blocking the hook, but the reset once again, and Mom getting 2 beats. This Fanny is gonna have a very, very slow time.
Yeah, that is really bad for Gary. Getting the reset on the buff once is okay. It slows you down, but it's still manageable. Getting a second reset is going to heavily impact Fanny's clear speed, and we can already see Zayed is notably ahead in terms of EXP.
Yep, and this is just super unfortunate. And I was expecting like Orange Esports in theory should have a better matchup. I wasn't expecting them to make a little bit of mistake, knowing that his Mom has the tendency to go for this kind of invades. Valence, however, winning a pretty decent trade against Mao despite having the Popo and Koopa. So all in all, I feel like this is a pretty good trade coming from him, considering that if they want to make a dive on towards a Mao, it's as good as gold right now if they want to.
Yeah, Mom gonna miss the point blank iron hook. Unfortunately, not enough damage on Min and Man yet to make a difference. Valence in wall. Oh, the flicker forward secures first blood.
Oh my goodness, Valence made a little bit of mistake here. Actually hit target on the Koopa rather than Mao, but even then it was still too close to be called cover. So very nice outplay coming from Mao to actually get a little bit lead as of yet. Min, however, not going for the disruption, not exactly sure what he was thinking there, but as of now, it all comes down to Carry setting the tempo for Orange Esports. They need Carry to be able to do this like how they did in yesterday's games. But unfortunately, with the delays coming from Arm, means that they are going to lose out in the aggression for the turtle contestant. You can see Born is in the vicinity, but this is the wisest play. Gary is here. He doesn't have the purple buff. Here comes the Black Dragon. The turtle is going to be secured from the side of Red Esports. However, they just do not have the tools to be contested as they are just so much ahead compared to Orange Esports.
Red Esports definitely has the much better early to mid-game lineup. So in a 1v4, 3v4 situation there, Red Esports obviously has the advantage, and they weren't able to secure the turtle away, and that's going to give them a bit more of an increment. Mom, he actually stole that from them.
Oh no, Red Esports is just outplaying them, not because of the draws, more like in all these minuscule trade-offs, they're just winning all their trades against Orange Esports, and this is putting Orange Esports in a deficit that they should not be having at all. And knowing that they need Gary to scale their way through, and I agree, based on what I'm seeing right now, Staffa, you are kind of right, because early contention, Red Esports is just applying so much, and here comes the contestant as well, and Man immediately gets bitten off, and Zai gets the kill again. 2 kills in the bag, but Orange Esports, they get the trade on bottom.
Yep, they're going to be able to trade out the Popple and Koopa for Man here. Not the most ideal trade-off, but still okay because both... that was close.
Okay.
Nice reaction timing from Valence to be able to cleanse that away.
Oh, you can see Orange Esports, they've got double purifies. They don't exactly want to be Iron Hook in this vicinity, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, the whole idea of Raid Esports composition is having Mom make a lot of space for the team and drag into the later stage of the game. But if you have purifies, you're going to be A-okay. And you can see Mom is just right in the face, making sure that Orange Esports doesn't get super comfortable to actually trade 50-50s.
And speaking of Mom, he's already a full level ahead of Min. He's definitely creating a lot more pressure on the map as compared to his counterpart on Orange Esports. And because of that, Red has already amassed a 1k net worth lead. Of course, this is not too much of an issue yet at this point of the game, but Orange Esports definitely needs to start being a bit more disruptive. Oh, Mom forcing another Purify.
Yeah, nicely done coming from Orange Esports as well. They got the read. They understand that the win condition here is playing on around the Iron Hooks. However, battle spell-wise, that is a pretty long cooldown. So Red Esports, they're still winning trade 50-50s. Orange Esports tried to go for an outplay on the other side of the map. Didn't exactly work too out. And as of yet, you can see Fanny is still a little bit shy on the purple buff. I'm surprised they actually go in for the contest. I'm Offender comes in. Mom is going to go in for the catch, and he's going to punish Min, and that's going to be a freebie for Red Esports, as Orange Esports not even prepared for that fight at all.
Yeah, Min was trying to delay as long as possible, as Gary now going to fly in, get the retry. Zayed's timing a little bit off. Looks like we see Min didn't give his life in vain, as Gary going to be able to pick up a kill on Maul as well.
That should not have happened to Orange Esports, but what a clutch coming for Orange Esports. Now Mom missing the point blank Iron Hook, and here he comes. He's gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Born looking to go in for the finish. Mom still has the flicker. He's gonna try and bait for the team. Unfortunately, doesn't want to overcommit to this fight. Meanwhile, Gary applies a bit more pressure, and Valence wants to take the tier 1, and it looks like they are gonna go for the fight. Here comes the flicker forward from Min, catching the conceal, and they get 2 in the bag, and Orange Esports bounce back with the economy. Red QT tries to salvage the fight, catches the Petrify on Valence and shuts him down completely with the Black Dragon.
Red Esports gonna get a little bit of a consolation prize there by picking off Valence after losing 2 members and a tier 1 tower. Not ideal, but it at least makes sure that they don't lose out completely in terms of net worth. Orange Esports have now evened things up. Both teams about the same in terms of gold, and we can see in terms of items as well, most of the cores now getting their first item. No notably strange purchases from either side.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a slow start from Orange Esports. They did make a little bit of comeback, especially coming from Valence. However, with him dying there means it's going to buy Red Esports a little bit more time, because as of now, if you've taken note towards the counters coming from both Valence as well as Mao, they're trading 50-50s, and they're making sure that this marksman does not go super out of control. Meanwhile, Mom is going to get caught out. Valence looking to set up for the crossbow attacks. Unfortunately, won't be able to proc it, but they did bait out Ash's combo, and this is going to be go time coming from Orange Esports. Here comes the Dawning Light, connects on 1, but Red Esports doesn't want to fully commit in this fight and immediately backs out.
And there was a slight bit of communication delay there from Orange Esports, because if the Dawning Light had come out the moment the Falling Star Moon landed, I think they could have gotten the kill on Ash, but since it was a little bit too late, he was able to walk out of the range of the Xavier ultimate, therefore keeping himself alive for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I can see where they're coming from as well, considering that the idea of communication is solely dependent on vision control, right? Especially from Dawning Light. But when Born hit the Falling Star Moon, there was a brush right there. So I don't think he had the vision to actually aim it. But by the time he had, like you said as well, it was half a second delayed.
Yeah, absolutely. But they are able to get another turtle there. So Orange Esports now actually have the lead.
Red QT. Oh no.
Valence doing a lot of damage, even forcing out the Black Dragon form. But it's not enough as Min comes in from the back line.
Oh, that was a very punishable offense coming in from Red QT. He got a little bit greedy. He wanted to clear out the minions before backing out, but unfortunately, Valence was just focused firing his way through. Meanwhile, bottom side, Mao cannot play this game at all as he gets shut down 4-0 by Gary as he continues to steamroll with his Fanny. Meanwhile, Mao looking to buy a little bit more time by resetting his old purple buff so that Zayed is able to scale a little bit better. But this is the mid-stage of the game where Orange Esports gets a little bit stronger compared to earlier before because of this double marksman composition.
Yeah, all things considered, Red Esports should be in a much more comfortable spot in this game. They need to be, because in the late game, Orange Esports is really going to come online with both Valence and Man. The fact that they haven't been able to build up this lead is not good for them in terms of win condition.
Oh, I'm offended, misses as well, but here comes Iron Hook, connects on board, but this is Esmeralda. He's going to be able to tangle away a little bit through, but Orange Esports, they realize that tier 1 is still relatively healthy. They don't exactly want to overcommit. Min might actually get punished for this overextension, and just like that, they lose 2, knowing that they should not have gone for that.
Yeah, these are exactly the type of catches that Red Esports should be going for. Slight miscommunication from Orange Esports, and with the Esmeralda getting caught out, Mom will be able to secure that kill as now Gary comes on in, gets hit with the wind blow. Valence taking a lot of damage. Gary as well. They're gonna both get picked off at the same time.
Oh my goodness, a little bit of a mechanical error coming from both Valence as well as Gary. It was the perfect timing, but Valence needed one more auto attack to proc the crossbow attacks, and if he got it off, things would have been disastrous. A split-second decision, a split-second mistake cost them that fight. What an unfortunate event. And now here comes the hope. They connect on it, and Ash will blowing up the smithereens, and Red Esports with the pickoff of their lifetime.
Red Esports are just constantly catching Orange unaware. Not just, oh my god, he actually lands another one. Luckily, the cooldowns are not available, so Min will survive that. But they have to respect this Iron Hook much more. Mom, he is on point today. He knows that his life in the tournament is at risk and is landing every single catch that he can.
Yeah, give them an inch, they will take a mile. That's going to be the gameplay. Orange Esports giving them a little bit too much coming from Red Esports means they have to respect this. And you can see Man does have a little bit of an idea where Red Esports is in position, but they should not force the fight right now. All they gotta do is play a little bit longer so that Man can actually scale. And currently, you can see Red Esports, they're not giving in to him. Come to us, force a Lord fight, and when that happens, we will completely demolish them. But at the same time, Mao doesn't necessarily have the healthers of life bars, and Orange Esports, they can look to punish this. However, they just do not want to contest it, so they will give the Lord free in the hands of Red Esports.
Oh my goodness, that was actually kind of unlucky though. You could see Gary zooming in with the steel cable to try and get the red tree steal, but he just happened to zoom right into the knockback from the Black Dragon form, not allowing him to get another steel cable. However, they're gonna find the Franco to get the hook. I'm offended, sets up for the crossbow of Tang, and Valence gets a free kill as well as the tier 2 down bottom.
Yeah, this is amazing catch coming from Orange Esports. Like, giving this first lot to Red Esports is not the end of the world from them, considering that they have the tools to actually stall out this fight. And getting this pick coming from Orange Esports shows them that, hey, without a Franco, you're not going to be able to punish the Fanny. And this is exactly what they need. Gary getting a pick again on Mao. This is huge for Orange Esports.
Mao just not having a good time here. Every time Gary spots him out, he knows, well, now it's time to feast on this delicious morsel. That is the Popple and Koopa. First Lord of the game, pretty squishy. Orange Esports will have no problem stopping that in its tracks. And they're now playing around the orange. Oh my goodness!
What? What was the damage?
Oh, Min! Flickers forward, gets the I'm offended. He's going to be able to catch it up. Petrify already catching on too. They're going to be able to pick off the Ruby as Valence pops his Wind of Nature, looking for the crossbow of Tang, but won't be. Oh, he actually does get it, and that will keep him safe for now. Born forced to use the Falling Star Moon to get away.
Yeah, this is a smart call, but still, nevertheless, what was that damage coming from Gary? The high and dry is strong and all, but Ash completely dropped like a fly. Oh my goodness, that was nuts.
I'm pretty sure that is the combination of him just being very farmed in terms of gold, having high and dry, as well as this Blade of the Heptases. On top of that, the Malefic Roar, you can definitely understand how he would be able to chunk out the squishier members of Red Esports very quickly, but not like that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that completely, but as of now, Red Esports, they have the right idea of using Mom to set up tempo and set up ganks, but looking at the stage of the game, of how it progressed, Gary is level 15. I think it's a smart choice now to back up and respect that, hey, I've got to protect my team. If Gary comes in, I got to be able to land those ult to actually catch the Fanny in order to go in for the burst.
The problem is, if he want to play more defensively, they give up on aggressive catches. Born here, almost getting taken out by the Windstorm, but able to survive thanks to the Purify just at the last tick of HP. And now Orange are looking to break through the mid tier 2.
Oh, Min gets a nice catch. Zion's gonna get focused up on a big catch coming from Ash. Gary taking a little bit too much damage. He needs to back the hell out. Red QT looking for the chase, but unfortunately there is just so fast, so furious, and Orange Esports immediately disengages. And Valence now in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to bait out this fight. Unfortunate Red not overcommitting to it all completely, as Born is gonna be in the vicinity to soak it up. But Phil! What?
Oh my
Ash
goodness.
gets the proc and just completely takes him out of the picture.
This is just a game of people disappearing without a trace. My goodness, you would expect an Esmeralda to be able to tank much more than that, but the Windstorm, the amount of DPS, guess both teams now have been able to build up a lot of damage. They're now challenging the Lord. Min gets the I'm Offended onto Ren QT, but that might not be enough, as now Gary comes and gets stunned by Koopa, and the Lord gonna be able to knock them out. Mom gonna be the next target, but Zayed already finishing off the Lord, and that means Orange Esports, they're gonna have to make the choice to retreat here, but Red Esports, they are quite low. Orange, they're looking for it. Min gonna be tanking the tower, flickers forward with the I'm Offended, finds Ren QT, finds Maul as well, killing spree, double kill going over the Valence.
Oh, once again, they got the Lord, but at what cost? They don't exactly have a way to deal with Valence, and they've got a priority is right now. Do they focus on Gary or do they focus on Valence? And it's such a difficult condition right now. As you can see, Orange Esports, they don't really care about the Lord. They want to trade an inhibitor, and they won't get it as Mom tries to stall him up, but they can't turn the tides. Ash is in the vicinity, going for the setup. The Dawning Light tries to scare him off, but looks like they want to try and force the issue. Born is going to be there to make a little bit more space. The hook comes in, but the Purify from Born will completely disengage. So that's going to be so much space created for Orange Esports as they successfully take down the Lord down bottom.
Yep, that's incredibly worth for Orange Esports because they're trading an entire lane of towers as well as additional kills just for losing their bottom tier 2. And Gary more than enough to clear up the Lord by himself. Orange Esports now are in control of the map, but in terms of net worth, they are only ahead by 1.5k. This is definitely a gap that Red Esports can make up if they get a good fight.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to 1.5k net worth, I feel like most of the priority of economy has been shifted on towards Ash as compared to Mon. But at the same time, the real target you want to be shifting economy is going to be on Mao, because he is going to be the secondary marksman, or in this case, the primary marksman for Red Esports to be dishing out damage. And that is going to be very difficult to do unless Ash or Mom sets up like a big catch to actually set them up for him to actually wipe out Orange Esports.
You can also see that Mon is primarily using the Dawning Light in order to scout out the map. He's reached the point of the game where the cooldown on this ultimate ability is very low, so he can definitely use it to find information. As Valence almost getting caught out there. Orange Esports, are they going for this engage? Looks like no, they're not.
Very risky play coming from Valence. He's hoping to bait out with the crossbow tanks, but unfortunately wasn't able to set up. And now here comes the bike coming in. They completely take him out. And now Gary's goal time is looking to go for the trades. Unfortunately, he's not going to have the damage to do so. Born, once again, getting punished from this Ash burst off of Whale. He needs his magic resist, and MR is something that he doesn't have as of yet. So he's going to take a little bit more time before he scales in towards the later stage of the game.
Yeah, Born has definitely been having a rough time here. 0-5-0 on this Esmeralda. He's just been getting repeatedly caught out. But speaking of getting caught out, Gary executes Ren QT with nothing left. Mom forced to use the flicker to get away from the I'm Offended as he gets caught once again with the Xavier. He still has immortality, so if he gets picked off here, he is fine. Min gonna be taking a fair bit of damage from the wind blow. Red Esports successfully runs away. Dawning Light breaks the immortality on Mom.
Oh, that is huge. That is huge. But at the same time, so I like the disciplined plays coming from Valence, right? Arguably, that should be an easy pickoff from the get-go, but you can see it was a pretty obvious clear cut that Red Esports is trying to set up for those baits, and looks like the baits are going to be successful as now Min going to be the primary target as he gets focused down. He won't trade his life guarantee, but Valence, he was able to go run rampant and he gets himself a triple double kill on top of it all as he completely shut down Red Esports.
Red Esports, they find the catch onto the Ruby, but that's exactly what Orange are looking for, to set up for the crossbow of Tang, and now they are breaking right through Rank Cutie, taking a lot of damage. Gary jumping in onto Ash. He is still alive for now. Orange, they don't have a minion wave, so Rank Cutie are looking to just clear things up. He sees that Gary is low, but he still has immortality. Not worth diving that. Still another few seconds before the rest of Red Esports comes up. Orange Esports, they're gonna make the choice not to push with this next minion wave.
Yeah, it's definitely smart as well. Considering that Mom is in the vicinity, one wrong play and the Iron Hook comes in, Orange Esports is gonna be deleted by the Crystal. So they make this smart play, they settle for the Lord, and they do have the damage to do so. However, is Red Esports gonna be able to scout things out? Dawning Light comes in to scare them off. Conceal plays are in his way, and you can see Man completely blocking the passageway as they have no way to contest it. Nicely done coming from Orange Esports.
Now, Orange Esports gonna be able to secure another Luminous Lord. It's unfortunate that it's right before the 18-minute mark though, so this is not the final evolution. This is still very defendable by Red Esports, but they need to avoid getting picked off here, and that's becoming increasingly difficult when now you not only have to think about Gary, but also Valence with that crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, and as of yet, is a very small win condition coming from Red Esports. They need Ash as well as Red Cutie to set up the biggest catch of the life. And when I mean biggest catch, it needs to be including both Man or Valence in the vicinity to be able to win the fight.
Yeah, looking at the player head-to-head here, we can see that both junglers are pretty even, but the push is starting. Luminous Lord coming in, Conceal already popped down. Valence looking for the crossbow of Tang. Koopa gonna be buying some time. Valence gonna get hit, forces out the cleanse. Black Dragon form gonna be used. Born is tanking most of the towers to keep the minion wave alive, and the fight still not quite starting yet. Black Dragon form already used. The Lord right on top of the crystal as the pull right on top of Rank Cutie. They find Valence, but Gary also finds the backline. He's gonna get his immortality popped down. Dawning Light doing a lot of damage. Born jumps in with the falling star moon, finds two, double kill going over the Man. Zayed and Mom, the only one surviving as the crystal is wide open. The hunt is not going to be enough as a triple kill secures game number 1 for Orange Esports.
Oh, what an easy pickings coming from Orange Esports. Upsets after upsets. It seems like the casters killers might be real for now, but is it completely over? Because as of yet, they are one game away from advancing further, whereas from Red Esports is back towards the drawing board. Final match for themselves, potentially if they lose it out.
We are seeing an entire day of surprises here, ladies and gentlemen. First SMG, and now Red Esports are going to be the ones put in this position where a single game separates them from elimination from the MPL playoff.
Well, it seems like the upper bracket meta is not exactly the meta here, just because they are in the upper brackets, they are guaranteed top 6, but at the same time, for them to fall down this early puts them in a very difficult spot. But as of yet, it's not over yet. We've seen revenge matches all the way through. Red Esports, they did win their matchup. They did win Orange Esports in the regular season, but as of yet, it feels like it's Caster's Curse as well as revenge matches all the way through here in Season 9's playoffs.
Yeah, it feels like just revenge meta, underdog meta. I don't know what's going on, but the lower bracket teams this season just seem to be playing at a different level completely. As you mentioned, upper bracket means nothing. Sure, you can have an extra life. We only need one. And if Orange Esports are able to eliminate Red here, we're going to be seeing an unprecedented top 4 in Season 9.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it goes, but it's not over yet till it's over, because as of now, Orange Esports is one game away from advancing further. But before that, let's take a look at the items real quick between both these teams. We know a rough idea of what Orange Esports is trying to play for the late stage of the game. Man is just popping off throughout the entire stage of the game. Valence also going to be secondary carry. But now, let's put it back towards Red Esports perspective, right? You can see that Mom is a force to be reckoned with in all these team fights, but besides Mom, what's the secondary win condition? Obviously, it's going to be Ash or maybe Mao to actually try and get a couple of trades off. But what are your thoughts on this Roger pickup? Because I feel like Zayed struggled to do anything throughout the game just because of how difficult the drafts and defense coming from Orange Esports does bring to the table.
In general, Roger is just a very safe jungle, and I think he's a good hero to fall back on when you don't have many other options to play. But it does depend on the team to be able to create that space, and he is a hero that requires you to be able to snowball starting from the early game. Even though Red Esports, they did a good job of resetting Gary's buff twice in the beginning of the game, it still wasn't enough because Orange Esports, they were winning out on these small skirmishes and their presence over the map seemed to be much more notable as compared to Red Esports.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate. But still, nevertheless, Gary just pulled out a very amazing game despite the disruptions coming from Mom. So I'm looking forward to see who the MVP is coming from Orange Esports. Is it going to be Gary or is it going to be Valence? Let's take a look and find out. It seems like it is going to be Gary with his one-shot potential on his Fanny with phenomenal plays, punishing Ren QT, punishing Ash, punishing Mao throughout the entirety of the game, making it so very difficult for Red Esports to come back at all.
Yeah, Gary was definitely having a really good time here in this game. 8-3-4 match KDA, a 60% match kill participation. We can see that he basically built full damage here with the exception of a single Winter Trunkian just to save him from any burst damage that might come out of Red Esports. And honestly, it has been a very long time since we have seen someone play a Fanny with high and dry in the jungle, because nowadays a lot more people are leaning towards Demon Slayer or Killing Spree or things like that.
Or even Festival of the Blood in that regards as well.
So having this high and dry and the Blade of the Heptaseas gives him so much burst potential.
The moment you manage to find a single isolated target, you saw how quickly Red QT was able to drop. You saw how Ash was immediately dropped as well. He was able to find isolated targets and just completely shut them down. So nicely done coming from Gary, but it seems like it's back to the drawing board once again because the trauma coming from earlier games today in SUHAZ Esports kind of seeped into this game and completely ignored the fact that Gary plays a pretty scary Fanny.
But what is scary is to consider the fact that we may see 2 upper bracket teams going home on day 2. No one would anticipate this result, and it just goes to show what can happen at the MPL playoffs. So just to remind you guys what exactly happened, let's have a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting game. Like Red Esports, they had an early aggression, which arguably wasn't something that they should have procured, right? It was all pretty much set up ever since Mom was able to delay Gary's purple buff. But after the delay, they made a couple of mistakes where Mao was constantly getting picked up from Gary, and even this setup as well down bottom kind of allowed Orange Esports to bounce back. And after this moment right here, you can see Orange Esports was a little bit more confident than they were like 4, 5, 6 minutes early into the game.
Yeah, Orange Esports, they know that their early game is going to be a little bit weaker, but once they get their items, they know that they can play aggressively, especially once they know Mom has already used his cooldowns. Then their squishier heroes can just go all out and just dive the backline with their burst DPS. Yes, they ended up losing some skirmishes and trades along the way, but once they came online, Red Esports just couldn't put up a fight at all.
Yeah, the disruptions coming from the Ruby, the disruptions coming in from Man as well with the Savior is just super annoying. And even this moment as well with the high and dry, Red QT, despite being a very tanky XP later, completely got shut down. So this is a wombo combo that definitely works in Orange Esports' favor. But need to remind you as well, this is a very difficult draft coming from Red Esports to actually pull off and hope to outmaneuver Orange Esports in all these situations. So they've heavily depended on Mom to set things up. It's great and all, but even though that Orange Esports does have double purifies, which makes it a little bit harder for Mom to actually do what he's done, it limits out so much potential kills or potential freebies in the hands of Red Esports to build out the economy to scale into his later stage game. So a very minuscule play, minuscule underrated skill, the Purify just helped them in so much scenarios. Because if they did not have Purify in a lot of situations, I'm pretty sure Red Esports would have scaled a little bit harder than this game.
Yeah, the thing about picking up the Franco, especially this early in the draft, basically confirms to the enemy team, okay, they need to scale off pickoffs, they need to scale off kills. So as long as we don't give them kills, we will be able to scale much faster to them. And Franco doesn't have a lot of defensive utility once you hit that late game, which is exactly what happened with Orange Esports. They just took control of the team fights. I think in this case, the drafting from Orange Esports was just that much better compared to Red.
Yeah, definitely as well. That it's just so much smarter as well, considering that, hey, they first picked Franco, knowing that, hey, Kufra might not be picked at all, because if they picked it up, it will mess it up. They brought in Fanny, very 1-1 as well, which is something that I thought was very weird, but it worked out in their favor, because there's nothing Red Esports could have done in that scenario. I was predicting as well, hey, Red Esports, they were banned in terms of 1-1. They might first pick it for themselves, but instead, they just picked something that Mom was comfortable, and that was the Franco. Even though we saw his individual capabilities of what he's doing to these games, but it doesn't necessarily translate that he can do it all.
Yeah, I understand why Red Esports went for the Franco first pick. It's not just because they have a lot of confidence in Mom, but it's also to deny it away from Min, because we already know how dangerous he can be. And Mom was doing a very good job of landing all those hooks, but so many members of the enemy team had Purify. A lot of the time, even if they got caught out, they don't mind. They've already scaled up. They can take that fight. Going for this Franco so early on is very risky. Yeah. And it made Red Esports look sort of desperate to prevent Min from having these playmaking heroes as much as possible.
Yeah, on top of the Purify as well, we've got a 1-1 who has a natural Purify by himself anytime he gets caught out. And you see multiple instances where Valence was able to get out of this sticky situation. And most of the time, Valence get picked off is not because he got caught out. He just got overextended and got punished. That's pretty much it. And that was pretty much Red Cutie getting Petrified jump on him despite all the multiple iron hooks on towards him. So I feel like personally, pretty tough game in the draft. They need to rethink their draft. I feel like 1-1, there is a reason why it's first phase banned material, first phase pick throughout here in the playoffs.
Yeah, we've seen many teams go for a very early 1-1 pickup just because of how strong the hero is nowadays. All you gotta do is pick enough frontline heroes to create space for that crossbow of Tang, and you automatically win the fight in the late game. It is that powerful. Not only that, Red Esports giving Gary his Fanny really caused them a lot of problems, which is why I feel Orange Esports won the draft pretty notably there. They had comfort heroes. Red Esports, not enough crowd control to deal with them. It's just an automatic recipe to victory.
Yep, I definitely agree. And of course, if you guys are enjoying more games at home here, be sure to celebrate moments with Nescafe when you get yourself by using this code right down below and scanning the QR code to get yourself 30% off with no minimum spending, capped at 20 ringgit for your next Nescafe dine-in session.
Yep, make sure you guys grab that. You've already seen it plenty of times, but why not grab a little bit more? We know it's quite late at night here, so if you guys want to keep your energy up so that you can witness all of this MPL action until the end and see who is going to be the fourth team eliminated from the MPL playoffs, make sure use this QR code below. Make sure you guys grab some Nescafe, and of course, check out these brand new cans as well with the characters printed on them.
Yep, I know. I've been instigating a couple of things as well here. Me and Gideon, we had this talk as well. This is a collector edition cat. If you keep it, maybe 20, 30 years down the line, eventually it's going to give you some really good memories of a collection. Not going to lie.
Maybe. You never know, right? And even if it doesn't, they're just pretty cool to collect anyway. So why not grab some for yourself as a memory of MPL Season 9? But going into game number 2, we will first have a look at the recap of game number 1, having a look overall at the damage done. And wow, I honestly did not expect Man to be doing that much damage.
Yeah, he's just insane as well. So far, the only, I think, 2-3 games where you see Xavier just popping off is the ones played by Moon, by Toda, and one coming from Mon. And twice in a row now, Mon has been just completely showing off his Xavier gameplay, which is something that not many teams has been able to adapt well to the Xavier meta. So Orange Esports, one of the quickest to actually adapt, shows them that they're individually talented and they're very flexible.
Yeah, I think Orange Esports as a team overall is the type of team comp that really likes to play individually but works well together without even meaning to subconsciously. I do think part of that is because of the twin meta here, a little bit of internal communications without actually needing to speak. Man, his positioning is always very good, but Min is always in position to set things up, and we know that both Gary and Valence are always able to find those pickoffs, find their own personal goals within team fights, and honestly, that kind of interaction makes a big difference.
Anna, my love. Who's Anna?
Who knows?
Annabelle?
I mean, it could be anyone, literally. If you are Anna, you probably know who you are. Well, we got this guy over here. He's got a message for you. But we also have a message for you here. Make sure you guys grab yourself some Cadbury Zip. Now, more chocolatey from your nearest 7-Eleven or even buying it online through this QR code.
Yep, now more a chocolatey experience. And you know, not gonna lie, earlier today we were pretty early here in MPL. I was here very early. I was stuck in traffic jam for 2 hours. This Cadbury Zip definitely kept me energized throughout, not falling asleep while driving on the road.
Oh, that is pretty dangerous. So if you guys want to make sure you're energized,
It saved my life, bro. It saved my life this morning.
That seems a little bit extreme, but you know, why
It's a
not,
fact.
right? Why not? I don't think I'm going to go as far as saying Cadbury Zip saves your lives, but it can certainly improve on your life experience overall.
I definitely agree. But nevertheless, without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight into this game number 2 between Orange Esports as well as Red Esports in the second game. It is going to be adaptations all the way through. Let's see how it goes, because Red Esports is going to be taking second pick this time rather than first pick. Orange Esports going to be on the first pick instead. And you can see Ling immediately banned off.
Yeah, it looks like teams are starting to figure out that the easiest way to hit Red Esports' pain points is just to target Zayed's hero pool. Because yes, he is very impressive with these assassin junglers, but with them falling more and more out of the meta, removing the more viable picks left in the pool is basically making it more difficult for Red Esports.
Thank you semua yang support. Thank you all for the support. Orange Esports giving a little bit of feedback to the guys at home as well as on the venue itself. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down for Orange, because as of now, based on the drafts, it feels like 1-1 should be taken out of the pool, but at the same time, I feel like first pick wise, Orange Esports is gonna snatch it right from the get-go.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. But being on this side does mean that they have to prioritize which hero is going to be more important. Because if they lock in the 1-1 first, that allows Red Esports to pick up heroes like the Grok, pick up heroes like the Karina. So they're going to have to try to draft around that. As we see the first few bans coming out, Orange Esports is going to be banning out the Angela as well. And Red Esports still on the second side, going to be forced to get rid of the Valentina.
I'm a little bit surprised they actually banned the Angela, considering that Grok is something that Red Esports loves to do. The Karina is up for grabs, 1-1 as well. So knowing that Orange Esports may consider prioritizing the Karina, it feels like they're on a situation where they need to ban the Karina and force pick the 1-1. But at the same time, Red Esports, they have a little bit more option of just securing the Franco again.
But will securing the Franco again be sufficient here? You could even see a little bit of a message there from Min if you caught it fast enough, saying we love you all. Lots of love, lots of support from Orange Esports. If they are able to win this next game, they will be responsible for sending Red Esports, an upper bracket team, home.
Yeah, that's going to be a very difficult task to do. But as of yet, Orange Esports, they are going to be banning up the Esmeralda. Means that they are going to be going for a potential shield composition. Matilda is something that we haven't seen Orange Esports play too much. Phoveus is something we haven't seen them play too much as well. But they can consider to pick it up if Red Esports decides to go for the 1-1, which is arguably something that Red Esports can do and manage, considering that Phoveus does benefit a lot from all these mobility compositions.
I think at this point in time, the most heavily contested heroes are going to be Karina and 1-1. Red Esports, being on the second pick, do have the choice to let them both through, because then they will guarantee one of them for themselves. But they will actually go for the 1-1 ban, which means that I think Karina will be a very obvious first choice for Orange Esports.
Yeah, they did mention in the key to success as well, it's something that they do want to prioritize in that regard. So obviously, the Karina is going to be a first pick from Orange Esports, but Red Esports, do they have a way to deal with this? Because as of yet, if you think about it, Red Esports, they did cheese their way with the Marsha pickup during regular season. Despite the nerfs coming in, we have seen it kind of fell off. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for the Karina or even go for a Hilda to actually go in for the invades. But Orange Esports, they just don't want to give the Grok away. So it seems like everybody's just prioritizing that Grok is just so much better than a Karina, which is kind of surprising for me.
Yeah, Orange Esports gonna just leave the Karina alone, not gonna give Gary a very comfortable hero, and instead lock in Born's Grok to start off. Which honestly, I guess does make a lot of sense. We know that this is a hero Red Esports will prioritize very heavily, and Born actually does do a lot of damage with it, so Orange Esports are comfortable letting the Karina through.
Yeah, I feel like it's a no-brainer not to pick Karina. And do they? Oh my goodness, they're not
Really?
picking the Karina?
This is
a
risky.
Lancelot, huh? Really?
This is very risky from Red Esports. Yes, Lancelot is still strong in the early game, but falls off very heavily, especially now in the meta with more and more durable heroes being brought into the Land of Dawn. Locking in the Lancelot means that Orange have Karina.
This is game, I think game one all over again for Red Esports. They let the Karina through for SUHAZ Esports. Box was just able to completely steamroll them out of the competition and down towards the lower brackets, and I feel like Orange Esports, they can make a similar play, but do they want to fight this? Because as of yet, looks like, yep, they are going to pick it. This is a rematch for themselves all the way through again.
This is an excellent starting draft for Orange Esports. They get the Grok, they get the Karina, they get Man's comfort pick as well. Yes, we know that the Lancelot is a comfort pick for Zayed, but recently is becoming less and less effective and requires much more mechanical execution to truly be effective, especially in the early game. He must snowball or he just falls out of effectiveness so quickly.
Yeah, very, very difficult compositions coming in for them. But as of yet, it all comes down to whether or not Red Esports can deal with this Karina, right? There's not a lot of heroes that can actually deal with it. Benefiting for Shield is Esmeralda and all, but Esmeralda is pretty much taken out of the picture. Eve is great for the slows, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he cannot dive you. This is a tank Karina we're talking about, and Orange Esports looking to make the space that they have been eyeing for means that they're buying time for Xavier towards the later stage of the game, and Karina does fantastically well in these situations.
All things considered though, I think Eve is still one of the safer mage picks for Red Esports right now. We know that Ashe is very effective with it. The shield from the real world manipulation can keep him alive for a little bit longer, even against the Karina. And right now, Orange don't actually have that much CC, so it might force out the wild charge to actually stop this ultimate.
Yeah, I feel like this is a great time to be Orange fan right now. Their drops is just so much, like it's so much easier to execute for me compared to Red Esports, but let's take a look at the marksman right now. What is Mao going to play and what is Valence going to play? Beatrix is something that Valence play a lot. Popo and Koopa is something that Mao has played so much in this entire day so far, and he hasn't been able to help them out a little bit more. And I feel like Valence is going to be put in a test where, what is he going to play? Is he going to force a potential Kimi? Is he going to force something like Clint as well, which is kind of fallen out of popular picks between the pros, which is kind of surprising despite the patches coming in.
I think Kimi will definitely be a hero that both teams will prioritize. Maybe a little bit more for Orange Esports. So it's things I think Valence is more comfortable with it as compared to Maul. As for Red Esports, I actually think going for a fighter gold lane is not a bad choice here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad choice as well, just to deal with the Karina, like just for tanky sustains, right? Paquito is something that is not bad coming from Red Esports. And I don't think Orange Esports is going to pick the Kimi, considering they've got two magic heroes as well, which is going to be the Karina as well as the Xavier. Probably banning of the Hellcurt is going to be a smart choice if they decide to go for it, considering that Hellcurt... No, okay, never mind, I take it back. There's no way they're picking Hellcurt there. Both junglers are on its way. Natalia being banned shows respect towards Orange Esports. However, the support tank, is this going to be a flex pick Grok coming from Orange Esports, or are they going to pick the Franco away? Because Franco may not be too bad from Orange Esports side.
I think rather than the Franco, Orange Esports right now will more likely prioritize the Atlas because Min is very comfortable with it. It was banned out in the previous game. They will be able to pick it up again, and it will be very effective against Red Esports because they generally like to group up together to fight anyway. And now they ban out the Claude just to limit Maul's options a little bit further.
This is a little bit tough for Mao right now. Like, it just shows you that Orange Esports is asking for it as well. They don't mind playing against the Popo Kuba again. We saw how today's game so far, Mao has struggled with the Popo Quattro in the other game. Even the game that they kind of tied the series with SUHAZ Esports, which is game 2 earlier today, they didn't exactly put Mao in the picture. Even though he was MVP, it took a very, very long time for this Popo and Kupa to come up online. So I don't think they should go for it, but considering that they need a strong, decent front line, okay, never mind. They take a turn of events. They are going to go for a Brody, a little bit of a safety net, and hopefully this is going to work out for them.
I feel like this is still a little bit risky though. I would have liked if Mal went for the Paquito or even the Yin gold lane here, because we've already seen that it's effective against the Karina jungle. But Red Esports still going to be sticking to something they're more comfortable with, picking up the Brody for Mal. So now Orange Esports, they have a choice. I still think this is going to be a Born, a Grok. So the Atlas on Min is still possible on top of the Ruby and Franco. He's got plenty of options there.
I think Atlas is something that is not that bad as well, considering that Red Esports is going to be forced to disengage completely if they decide to go for it. We saw how the traumatized Red Esports is, especially from game number 1. They even first face banned the Atlas, even though it kind of fits the ball meta. But Orange Esports, are they going to go for it? No, they do not. They pick the Franco and they pick the carry on top of it all. Not exactly a big fan of the carry, but at the same time, if you play a tanky carry playstyle, is not that bad as well if you think about it.
Carry. Usually you think this would be kind of risky because carry does lose early game a lot against a lot of marksmen. But I think Brody is one of those situations where if the carry actually positions correctly, can very easily win in the first few levels, especially if Valence goes for Inspire.
I feel this is very risky as well, considering that if they pick a carry and knowing that Red Esports doesn't necessarily have a very tanky composition, it's not exactly a good deal. But okay, looks like they are going to bring in the glue, and if they decide to go for a roll swap, having the carry go up with the glue is not that bad of a trade.
Yeah, but we also have to remember the first few weeks of Red Esports, the absolutely most terrifying hero coming out of Red was Mom's Glue. They are now betting it all on this comfort pick to be able to create that space in the early game that Red Esports desperately requires to keep themselves in the competition.
Well, this is going to be a do or die situation coming from Red Esports, flexing the glue into a Romo position rather than XP. A little bit of plot twist, and hopefully things are gonna work out, because ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into game number 2 between Orange Esports. The drafts coming in from Orange Esports looks stronger than ever, denying counter picks, once again bringing the Xavier into the pool. Is it gonna be enough to shut them out? Because now the response from Red Esports as they go for the comfort picks. Is this gonna be the game to watch? Yes, it is, because one of these teams is gonna be knocked out and eliminated by the end of this series. So be sure to tune this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Orange Esports versus Red Esports.
We have been seeing a trend so far in the playoffs where teams that should be winning have been losing 2-0 to the underdogs, and Orange Esports are right now on track to recreating those results. We'll see whether or not Red Esports will be able to stop it, as RenQT gonna be starting off the game by cutting off the wave from Born.
Oh, this is smart coming from RenQT, knowing that Born has a tendency to try and stall out the lanes rather early, to try and position himself in a safety position. For him to immediately cut the game means he is having a little bit more freedom to go in for the invades. You can see Mon taking a little bit too much damage and an early sprint to come in as well. But
wait, what?
He connects the hook despite the Shunpo, and RenQT gets punished a little bit in that regards, and Born is going to be here to say hello as well.
I feel like that was a very weird interaction there, but who knows sometimes. But I think that was a very wise play from RenQT, cutting off the wave early to make sure that he would be the first EXP laner to start roaming, almost picking off Man. But unfortunately, not enough damage from the mid lane just yet, and Born even chunking them out further himself.
Yep, seems like it's going to be aggressive plays coming from the XP laners coming from Red Esports as Orange Esports, and they're looking to set up team plays. Zai now having a pretty decent time. Meanwhile, Valence, he's going to lose off his trades, and we've talked about this as well. Doesn't necessarily have the range to contest against a traditional marksman, and Mao is once again able to bully Valence out.
Yeah, looks like Valence, we can see he did not go for Inspire. Instead, he has Purify. So he's not going to win against a Brody in the first couple of levels. He has to wait until he has more items. And this is going to give Maul a really strong early game advantage in the gold lane.
Oh man, he wish he actually hit that hook, because if he managed to pull it off, Mao would have been dead and then and there. And as of yet, Mao is just one level ahead against Valence. And you can see Red Esports, they're focusing a lot of emphasis on just making space for for Mao to come online. Zayed, however, looking to set up the tempo, unfortunately, will be protected by Ren QT as he's going to try and start the fight.
Yep, Born gonna be 1v5 here. Gets kicked by way of the dragon right into the real world manipulation. So he's actually going to be able to walk out of that. Red Esports do still secure the turtle, and Mom gonna get hooked backwards into the tower. Pops the split, so he will be able to survive.
Oh no, Mom.
Actually jumps back onto Gary, but looks like he is still fine here. Gonna get immobilized. Min, unfortunately, no bloody hunt, not level 4 yet, so no casualties.
Very, very risky play so far in the mid lane. Valence once again going to be completely bullied out from Mao as Red Esports looking to take the initiation down bottom to pull away aggression from this lane. So Min, a little bit worried for it. He is going to go be there to protect, provide a little bit of assistance, but as of yet, Mao is going to back off. So nothing super major yet, but Red Esports getting a little bit more aggressive now compared to the previous game.
Yeah, they're definitely much more comfortable with this lineup in comparison to game number 1, and they already have a 1k net worth lead, only 3 minutes in. Definitely a much better starting point as compared to game number 1, and this is exactly what Red Esports needs. They are a team that wants to snowball from the early game, and we are on track for a potential 1-1 here if Orange Esports doesn't make
middle lane. Mon making a sprint for his life. He needs to make a run. Mom is going to be able to connect him, and he gets the kill barely as well, as Orange Esports underestimating that fight, and now the hook comes in, doesn't connect, so Zayed is looking to go super crazy. However, Min still has the ultimate, so he's not going to go overly aggressive about this play.
Yep, we're already seeing exactly why this glue was so commonly banned against Red Esports in the first few weeks. Valence as well, taking a lot of damage. Zayed, will he try to die for this? No, looks like Valence already putting enough space between them. But Red Esports, they know they're strong right now, so they are making aggressive plays to take as much of the gold shield as possible.
Yep, seems like the hook comes in. Not going to be connecting once again. Red Esports are very wary of what Min is going to be doing in this kind of situation. So it seems like it is going to be a very difficult composition for Orange Esports to actually play. But as long as they hit those hooks, it's going to be fine. But as of yet, Red Esports is making so much aggressive plays that Orange Esports can't seem to react or respond to this kind of rotations.
Yep, but the Clock of Destiny has now been purchased by Man. Definitely a little bit later than he would like. That means it's going to take a bit longer for him to scale up as compared to the usual. Red Esports going to continue to balloon their lead. Born in a bit of trouble here, but the Way of Dragon keeps Gary away. Born completely by himself, gonna get picked off.
Not exactly sure what was the idea coming from Bond, but because of this play, he's gonna give away lives again. And Orange Esports not looking to party at all, but it seems like they will finally get the catch onto his mom, and this annoying glue finally gets taken down. Gary is gonna be forced to defend the bottom lane instead, but he's all by himself. Red Esports, they have the damage. Gary gonna be focusing on going for the minions, but the tier 1 is gonna fall. Zayed will actually fall to his health as Gary will completely pull him out.
Zayed and Ring QT thinking they would be able to take the tier 1, but not quite able to. All things considered though, still a good trade. They don't end up dying and they chunk out most of the bottom tier 1. So Red Esports are still in an advantage in terms of net worth. Orange Esports, they are going to be a little bit weak right now because Gary wasn't able to get that early snowball. So they want to try and avoid taking too many big team fights.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items real quick before this fight. We do see the Curse Helmet purchase coming from Mom, so he's gonna be able to clear off a little bit of minions and soak up some of this magical damage coming from Orange Esports, but eventually he needs his potential Radiant Armor, potential Dominance Ice as well to deal with this aggression. Mao, however, going to be forced to flicker out of the situation, and looks like they are going to force the issue. Real Mission comes in, and that is going to be Min taken out of the picture. The Dawn and Light comes in, but it's not going to do too much in this situation. Valence now needs to make a run for his life. Split comes in. Valence does have the damage, but doesn't want to overcommit.
Yeah, Valence can definitely get that kill against Mom, but staying for too long might result in him being jumped on by the split. Unfortunately, right now, Min is not being able to create as much space as he would like, as the glue is just such a good counter to the Franco. And Mom, he knows how to play Franco. He knows exactly how to counter this aggression coming out of Min.
I definitely agree. This is very, very difficult, but it is definitely working in Red Esports' favor. They have the maneuvering tactics. They've got the rotations down, and Min now is going to get chunked down. I don't think he's going to survive. Torn Brown Memories is available, but Mao doesn't have it, apparently. So Orange Esports is going to be able to A-OK this out of this situation. Min once again missing the hood, and such a difficult game for him if he does not land those iron hooks.
Yeah, 3k net worth lead now for Red Esports. It's still a difference that can be made up, but quite a big difference. Only 7 minutes into the game, they cannot engage at all because of the split. Zayed gets another free turtle.
Yeah, Ren QT getting the Irradiant armor rather early means Gary as well as Mon is going to slowly scale out of her position as they will slowly lose out in terms of damage output. So Red Esports are making a lot of preparations into this fight, and now here comes the whole finally connect, and here comes the setup. They finally take down Mao, and this is a pickoff that they need. It's the long-awaited moment. Gary is looking to go in for the fight. You can see Mom is going to be isolated as well, forcing the wall charge flicker, looking to punish Otto's fight on Ash, but instead, Gary gets kicked off, but Ren QT will say bye-bye before he goes down. Zayed going for the snipe down. He takes him out. Dawning Light misses the mark as Mon was eyeing for Ash. Unfortunately, not going to be having the damage to do so. So Orange Esports manages to take a very interesting fight against Red Esports.
All things considered though, Orange Esports are actually going to come out slightly on top on that one because they traded 2 for 3, including Maul, which they picked off at the very beginning of the fight. Red Esports, they are still 3k ahead, but Orange Esports, if they're able to continue making plays like this, have a very good chance of coming back into this game.
Oh, very difficult here. Valence is going to get focused down. Phantom Execution comes in, but the bite comes in. Zayed, he almost died. Dawning like a little bit late to say hello, but instead, Orange Esports, they will lose to Zayed with a big catch coming in. That's going to be Red Esports looking to push and tie the series. They're going all out.
That was just unfortunate. The Dawning Light would have been enough, but Mon was just a little bit too slow. And it's so unexpected because they usually communicate so well. Born forced to use the wild charge to escape from Red Esports, which has now even further increased their net worth lead to 5k. They also find Mon with the Weight of the Dragon. He's been knocked out of position. No way he's getting out of that.
Oh, Min tried to trade as well, but unfortunately not going to be able to do so. The hooks has been not on point, and they need to land a little bit more. However, the first slot is going to be in the play. Red Esports having a very healthy economy, and they're pretty much set up for this composition. Orange Esports, they need to force a fight, but unfortunately, it's going to be very difficult to do so. Gary is in position. Here comes the wall block. They are going to try and force the reset on the Lord. However, it's not the right time to fight yet. Zayed also trying to bait out instances as well. Split has been used to zone them out, but unfortunately, not going to be enough to fight this as Red Esports will secure it.
And Orange Esports are just in no position to be able to take team fights right now, which means that all of these neutral objectives are easily falling into the lap of Red Esports. And they are in a very comfortable position, going to be easily able to continue taking more of these fights. Orange Esports, they need a solution.
Yeah, Min is going to go for the aggressive plays as well. He's looking for the wombo combo. A big wall charge from the back. Orange Esports, they can't Mao, and they're looking to turn the tides, but still, Zayed is still alive. He's looking to kill them all, and that is going to be first kill, second kill for Zayed, and he's going to get the purple buff on top of it all. But wait a minute, the Dawning Light from Mani stole it away.
Oh, that's huge. Mon being able to steal that away does save a little bit of face for Orange Esports, but what a turnaround from Zayed. That was a fight that Orange Esports very evidently won after an amazing catch and backline dive. But this Lancelot, Zayed is in his element, already maxed out on levels 404 KDA. He has hit that snowball. This is a hero we mentioned. You need the snowball for it to become effective, and well, that's exactly what has happened.
Yeah, Zayed is now level 15. Despite the Dawning Light hitting 1.1k damage, you can see just because Zayed is so much higher level in terms of compared to Mon, who's only level 11, the damage doesn't necessarily matter. And this is a stage where Orange Esports, they need to buy a little bit more time to try and even the scales against Red Esports, which is, I'm not gonna lie, extremely difficult as of yet compared to Game 1's composition.
Yeah, 6k net worth lead still for Red Esports. Is it possible to make up this difference? Yes, but it is a very difficult uphill battle, and Orange Esports has to find a perfect executed team fight.
Oh, it's gonna be heavy emphasis on Min to going for the catch. Mayan debating if he wants to go for the bite here as Mom going for the split, and it seems like Min doesn't want to super overcommit. He wants to save his out for at least Mao or Zayed later on. So it's understandable, even though Mao was getting super aggressive, it was intentionally set in a way to bait out the Franco out and then allow Zayed to have free reign in the next team fight.
You can tell exactly how far ahead Red Esports are just by the fact that Mom can split, walk under the tier 1 tower in front of 5 members of Orange Esports and walk out without any punishment. Orange, they are so far behind in items right now. They don't have enough damage. They don't have enough crowd control. As you mentioned, they have to delay this. And Red Esports, they need to up the tempo if they want to secure this victory.
Yeah, Red Esports, they're just waiting for the right moment, right? They don't exactly want to give them too much out in terms of economy. The next slot is going to be up for play. So don't give them the lanes. Don't shove the lane. Just freeze it and make sure they're staffed up in terms of economy. And it's actually working out in their favor. However, here comes the Lord. They need to force a play. And Orange Esports is ready for this ambush, and I don't think Red Esports wants to go in for the fight. They want to face a little bit of a map pressure, for a map presence for now, as Orange Esports is all secretly hiding. Red Esports have a rough idea where they are going to go, but it seems like they are going to force reactions, as Valens did briefly show himself down bottom. Means map control is going to go down. As you can see, immediately Gary gets kicked out. He's going to be isolated. The Dawning Light comes in, but Gary is trying his best to survive his way through. The big wall charge comes in, but it's not going to matter. But look at this. Slowly but surely, Valens is slowly chunking away. RanQT taking a bit too much damage. RanQT now going to be surviving the win. So they're all side trying to go in for a snipe against Born, and Born will die to the bloody retribution. As
oh my
we'll
goodness.
Get one snipe with the dance. The Torn rolls and completely shut Valens out.
Yeah, Red Esports, they just completely took over that team fight. And now Min is the only survivor. 10 seconds before Gary comes back up. But will it be enough? The minion wave is here. Franco, he does not have wave clear. They're just gonna kill him off. Legendary going over to Zayed. Red Esports even things up, keeping their dreams alive. We are going into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the pressure is on. Do or die moment. Fortunately for Red Esports fans, it is going to be tying the series. It is not over yet, they say.
Yeah, both these teams not willing to give an inch because they know they are fighting for their tournament lives. They are fighting for an opportunity to become the champions of MPL-MY Season 9. So you can bet they are going to grit their teeth and do whatever it takes. And now we are down to a best of 1 to determine whether red or orange are going home.
Oh my goodness, this is so hard to watch coming from both these teams, and it's so difficult for Orange Esports as well in game number 2. It seems like the draft didn't exactly go to their plan when it comes to picking the final pick carry, just because of how not tanky or a Red Esports is. It's so difficult for Valens to capitalize on that situation. We could even see him walking out pretty, I would say, tired, exhausted. You can see a little bit of exhaustion coming from it, but it makes a lot of sense because that is how difficult it is to play carry in that scenario compared to a matchup where Mao does have free reign, does have a little bit more mobility to work with in terms of marksman potential.
I personally think the carry pick was not a bad choice from Orange Esports, but I don't like the Franco. I just don't think it worked out. Yes, we know that Min can be quite scary with this hero, but again, not enough crowd control to deal with what Red Esports has in store. And because of that, the backline was just so vulnerable. We can see here in terms of item builds, that in terms of gold overall, Red Esports were so far ahead.
Now, let's talk a little bit on the items real quick coming from both sides here. You can see Min going for the traditional build, Dominance Eyes as well, Radiant Armor, to make sure that Eve Ash doesn't get super out of control. But personally, I feel like the Franco isn't that bad. I beg to differ from you as well. I feel like he didn't exactly have the same impact of what Mom brought to the table for game number 1. He needs to be able to consistently hit those hooks in order to pressure Red Esports. Unfortunately, Red Esports understands that that's exactly what he wants and he doesn't want to give it to him. So it's more comes down to execution, right? And I feel like Orange Esports, they definitely weren't expecting that they only got one really good hook, which is like somewhere around 8 minutes into the game, and other than that, it was just completely airball all the way through.
And I do think a lot of that has to come down to Red Esports. They're very used to the Franco. They know exactly how they want to position because Mom is one of the best Franco players in the league. And knowing the capabilities of Min on this hero, they pull out the surprise pick Glue at the very last pick. And Orange Esports just doesn't have a lot of solutions to be able to deal with it, which is what enabled Red Esports to create so much space, allowed Zayed to farm so quickly, and turned everything around for Red Esports.
Well, it seems like Karina may not necessarily be the strongest pick thus far, but you can see they're just struggling to make this work. And hopefully things are getting a bit better, but Zai seems to be feeling himself a little bit better on his comfort picks with his Lancelot. And I like that how the Eve is able to isolate all this fight. The Cho on the XP lane from Ren QT to dictate tempo with the Wave of Dragon was brilliant. Isolate the fight a little bit better than Franco, and then just completely shut them out. Two very, very different ideologies off from game number one. Instead of relying on Franco, you have this Glue, you have this Cho. It's just phenomenal to see a different approach coming from Red Esports. However, let's take a look at who the MVP is. It is going to be none other than Zaid himself from Red Esports.
Yeah, Zaid finally going to be able to get the game that he has been waiting for, being constantly punished in terms of gameplay and hero pool in the playoffs. He finally gets his perfect KDA, 8-0-4, 71% match kill participation, a nearly 900 match GPM. Zaid was farming up a Storm, and the space created by Mom was so much that even Lancelot, who has fallen out of the meta, was able to take full control of the map.
Yeah, he was able to punish multiple instances and also go into his backline to punish Valence multiple times. So he has been a very, very annoying one coming from Red Esports, where he was able to just completely outmaneuver everyone, knowing that the only one that can actually stop him was pretty much the Franco. And if the Franco doesn't have the ultimate, he's going to have free reigns all the way through. So well done coming from them. But as of now, in case you missed out on the action, this is going to be the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series for game number 2.
Yep, you can see that from the early game, Orange Esports were already heavily losing out in terms of map pressure. And that is because a lot of their lanes were just naturally losing lanes. They had no priority in the mid lane. The gold lane was already losing, allowing Maul to really start snowballing. And because they had so much control over neutral objectives, Gary wasn't able to get his snowball.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But it feels like they are just struggling to set up for these kills, right? Like, I think this was the only fight that Orange Esports had to force a fight where Min was able to land a really sick goal. And despite that, they were trading 3 for 2, but it's not exactly in their favor because it allowed Zai to get freebies all the way through. Even though that it should not be happening, we were expecting Gary was able to set up this fight, and you can see every single time Red Esports starts a fight, Orange Esports is a little bit too far to back him up just because of how isolated the fights are being set up from Ren QT.
Yeah, but I do like that Red Esports were just completely upping the tempo here. They know that Orange Esports is playing for that late game where Man and Valence are going to start dishing out massive amounts of DPS, so they just don't allow that to happen. They take full control of the jungle in the early game. They choke out Orange Esports. They win all of their lane priorities, translate that into neutral objectives, and that is the recipe to a clean victory.
Yeah, I feel like everything is going to be all comes down to this finals decision. Do they let the Franco go? Do they ban it off? Do they prioritize on Xavier once again? Do they just stick to something they're comfortable? I'm looking forward to see how it goes down because next match is going to be the do or die for both of the teams.
Yep, we're going to be going into game 3 after a short break. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We want to see whether or not Orange or Red Esports will be the ones making it through to the next round of the playoffs. We'll be going for a short break. We will see all of you guys in just a little bit.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're just in time to witness the epic grand finale between the battle of the two colors, Red Esports versus Orange Esports, game number 3. My name is Dafa. Alongside with me is Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12, here to once again tell you that this would not be possible without our wonderful sponsors here, bringing you all of this action live, this wonderful arena, these wonderful players, and all this